But I'm not particularly concerned with how bad it makes me look. My prime concern is Ghetto-ology. My prime concern is Ghetto-ology.
This is the Raggo Chat Show. This is the Raggo Chat Show.
Doctah
X.
Doctah
X. This is the Raggo Chat Show. This is the Raggo Chat Show.
Doctah
X.
Doctah
Raggo Chat Show.
You done know. Wow. Yes, London town, you done know. Raggo Chat Show back in the place again. Last week's show was what kind of relationship are you having? Yeah, beatings. This week's show, we're done warn you already. It's all about getting your tapes ready, cause it's who is God. Saying, big up Metro Love, Chemist, Speng, Nanny B, CB 2000 in the house, Genesis family. You done know it's all about Acapulco, or later on star. Saying, yeah, you don't know the Ghetto-ologist is in the place and he's come to expose certain things. Cause you don't know, so it's all about year 2000 millennium coming up and thing. And you have to be ready, cause it's all about fittest of the fittest shall survive. Saying, you don't know, it's all about that rude boy. Saying, so KB, just run that next little caption and let them know. Who is God?
This is an adult certified program. It is designed with a mentally mature audience in mind. Profane language will be used in this program, and the presentation will be unorthodox. The aim of this program is to discourage the fantasy principle and to encourage the reality principle. Please do not continue listening if you are disturbed or offended by any of these factors. The bottom line is, yeah, it's all about blatant, upfront, Doctah X, Raggo. So if you don't want to listen, turn your radio off.
Listen and learn.
You can solve the mystery. The answer revolves around your history. So carefully, I drop this degree, scientifically and realistically. If you can see if you can solve the mystery.
Who is God?
Around your history. So carefully, I drop this.
Answer revolves around your history.
And realistically.
Realistically. Who is God? Realistically, who is God?
In eternal blackness, in the midst of the darkest night, proteins and minerals exist within specks of light. Solids, liquids, and gases, and sparks of light within infinite lengths and widths. And
tonight, things are gonna get exposed.
Or ending in 7 dimensions, enough space for more than 1 million worlds and inventions. To travel through time with enough room to be the wound of the most highest grade mind, which he will soon make shine. With intelligent elements, insight that he will gather in the realms of relativity. Electricity struck matter, energies explode. He will load to keep releasing atoms by the millions.
All I think God is
burning, he kept returning himself to the soul.
Yeah.
Out of his thoughts, it gave the center more force. He gave
you think,
which would follow his laws, all caused by his mental intercourse. Who is God? If you can see it, you can solve the mystery. The answer revolves around your history.
Around your history.
I drop this degree, scientifically and realistically.
Realistically. Now who is God? Now who is God?
He began to explain his craft, the master in the attic. He dealt with measurements, his language was mathematics. His theoretical wisdom of the
Ghetto-ology.
A complete number 9, which means born or existent. He gave birth to all planets, inorganic and organic. So you wouldn't take it for granted, they rotated their own distance.
Comprehend that.
And fully submit to the existence of one.
Talking about you know God.
Everlasting perfection. If each one keeps spinning,
you don't even know yourself.
To the east, and he speak the motion of peace and harmony. And he show devotion to teach the universes to come the whole
scene, KB.
Know your galaxies are mirage, your stars start falling. So stay in your orbit, maintain
Doctah X.
Like the planets, recycle, remain.
Ghetto-ology. Ghetto-ology.
If you can see if you can solve the mystery.
Now who is God?
The answer revolves around your history. So carefully, I drop this degree, scientifically and realistic. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Now who is God? Now who is God?
From unconsciousness to consciousness, by knowledge and his wisdom, his response is this: a understanding, which is the best part. He picked the third planet where new forms of life will start. He
Beyond your comprehension.
move in order, back to the source. He let off his resources in the water. Climbs climax with a climb.
It can make sea.
Degrees, seeds start to breathe deep in the darkest sea. And
It can make fish.
in the clays to form land and expand, using the same
Not food, you know.
hand in his own image. Our origin begins in the east coast, rise to free with the path.
Now who is God?
Equality, nature's policy is to be gone. Build and destroy positively, born life like a law. And each one was given everlasting perfection. If each one keep living in the same direction. And life was life, and love was love. We went according by the laws of the worlds above. It showed us physically we can reach infinity. But mentally, through the century, we lost our identity. Life started ending. We got trife and started sinning. Lost touch with the beginning. Now cipher stopped spinning. And what was once easy became confused and hard.
You are now in consultation with Doctah X.
Yeah, London. Yeah, we're there again. You don't know. Yeah, the massive KB, Ray Don, you know how it goes. Yeah, this week is all about who is God. Yeah, you hear some noise in the background. That's because tonight is the party night, as you know, and the get together. So everybody's in the studio getting, you know what I mean, getting merry first and all that. So don't watch it, yeah, because we're real people. Yeah, it's not some little BBC thing, yeah. So yeah, don't watch that. So hear what we're saying now, yeah. You've heard that I've played, you know what I mean? Don't come to me with nothing now, you know, because you heard the announcement at the front, so you have your chance to, like, head out, you get me? Yeah, so don't come to me with nothing about blaspheming or rare or nothing, you get me? Because I've given you an opportunity. If it's not your cup of tea, head out. You get what I'm saying? Because right now, that's what we're dealing with, like, who is God? You get what I'm saying? We're starting from there. Have you got in the beginning? Yeah? And we're gonna start from, guess where we're gonna start from? I bet you can't guess.
The beginning, black.
And what's that? Genesis. You get me? That's where we're starting from. Genesis. The big G, 91.6. That's where we're starting from, see? And we don't play the trick. I want to skin up, I want to ramp, I play with things, yeah? When it comes to the truth. So we're saying now, yeah, I'd like to big up like OG Briggy, Metro Love, all that. Yeah, no, first Metro Love, I like to big them up because I always do, because they run it hot. Yeah, then I like to big up OG Briggy, Minister Rebel, the Commissioner, and all Imani, all the family. You get what I'm saying? Whoever, you get what I'm saying? Because hear what I'm saying, yeah. As far as information's concerned, and as far as like teaching's concerned, I'm not in a no competition. You get me? Whatever. You get me? I'm into like, boy, just put it out there, and if like who takes it up, takes it up. You get what I'm saying? Because what? The truth will set you free, so what? You get what I'm saying? Whatever you're going to come with, you better make sure that you can back that. You get what I'm saying? You got to make sure that that's solid. It's going to come at you. You get what I'm saying? It's because we're in that time now, yeah? 21st century's coming up, and that's what the Raggo Chat Show's dealing with. That's what Doctah X is about. The ghetto surgery, the ghetto-ology. I'm a ghetto-ologist. That means I know from here to that, from this to that, from here to, not to eternity, but from here to a little while, yeah? Yeah, so that's why I call it ghetto-ology, because we've spread across the whole thing that affects us in the ghetto, in the community, you get me? And it's psychology, physiology, anthropology, sociology, epidemiology there, and then all together to me, it all controls, it's the ghetto-ology. Yeah, so we're going to start in the beginning.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void. And darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. God divided the light from the darkness. the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day.
Oh yeah, see, you see that music though, dun 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 dun. Ah, to me, yeah, that music's yenging. You get what I'm saying? Like, as my vibes stand up on that, yeah, that music yengs me. It's like dun dun and all them kind of chords and keys what them man is using to say this is creation. Yeah, you know why they can do that? Because they run things. Yeah, that's their version. You get what I'm saying? You see, if it was by a fewer version, they'd hear boom boom dum 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 dum. You get me? You wouldn't hear all that. You wouldn't hear all that. But because they rule. Yeah, because the Christians rule, because the Europeans rule, and they're telling you the story the way they see fit. You get all that noise, that dun, 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 dun. You get all that, and it kind of messes with your frequency and that, yeah? So what we're saying that is like, because we've been taken over by another community, yeah, called the Europeans, yeah, through whatever and whatever, we have now become under it, you know what I mean? Our beliefs for the last, say, 1,000 years or whatever is whatever they believe or whatever they put us under, yeah? Because the original facts of the Bible, come from the Egyptian history. You get what I'm saying? Or the Egyptian facts. You understand what I'm saying? So, but they've turned it around and rehashed the stories and added stuff and put stuff in there and taken stuff out and put stuff around and, you know what I mean? And like, so they've made it all like, you know, like their way, like just insane things that they talk about, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, and where's that Bible, blood? You know, in the beginning, God, you heard it all, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void and rear and da. But what did he say he created in the beginning? What did he create in the beginning? The heavens, yeah, the heaven and the earth. Now, if he that means before he created man or the animals or the sea or the whatever, he created what first? The heaven and the earth. Now, we know the heaven can't be the sky because the earth has an atmosphere, yeah? And there's a protection around the earth, yeah? So therefore, that makes that the earth. We're not talking the ground, yeah? Or the earth as in what you walk upon, but the earth as in a planet, yeah? So he created the heaven, which is out there, and the planet. He didn't create the skies and the earth to walk on. He created the earth, which you know and I know today is a separate globe from Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and then placed there, yeah? So what? What did he create in the heavens first? Because remember, this beginning story, this God story that we got now is all about earth. There ain't no story about the beginning of Saturn. There ain't no story about the beginning of Jupiter. There ain't no story about the beginning of Mars, even though right now today, excuse me, NASA or, you know, America, whatever, they're flying to the moon. Russia's got satellite stations in space right now just resting and looking to do things and rare, spinning around and watching observations and blah, 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 yeah? So even though you know that Saturn and Jupiter, Pluto and all that lot is there, you don't know, there is no beginning for them. You don't, but he made the heaven first, right? Which is clear, it says so. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Right, so now, from that point of view, right, we must understand that there was before earth was created, there was the heavens. And in the heavens, right, there are stars, yeah? And in the where those stars are, there are planets. Around those planets, there are what? Galaxies and wormholes and black holes and, you know, traveling 100 light years into space and you don't get to another galaxy yet. Right, today is what we know that as fact. Yeah, 1,000 years ago or whatever, you get what I'm saying, 2,000, 3,000 maybe, whatever, human beings would not have known what space was. They would not have known what heaven was, would they? Because they wouldn't have been able to leave the earth as far as because we're advanced now, as they say, yeah? So if we're advanced now, then what? People never left the earth back then. They didn't, you know, in the 1500s, that's only about what? Yeah, what, 500 years ago or so? You know what I mean? Or under that, yeah? They thought the earth, you fall off to the earth. You get what I'm saying? So, if in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth, what about the stories about the heavens? I don't know. I ain't heard there is no Bible about the heavens. All the Bible is about the earth. You know what I'm saying? And he says, and the earth was without form, and God moved upon the face of the waters. Yeah? So hold on a minute. Hold on, listen. It says, and earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Hold on. So here what? You hear what I'm saying? Water. There was nothing on earth but water. It says so because it says, any Bible you want to read, it's in the second verse of Genesis chapter 2. It says, whether you read it in the New Testament or the New Found English Revised Edition of the second edition before the third one or whatever, it says, yeah. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Oh, what's that on the face? Does that sound like the face? Well, what's that then? The face of the waters? What, did he have a ship or what? Because if he moved on the face, they didn't say that he moved within, because he said it was deep. So it says it's deep, yeah? So he didn't move under the waters. He moved upon the waters, didn't he? God moved on the face of the waters. So on earth, before anything else was found, there was water. That's what it says in the Bible, doesn't it? It's clear. Same. So, because there was water, it has something to do with, when we go down later on, it has something to do with man and how, the fact that man has what? 80% water in his body? Do you think that might have something to do with it? That water on the earth first, and then blah, 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 right. And then it goes, verse 3, it goes, and God said, let there be light. And God saw the light was good, and the light divided the light from the darkness. So there was darkness, and there was deepness, yeah, and there weren't no light. So earth was dark and deep, but no light. So he created some light, and he said, yeah, boom, throw that there, like, boom, throw that over there, that, boom, like, what? Light, water, earth. That's what we had first, yeah? It's clear. I'm not making it up, it's there. It says water was there, light was there, and boom. So that went on for a little while. They said, what day? How can that be made in a day? That's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't, I'm saying, if it would be made in a day, then how long does it take for the sun to burn out? Long. You get what I'm saying? So for the sun to be made, it must have taken a long time. You don't know, what, or did he just go, shing, and the music came out, and it was just there? Do you reckon? Well, not in this reality state, it never happened. Maybe in your fantasy state, you might can relate to that in a fantasy type state, in some kind of movie type out there state. But in a realistic state, that ain't gonna happen. That just can't happen realistically. Because we're dealing with realism now, right? Because we've woken up out of that spell of fantasy and make-believe. You get what I'm saying? This is not make-believe and what you believe in. It's what you know and what you can prove and what is fact. We'll go on anyway. And God called the light the day, and the darkness he called night. Yeah? And the evening and the morning were the first day. So there was water, yeah? There was light, there was on the first part of the day, whether you want to call it one day as in Monday, or one day as in 10 trillion years, or what, I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Because it's silly to assume that he took 24 hours to do that, when it takes me about 10 minutes to go up the road. You know what I'm saying? So if you divide that by 24 hours, listen, he couldn't have done that in a day. All that heat and all that water, no, I don't think so. But anyway, that depends on how you thought, because remember, as we will see later down, he made us like him. So if you think that he could do all of that, then you are obviously living in the fantasy state of your own mind. You get what I'm saying? You're not thinking about it logically and realistically. Let's go to. Yeah? And God said, let there be what? A firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. I don't know what that means. It must mean a firmament, something firm, divide the midst of the waters from the waters. So separate, I don't know. So remember, so that must mean when there was water, he had to sail it because he was on the face of it. Or do you think it was a big mist? Oh, misty on the top. Like them movies. You get me? Is that what you thought God was? Some mist on the top of the water. You get what I'm saying? Is that what God is? A mist on the face of the top. Can you imagine? Like, think in your little imagination, yeah? Water, the earth was all dark, and then this mist come out, and it's called God. You know what I'm saying? And this mist is on the face, going, I don't think so, do you? He must have been on the face, because he made us like him, so we look like him. So that means in order to be like him, he could not swim underneath the water because he was like us, so he was on top, right? Anyway, let's go on. God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so, under the firmament and above he divided and all that, I mean, firmament, I think it must mean earth or something firm, I don't know, whatever it means, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to get that deep into that because I don't need to. You get what I'm saying? And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together in one place, and let the dry land appear, and it was so. Right? So, under the heaven, the waters, that's earth. You get what I'm saying? Because the skies, I don't know, because everybody keeps talking about heaven, so it can't be the sky, because we know the sky isn't heaven, right? So where's this heaven then? So it wasn't obviously the sky he was separating, because there was already light in that. Remember, he created light and all that, so it couldn't have been the sky, because the sky was already there. He said under the heaven, so it would have to still be the earth, wouldn't it? Because the earth was what before? Water. It was all water, wasn't it? It was on the face of the water. So therefore, there was a difference between the earth and the heaven. And the earth is a separate globe to this outer space, which we in this particular summation are deciding that is heaven, okay? Right, so, boom, it goes on, and God called the land, the dry land, earth, and the gathering together of the waters was called the seas, and God saw it was good. So, boom. Now when he sorted out the water, made some little land, bomb and all that, and like put all around there, a bit of what there, put some over there, like bring some of that over there, yeah, nice, yeah, sort that out over there, bomb. Bosh. Yeah. Water, land, earth. Yeah. And God said, well, that's brilliant. He said, well, yes, good. Yeah, I love that. You get me? I rate that. That's me, and I rate it. You get me? Heavy. You get what I'm saying? I'm on that. You get me? So that's how that started. What day was that? I don't know. It was one of the days. It was another day, wasn't it? Second day? No. It must be on the third. Yeah, because he goes on and says, God said, let the earth bring forth grass and herb. Right, so, okay, so you check out this little thing's going, right? He's already made the land, but guess what? There's enough land, but no greens, no herbs, no yielding of fruits and that. Yeah, because it goes herb yielding seed and a fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind. That means like you get apple and then you get more apple and you get more apple. That's something after its own kind, yeah? Like we were made in the image because we're the kind like God. So we're after his kind, yeah? So, yeah, what's that? Yeah, so and he was leading, and those seed was upon the earth, and it was so, and the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after its kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw it was good. So all that, you know, it was after his kind. So all he's saying, right, basically after his kind is that you got a seed, it gives you some apples, fruits, or whatever, and then it keeps doing that, yeah? After its kind, yeah, So that was what day was that? The third day, yeah? And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. And so how many light is he going to make? He just made one. I don't know, but I mean, he must, you know, he's got the plan, like, you get what I'm saying? He's like the master builder in this, yes? So he's made lights somewhere, and then he's in heaven, didn't he? Then he made some more. So that must be the stars then, blood. So there might be a light that was for the earth, and then some more light again, which is not for the earth, but in the heavens. Yeah, because like, but then again, which one of light is that? Because there's already light that's in the heaven, didn't he say? And God called the light day and the day light, and what? So where's that other light come from? All right, then let's just say it was the stars then, yeah, because I'm not, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I got all the answers. What I'm doing is the subject tonight is who is God, not I know what God is. Okay, so yeah, let's go through. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven. See, now you get it. Sorry, I should have read on, right? What it's saying is that let them be for lights where? In the firmament of what? The heaven. So he didn't say that was light for the earth to make it nice and rare, did he? No, he didn't. It doesn't sound like that. He says let they be light for the firmament of the heaven. That means what? Where could they have been, blood? They weren't on this planet. They was in the heavens, which the only other part that we have other than earth where there's light is, where's the other light? Space, blood. I mean, even the sun's in space, but I mean that sun is for us, because around our little solar system there ain't no other life, and as far as human life is concerned. So that sun is for us. It ain't got nothing to do with the heavens. So the light that's out there, he made specially for out there, didn't he? Maybe just for our, I don't know. Because, you see, the thing is, what you got to understand here is, right, we're making stuff up as we go along. You get what I'm saying? That's what all the preachers do. That's what all the vicars do. That's what all the pastors do. That's what all the deacons do. You get what I'm saying? That's what all of them do. Which one is it? Sorry. Yeah, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, so... yeah, we're doing that. All we're doing is just saying to you, we're just gowing like the rest of them are gowing. Yeah? But the only thing is that the gow that they've given you, because you've been through slavery and all that kind of stuff, you believe their gow. All your mothers and your fathers and our sisters and our brothers and all that, they believe in this God. They say, boy, God love you, and pull up your hand if you love God, and big up and John Ray, and Rastan Ray. You know, I'm not dissing them, I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? This kind of false idealism of what God is. You got me? This make-believe of what God is when it's clear what God is, because all you have to go by mainly is what you know. Not what you think you know or what you believe, but what you know. What do you know? What is it that you know? That's the bottom line, isn't it? What do you know about this so-called God? Because you're an intelligent human being and you were made... Anyway, we'll go on, because you know what I mean? Don't want to like get there too quick. And God made two great light, and the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. So that's a different light again. And God made two great lights. So he made lights in the heavens, which we know today as stars, yeah? So the heaven was outer space, because the stars are where? Outer space. And he made the lights where? In heaven. To light where? Heaven. You understand what I'm saying? And you people talk about we're going to go to heaven. Where are you going to go to? Outer space. Because that's where heaven is. That's where it says in the Bible it was. It did, or it is now still. There ain't no special place high up on no mountain. There ain't no, you know, because the Christians definitely don't talk about dimensions, do they? They don't talk about nothing scientific or what you'd call sci-fi, do they? Everything's about, you know, because this is shit. What we're living in is hell, and then there's a better place called heaven. Where is heaven? Because we know there are lights in heaven. Because God, it says so in Genesis. There are lights in heaven. That means there, for what we know and understand today, he made lights out of space to light up outer space. You get me? So if that's the case, there's something tricky about this particular line that we've been traveling down for all these hundreds of years. You get what I'm saying? It's time we wake up. This is 21st century knowledge. It's time now to get up out of this. You understand what I'm saying? Stop feeding yourself this rubbish and learn to come together and love each other. True love and understanding of self. You understand? Not through some like a fake idealism of who Jesus is or who God is. But anyway, we'll go on. Try not to jump the gun. Yeah? Where are we? And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. Yeah? So he set them, those two lights, which was the great light, the moon and the sun, isn't it? It's got to be. The lesser light for the night, the sun. Yeah? This ain't got nothing to do with the lights that light up heaven. This is for the earth. Yeah? The moon and the fucking sun. Yeah? There's nothing more. One to rule over the day and divide the light from the darkness, and God saw it and he said it was great. Oh, good. Yeah, all right. That's what he said. Yeah? So his ego is still like rubbing himself and saying, yeah. Because remember, if you're the ultimate, you don't have to tell yourself it was good. You're that. Whatever you do is it. You don't have to rate yourself. That's ego. Isn't it? Yeah, sounds like it for me. If you're rating yourself and God saw it was good, wake up, man. This ain't no fantasy thing. If God said it was good, it was his ego he was stroking. Which means that, anyway, if you don't work it out for yourself, then you're on a long. Right, and it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day, and God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that have life, and the fowl that may fly upon the earth in the open firmament of the heaven. Now, I'm confused. He's got stars in the heaven, he's got sun in the heaven, and he's got... I don't understand. Somebody's mistranslating this thing, because it sounds like a load of bollocks. How can the birds be in the heaven? Yeah? And the sun be in the heaven. The sun ain't in the heaven. The sun's in outer space. I know that as a fact. The sun ain't on earth. It's not hiding somewhere in some rock somewhere every time night comes. It's the earth. The earth is revolving around the sun. It's called, what's it called? An orbit or something like that? I don't know. Something like that where you just go around the sun and cyclically and everything. All the different planets balance out themselves. It orbits. So the sun is always in outer space. It's never on the earth. It's never been on the earth. So how can the birds fly in heaven if the stars are in heaven? Stars ain't on earth. There ain't no stars at all on earth. Stars are in outer space. The moon is outer space. The sun is outer space. So how on earth can the birds fly out of space? I ain't seen them yet. Have you seen them? Because I ain't seen them. So there is a problem in the description of the Bible to differentiate between the skies and the heaven. You get what I'm saying? There is the problem in the differentiation, yeah? Because it doesn't say clearly that one is where on the earth where the sky, it doesn't call one sky and one heaven or one sky and one space. All of them are heaven. So we have a problem. Because I know the stars are in heaven, which is outer space, okay? What are we saying now? And God created the great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind. And every winged fowl after his kind, and God saw it was good. Right. So he also made all these birds and the whales, yeah, in the beginning. So what he started off with what? It says in this one, because I'm dealing with the King James, you know, it says the whales. Yeah, and you know and I know today that the whales are one of the oldest sea creature on the planet. Right? Because it's coming like a dinosaur, isn't it? The whales come from that era. You get me? So what? And the living creatures that moveth, right? And after they inclined and blah blah blah, and God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply and fill the waters and the seas and let the fowl multiply on the earth." Right? Now listen to this, right? So at that time, right, it says he was making winged fowl, what's that? Whales, and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly, right? So these creatures, see, I'm confused. You know what I'm saying? Because it says, God created the great whales and living creatures that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly. So if he created them, but he said the waters brought them forth abundantly. You get what I'm saying? So what he's saying at the same time is that we created them, but the waters gave him them to create. It's strange, isn't it? Because it says, and he made them what the waters, not what he brought forth abundantly. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. It doesn't say what he brought forth abundantly. It says what the waters brought forth abundantly. So the water had something to do with the creation. He might have made the finished product, but the water was already having the basis for the creation. The rules for creation, or the ammunition or the material for creation was already in the waters, because the waters were bringing them forth abundantly. Nuff. You get me? So it is all a madness going on there, because that's not what they're saying on that little place that I played it. That's not what they're saying. They're saying God created everything that moved, breathed, But yet God had already had things move. Don't tell me that I'm misinterpreting. All I'm doing is doing what the pastor does and what the deacon does. Because he tell you anything and you believe it. Because he was the first. He's part of the slavery. So as long as he tells you it's safe. But I'm coming along and I'm saying, I'm asking some questions. Simple questions. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. If you're going to say, well, the Bible was read this and that and that and that, and use that as the excuse, that means you're living a lie. That means your pastor is helping to execute a lie. You're not looking for truth. And Jesus said, the truth shall set you free. So what are you really looking for? Are you looking for some fake God? Or are you looking for some fake reason to exist? You know, and not looking for an ultimate reason to face yourself and face the realization of your creation and who you are as a human being. Is that what you're waiting for? Is that why you want to stay within that particular remit? Is that why you want to bang your tambourine and go and pray, be wicked all week and then go to church on Sunday and praise God and hope that he forgives you because somebody told you that that's what he does? Because it doesn't say it anywhere else. Yeah, all it is an interpretation of what it says. And this book is about people who wrote, especially the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, all them brothers. They just wrote stuff. I can write some stuff too, and I hope they call it a Bible. It doesn't take nothing to, if you're going to rewrite something or you're going to try to recreate something, it's easy, man. Don't take a lot. It don't take a lot of effort and execution. You understand me? So if you want to do that, you can do that. That's no problem. You got to understand, Paul wasn't no great man. They're trying to Saint Nicholas, who is Father Christmas, was a saint. You understand? Saint Valentine's, who was just a normal, preacher man, who they killed, was a saint. Saint Christopher, all of them, they were all just people. Saint George, you get what I'm saying? Saint Bernardine, all of them ones, they're just people, human beings that people gave a sainthood to. It has nothing to do with reality. It has nothing to do with some God bless. It has to do with who man chose. And as we go on, we'll understand how this thing worked out. Anyway, and God blessed them. Where was I? And so, so the water was giving him material to build the rest of these fishes because it says so. Not because I'm saying so, because the Bible says so. You know what I'm saying? Jesus loves me, this I know, because the Bible says so. If you're on that. So those of you who are already on that, I'm only telling you what the Bible says. So boy, if you're going to just pretend and ignore, that's your business. That's called ignorance. And if you want to keep praying for your ignorant self and the ignorance that you live in, it's all good. Because what's wrong with that? What's wrong in just, being what you want to be? Nothing. But at the same time, don't bring that to me. You get what I'm saying? Tired of hearing that shit. Right. And God said, and made the beasts of the earth after its kind and the cattle. I read that bit. And God said, let us make man. Oh, here's a bit, innit? This is a bit. This is a bitch of a bit where everybody says they know what they're talking about. Remember, right? It says in the Bible, it's a very short passage. It's verse 26 of Genesis. Yeah, very short passage. So what I'm reading is what most people would read in, whether it's revised edition or second edition or whatever. It's around this area I'm reading, right? The bit word might be changed here and there, but it's not a verse that doesn't exist. It's not nothing that ain't in there, right? So it's there. So anything that anybody tells you is what they make up in their head. If a preacher says, all right, let me read it first. And God said, yeah, let us make man in our, yeah? What's the word? What's that word? It's a pluralistic, not pluralistic, but a plural, more than one. God said, let us make man, a man or mankind, whatever, in our, not of we, us image. You get me? That's what it says. It's not what I'm reading into it. Now, the preacher man will have you say, well, that was the God and he's talking to his angels. Where? Where does it say angels? Where does it say God was talking to his angels? Because Jesus was giving a sermon on the mount. Noah was in the ark.
You are
Moses was going through.
The surgery of Doctah.
So what's going on? So I don't understand. All the other places, you know, the Samaritan with Jesus and that, and you know, what, the Noah in the ark, what else? Elijah, Daniel in the lion's den. All of this, it was clear what happened. You don't need to say, well, he was in the lion's den and he had a cup of tea and yeah, this is what he did and he kicked the lion's ass. And none of that's in there. You get what I'm saying? It's not in there. So how the preacher man, any preacher man, anywhere, at any time, can tell you that it was his angels is a liar. Because there isn't nothing in the Bible that says that it was his angels. You get what I'm saying? There's nothing in the Bible that says they're gonna now tell you, anybody, any Christian, anyone's gonna tell you off the top of their head or what they've learned over the years from another preacher that it was his angels. And it does not say that. Nowhere in the Bible that it was his angel. It says Michael warred with his angels in heaven. So why didn't he say Michael warred with you guess the rest and the dragon warred with you guess the rest? That means that there are actual things in the Bible that says and means what it says. So how can you then add to it what you feel like? That's madness. But that's because you was in a state of ignorance. That's because you was a slave. And you needed something to hold on to in your persecution and your downtroddenness and your oppression. That's why you believe that rubbish. He said, let us make man in our image. That means there was more than one. Simple. It doesn't say, there's nothing to read into that because I never wrote it. So anybody that tells you any difference, that's why I'm here. They're sick. That's why this is a surgery. They need help. Because we're in that time now when we start to have to play catch-up with the rest of civilization, with the rest of the evolvement of civilization. We have to start playing catch-up. After our image and after our likeness. Yeah? So that means like us who are gods, us, not me, like us who are gods, and in our image who are gods, and after our likeness who are gods. What are you saying? So what are you saying? What else can you tell me? Because I'm reading what I'm reading. What are you going to tell me, Mr. Preacher Man? What are you going to tell me, Mr. Vicar Man? What are you going to tell me, Reverend? What are you going to tell me, Deacon? Or Deaconess? What are you going to tell me, Pastor? What are you going to tell me? It says clearly after hours, likeness and image. What? What are you dealing with? Know what you're dealing with. It's clear. There's no interpretation. Nobody can tell you that it means this because nobody was there. That's here. Yeah? So I'm not in a them funny guy thing anymore. You get what I'm saying? Not in a them thing the way you're just going to tell me some foolishness.
You are about to enter the surgery of Doctah X.
You're in it. You're in the surgery. You're not entering it. That's the wrong jingle, mate. Yeah? So, let them have dominion over the fire and the air and over the cattle and over everything that creep upon them. Let them And God created man in his own image, and in the likeness of, and in the image of God created he him. Male and female he created he them. Where is Adam? Where is Adam? Tell that caller, yeah, that we're reading what it says, not what he thinks it says, but what it says. Yeah? And the same interpretation he or she has is the same interpretation we're giving it if she'd have listened to the beginning of the show. You get what I'm saying? Because this is the level of ignorance that is in the community. Yeah? I'm going to give you my interpretation, yeah? And instead of you take on my interpretation and evaluate my interpretation, you're going to come with a counter interpretation, and then John Bloggs is going to come with another interpretation, and all I am doing is reading what it says. You're now, what they are doing, I told you what Pastor Bloggs does and Pastor John Brown does. They add to it what they think it means. I don't know what I think it means. I only know what it says. You understand what I'm saying? It's clear what it says. And I'm reading what it says, not what I think it should say or what I think it might mean, but what it says. And anybody, all the Christians, them, are living in that fantasy. It doesn't matter if there's 10 trillion of them. That doesn't matter. That means it's the biggest brainwash ever told on the planet Earth. That's what it means. And the day in the year 2200, that level of Godhood would no longer exist because man is now starting to try and make man. You've got to start to get with the program before they get you in their little, but that's a whole nother talk. You get what I'm saying? That is what is in their program. And if you don't wake up and understand where you are in the scheme of things, you're going to go down with it as your little comedians and your little footballers and all that. You get me? So I'm saying to you that he said, God created made, this is verse 27, Genesis 2, blah, blah, blah. Right? No, sorry, not Genesis 2, it's Genesis 1 still. Yeah, because I'm looking at the top of the page. Yeah? So God created man, verse 27, in his image, God created man in his own image, in the image of God created he him, male and female he created them. Whatever that goodle glue glue mook means, yeah, it says he's creating man in his own image. Not what you think he's saying. Well, what he did first was, where? Show me where it says that. Yeah, show me where it says that. Show me where it says that. It doesn't say that. I'm reading what it says. So that means he made male and female, he created he them. Is this the part, hold on, what's happened here? What has happened then? Are you now saying to me, are you thinking out there in London, right, that should be later down, or that he misplaced that verse? Then you need to revise the verse then, innit? You need to reshape the Bible then, innit? And you should have done this years ago because it's been in there for the past, how much, 100 years? Deep, innit? Maybe they've done it in some new version, I don't know. But I know this is the version. This King James Bible version, which is what I'm reading, yeah, is the living black, because I'm dealing with black people, remember, and most of them, I know, okay, some of them are into the Jehovah Witness New Bible, and okay, fair enough. You know what I mean? That was also a white man's Bible, and John the geezer was named Charles something, wasn't it? And he thought he was Jesus, I think. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story. And God said, behold, I have given every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of the earth. Okay. Yeah, we've got a caller on the line. Open that. We've got a caller on the line, yeah. We haven't got a live link, yeah. So what we've got a caller distressing Radon, yeah, trying to say, I don't know what she's saying because I can't hear her. And in order to keep it going, I have to keep it going. I got that from you, Shan, right? But what I'm saying is that we ain't got the live link. The live link ain't on. So therefore, I can't get nobody to say nothing. I'm gonna have to wait till Radon gets off the phone and tell me what she's saying, because she's definitely going into one out there, definitely. You know what I'm saying? She's probably losing it. But I knew they would. But didn't you hear what I said at the beginning of the show? I said, if it doesn't do anything for you, switch it off. You get what I'm saying? Okay, we're going to take a break here, and I'm going to see if I can get a bit of this, and then I'll come back to you.
You are now in consultation with Doctah X.
There was good and evil. We chose good. Why raise the time of the Most High, ye sons of men? The rich man's wealth is in the city. Yeah. Destruction of the poor is his poverty.
Yeah, come again, blood. You don't know, KB. Run that again, rude boy.
There was good and evil. We chose good. Why raise the time of the Most High, ye sons of men? The rich man's wealth is in the city.
Choose your destiny.
Destruction of the poor is his poverty.
Yeah.
Destruction of your soul is vanity.
That's a so-called devil's favorite sin.
Yeah.
Vanity.
You hear? I wanna rule my destiny.
I wanna rule my destiny, rule yours.
I wanna rule my destiny.
Same blood.
Whoa, whoa, destiny. Mama, look from when you call me. Destiny. Mama, look from when you call it. I wanna rule my destiny. Yeah, yeah. Oh, help I please. I wanna rule my destiny. Oh, Lord, I've been blessed, I've been touched. I love just so much. They keep fighting me. I'm not giving up. The realms of science fill my spiritual cup. Wisdom overstanding must never be too much. Give I protection day and night from even the pestilence that walk at that.
Protect yourself.
Destiny, Mama, look from when you're calling. Destiny, Mama, look from when you're calling. I wanna rule my destiny.
Your destiny answers to your soul star.
Help I please, I wanna rule my destiny. You know not the destiny of a next man, why hold him? Set him free for too long. I wanna rule my destiny.
The truth will set you free.
Yeah, I really wanna rule my destiny. Hear me call. Destiny, Mama, look from when you calling. Destiny, Mama, look from when you calling. I wanna rule my destiny. Oh, hey, help I please. I wanna rule my destiny. Where could I found? My destination is homeward bound. No forces try hold I down. Breaking chains has become the norm. I know I must get through, no matter what I want.
Yeah, for real, it's destiny, strong willpower, you get me?
Destiny, Mama, look from when you call it.
Gotta believe in yourself, you get me?
Destiny,
No pie in the sky, no good, you get me?
you want more. The rich man's wealth is in the city.
The rich man are the pastors, you get me? Robbing people's money, saying collection fee for the roof and all that.
Poverty, yeah. Destruction of her soul is vanity. Oh, do you hear? Do you hear? Whoa, destiny.
For real, it's all about that. Destiny, you get me?
Long, we've got somebody again saying that boy, bum. God made
This is the Raggo Chat Show on Genesis
God made
91.6,
what did God
bringing
make again?
power to the people. Power to the people.
God made his son Jesus, yeah? All right, he's talking, it says in Genesis, yeah, it says our image. She's telling me that it says it's Jesus he's talking to. Yeah? For starters, yeah, the term Jesus ain't even in Hebrew. Jesus' real name, because we know, everybody knows as a fact, because remember, this show is dealing with reality, not fantasy, not belief, but fact, yeah? And it says that Jesus' true name would have been what? Yeshua. So straight away, Jesus ain't even in it. There's no such word, there's no such name. That's like you calling, my name's Doctah X and you calling me Dr. Paul. Not even Doctor, just Paul and X. If my name isn't that, that's not my name. So Yeshua's name, why do I, remember, if you're trying to hear somebody's name in French, and they're talking about Bill Clinton, they go, Bill Clinton. You get me? You don't translate names. You get what I'm saying? If you hear it in China, yeah, Clinton. You get me? You hear something that's resembling the man's name. You don't transfer. You don't realign somebody's name for your own convenience. His name has always been, will always be Yeshua. You understand me? So Jesus ain't even in this. But anyway, he said our image and our likeness. He didn't say me and you. He doesn't say us two. But he said the moon and the stars. That's two. He said the waters. That's clear. But all of a sudden, he's saying us and he's not making no details. Silly. All of a sudden, he's deciding to say our and not say me and you, Jesus, or me and you, Yeshua, or me and you, John Bloggs, or you and my angels. Remember, Michael in Revelation fought with, he didn't say Michael fought by himself, or Michael fought. It says Michael fought with what? His angels against who? The dragon and who? His angels. So what are you saying? All of a sudden in the Bible, God forgets that it's Jesus with him, or God forgets that it's his angels with him. Is that what you're trying to tell me? So we're going to look, she's now going to look for it in some other verse, somewhere. It's not in there. You're not going to find nothing. You're going to find something and make it up again. And make it up around it again. Build some whole story again. It's not in there. I know it's not in there. You understand what I'm saying? This make-believe idea of what God is in the creation, it's a make-believe. You've been bamboozled. You've been tricked. You've been had. It's not a funny matter, but, you know, I got to sometimes, like, because sometimes it's so, like, it gets under you so much that if you don't, you know, give it a little bit of laugh to, like, turn it, somebody's going to get really, like, out there. You get me? People have done, you know, vicars have stand up in people's chest and broken all their ribs to get the devil out of some people. They smash people's head in. The Spanish Inquisition have burned people to death to say they got the devil in him. So where's that? Why aren't they still burning them now then? Because it was ignorance. That's why they're not burning them now then. Because it's ignorance you're using to do them things. It's ignorance you're using to oppress people and say that if you don't believe in God, we're going to burn down your churches. Why did the Christians have to burn down the whole of Alexandria and all the Egyptians? Why do Christians always burn things? Because they believe it's the devil. Give me a break. That's what the Ku Klux Klan does. Why do they hurt and kill and maim for the Lord? Which Lord? Because that Lord is deep. He's on something different. If he's that, so what happened to this? There's the mountains floating. And what happened to him? Because he ain't the one that I'm going to describe to, if I get time to do all of it, or some of it tonight, because it's got to be in 2 parts, because this is long. But he ain't the one I'm going to describe to you. So I want to know where the mix-up is. If they're swapping over and they're forgetting to call them by their name, because they were gods. And it said, male and female, he made Edom. Whoever that caller is, you tell me why he made male and female in verse 1 and then makes Adam later on. I don't understand. So what? Was it the male and female first, or was it Adam first? Who was first? Furthermore, hear what? I'm not even going to go and read no more of that beginning. I'm just going to go inner it, because like, what? It's like you still can't even get with what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to go a little more inner it. Listen to this, yeah? Forget all the rest of it, yeah? Because it's like, you don't seem to understand. God saw that everything was good. After, remember, the 27, he told man to subdue the earth. And listen to this. Verse 28, and God blessed them. God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. And, hold on. And replenish. Well on. You tell me if I'm losing my thing. Because it says, God blessed them and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply. Verse 28, Genesis 1, and replenish the earth. Replenish. You tell me what replenish means. It means put back what was already there. Hold on a minute, but it was... I'm confused again. You keep confusing me, man. Hold on, it says that Jesus, God, what? What you're mad? You're trying mad me. Well, on a minute. May I go back on this again? First it says, male and female he made in them after his image when there's only one God. Hold on, I'm still confused. But he made man. I don't even come to Adam yet. So there's already people on the earth. Hold on. But then, They're replenishing the earth. That means they're coming back again. So where was the... hurrah! Somebody's trying to mad me in this because either some word is wrong. It says replenish. Look up in your dictionary. All of you at home now with your dictionary, look what the word replenish means. I'm going to spell it for you. R-E-P-L-E-N-I-S-H. Look that up. It means to put back. So if man was the first, and the first in creation, and the first, how on earth is man replenishing? What is man replenishing? You make something up and somebody phone me and make something up and tell me. Or tell me some age-old fable story that some vicar told you or something that you was brought up with. Phone me and tell me that's what it means. It means something made up. Come on, give me a version of what it means. Because it says replenish. That's what it says. So you tell me if I should rub it out or skip that word. You got to remember that there's something bigger going on. The creator of all creator is without imagination. That means you cannot imagine the magnificent, the ultimate creator. It's impossible because you cannot count the stars. Yet you cannot count the moons. You don't know what 5 million light years in space means. The creator is infinity. There is no infinity plus. There's just infinity. That means forever and ever. Amen. How can you imagine in 60 or 70 years something that is forever and ever? Amen. You're trying to make it like you. That's how you create God. Because God was like us. That's the only reason why you can create him. That's the only reason why you can say, well, God meant this. And God was thinking this. Because he's like you. He ain't the ultimate creator. He's a scientist. He's God. He's doing what man's doing right now. Trying to make life. Because he's saying here, replenish the earth. Give it back. Bring back some more. So there's a whole story, because you don't know who made Saturn. People are jumping in on me about some little... Why don't you ask me who made Saturn? Tell me what the beginning of Saturn was. Tell me the beginning story of Mars. Because right now they're going there and they're finding pyramids and valleys and hills and light. There's been civilization there before. You tell me who made that, why it was made, when it was made. Tell me, phone me and tell me. Because you're so full of the earth knowledge. You're so full of the God thing and what God said. Yeah, he said, but it says clearly, but because you think like you're watching a movie, you think things can happen in an instant. How can 3 lines tell you about such intimate detail that is beyond your comprehension and understanding? How can 3 lines do that? It's impossible. Silly. You get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to go in. I'm just trying to make you know. I don't want to get into like no mindset like I'm going off. I just want you to know that it's all a passion that I'm dealing with. You get me? How can 3 lines explain to you 10 million years worth of creation? It cannot be done. So there's some details missing. But where they're messing up is that they're saying things like our, and then they're saying replenish, and after our age, male and female made he them. That's all in chapter 1. Bare things that don't make sense. But you still believe, after I'm done, you're still going to believe in God. Like some lost soldiers, like, you know them kind of soldiers that they keep dying and die. They put you at the front and you just keep charging forward and dropping, because you can't answer me. All you're going to do is tell me what the pastor told you. And he doesn't have no way. Oh, let me find it in the Bible where I got that from. Let me read it for you. Let me go find what? All you're going to do is find another line and give it your own interpretation again. Because all I'm doing is reading what it says. I'm not giving you what I think it says. I'm not trying to encroach upon you what I think it should mean, but what it says. Because the only true representation of something that's past is how truthfully the account of what has passed is been said. Because if it passes, and then it's like Chinese whispers, isn't it? If it's said in the air, and it's not documented, like a court case, then somebody can come along and say, well, you never really said that. But we have proof what Jesus said or God said. It's in the Bible, isn't it? It's in the Quran. The Quran says, and he fashioned black man out of black mud. Well, that's a whole nother story. That means water was involved there again. Because mud is earth and water, isn't it? That's what it says in the Quran. So what? We still have the same thing about water. The earth was bare water first. It says so. It says the face of the deep. God was on the face of the deep. He wasn't in the deep. Where's the face? Come on, get with it. Where's the face, man? And then he made fish after the abundance. What was it? After the abundance of what was already on earth. So there was life on earth. And he used that life to create what? More life. You tell me if what I'm saying, just follow me and tell me that what I'm saying is rubbish. Tell me what I'm not sorry, because you're going to do that anyway. Don't do that. What I'm saying is come and tell me that that's not what it says. You get me? Tell me that that's not what it says. That's what you're to tell me. Pick up your Bible while I'm going into one and look at it and read and tell me that I'm reading not what it says. Then give me your version of what it's supposed to say or what the pastor told you it means. The brainwash that we've been in for the past 1,000 and odd years. Tell me that. Because I'm not worried about, it's all right for the old other races to be under what they are. We've got Buddha, we've got Shiva, we've got Vishnu, we've got all these other religions and all these other ways of life, okay? From Chinese, Japanese, Asian, Hindus. You've got Hindus versus Pakistan. You get what I'm saying? Although they're the same Asian, they hate each other. They have war against each other. Pakistan let off a bomb, India let off a bomb. Nuclear, Because one is Muslim and one is Hindu. And they are Hindus don't believe in what Muslims believe in. So let's fight and let's separate. They killed each other. You understand? Gandhi, what do you think Gandhi was all about? They murdered each other over this. Over this. Who believes what? What do you know? What can you prove? I can tell you one thing they can prove. The Bible don't say nothing about dinosaurs, does it? The Bible don't say a thing about dinosaurs, yet we have all the bones, so we can prove that they were here. That's one thing though, isn't it? You can't lie about dinosaurs because we have the bones to prove it. But you can lie about all the rest of the stuff because it can't be proven. So you can say, you can make it up and say, well, God came from the heavens. Where is the heavens? All we have above us is the sky. Back into 1,000 years ago, we never knew about outer space. That's why we could be tricked like that. Now we know that beyond the sky is outer space. So if God came from the heavens, he came from outer space in any form of imagination. Whether you want to call him a space traveler, whatever you want, that's your business. But to come from heaven where the stars were, it means that it was outer space. Remember, there is no definition or defining between outer space and the sky. And yet we know the sun is in outer space. We know that. So if the birds flew in the skies, they didn't fly out of space. So if he's calling the skies heaven and outer space heaven and God came from heaven, then God came from outer space because he didn't come from the skies. In fact, he did come from the skies because he would have had to penetrate the Earth's atmosphere at a certain speed. You can't break laws that you make. God created Earth, so there are laws on Earth. And you have to enter Earth at approximately, what is it? Oh, shit, it's something like 35 miles or 35 kilometers per second to penetrate this Earth. If you hit the Earth any slower than that, you're going to bounce off. Yeah? So that's the speed at which all these UFOs, God, all of them would have to come from outer space. That's the speed in which Apollo 13, the Sputnik, all of them came. They hit the Earth's atmosphere at a certain speed per second, not per hour, not 35 miles per hour, 100 miles per hour, but per second. Speed which is fast. It's like a blink and it's in. But in that time it burns up. So birds weren't flying because they couldn't penetrate the Earth's atmosphere. Doves couldn't penetrate the Earth's atmosphere. They still can't. Nothing goes that high except, spacecrafts. Not even airplanes go that high. So we know the heavens and the skies are being called the same thing. But God did come from the skies because to come from heaven, you had to pass through the sky, which was also heaven because it's part of the journey to what? Earth, the flat surface. So how are you still believing in that heaven thing? Oh, heaven, music, and in my house, father's house, there are many mansions. Of course, because his house is massive, beyond your comprehension as a human being. Pleiades, Orion. You get what I'm saying? All of these are in the Bible. These places are in the Bible. Pleiades is a star constellation. All the astronomers know about it. Orion is a star constellation. All the astronomers know about it. In the Bible, it's mentioning Orion and Pleiades, which is a star constellation beyond human reach. We can only go as far as Mars now with a satellite. Men can't go there yet. It's just a shuttle or whatever they send, those probes and that. That's all that can go to Mars because man can't go there yet. As far as man can go is the moon. You get what I'm saying? So where's Pleiades? What's there? What is in Pleiades? What is in Orion? What, you still believe with your little egotistical self say, we one? So you tell me how them work out the dinosaur thing and how them work out the UFO thing. You tell me how them work that out, cause you aren't going out, you still want to believe your own ignorant self. You want to still believe in this fake God. You want to go and worship because you're an unfulfilled human being. You haven't learned to master yourself so that you can learn to love other people. You want to learn to love something that does not exist. It exists within a lie, in a state of a lie. You want to learn to love that so that you can keep hating people, so that you keep fighting people. You Hindus versus Muslims, you Muslims versus Christians, you Muslims versus the Sheikh or the Satan or the Nakash or whatever. You Christians versus the devil. You know what I'm saying? You just want to keep hating. That's what your problem is. So you ignore a lot of things to keep your hate up, to keep your little silly beliefs going, worshipping a snake or cow or something. What's that all about? So what are we saying now? Right, so after he done that, I'm still, he said I give them green herb and blah, blah, blah. This is 30, yeah? I'm still trying to work out how you lot still got up to that. Because on the 7th day you rest, right? He had already made man and female before the 7th day, right? So in chapter 2 now, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, right? So remember, the heavens have Mars, Pluto, Saturn, Uranus, Jupiter, and they were finished. Neptune, and they were finished. The heavens, he didn't say an earth was finished, and the sky, because there's nothing in the sky except clouds. It's a part of the atmosphere that protects us on earth. So he couldn't have meant, and the clouds were finished. Well, he could have meant it, but that wouldn't make sense, because I'm a sensible person, and we know that God is more clever than I am. And if God is cleverer than I am, it don't make sense that you make it, or maybe it made sense to God. Maybe in somewhere in your great wisdom out there, you could think that it meant something to God. To make the sky, to call the heavens, the one little sky where we're of. Because that must sound like the plural heavens to me. Because chapter 2, verse 1 says, thus the heavens were made, were finished, and all the host of them. And all the host. What's a host? Something that's a part of. Something that holds up. Yeah? So he made the heavens and what was in it. As well, because he told you what he did with the earth. But he didn't tell you why he made Saturn. He didn't say why he made Jupiter and Mars. What do you think they're there for? Remember, God is a clever man. You heard the word man. He's a clever God then. Which means that he's much more clever than me. And I know I ain't making no heavens for no reason. I know I ain't making no Jupiter for no reason. Because I'm a man. I'm just normal. And we're talking about a supreme being here. We're talking about the master of all masters, according to your Bible, or the Bible, according to the Quran. We're talking about the master of all masters. How can he make something that doesn't have no use whatsoever? You know what I'm saying? You take away your lungs and then you find out that you needed the two of them. You can work with one, but guess what? You need two. You can take away your liver, but guess what? You need two. I don't hear nobody adding to your liver. I don't hear nobody giving you a third or giving you a sixth finger or a seventh finger. So that means that the Creator created those things for a specific reason. And they have their creation story too. But where are they? So you're caught up in your own ego and that you're the first man and all these people are lying to you about the UFOs and they're spending millions and millions and millions and millions and billions of pounds to go into outer space, but nothing exists. Are you crazy? Are you silly? I mean, it's just, come on, you know, it's just simple. It's simple. You know what I'm saying? A man said to me simple things the other day. You wake up, man. It's silly, isn't it? You don't spend billions of pounds in something that doesn't mean nothing. You don't make equipment to send messages out to outer space if nothing is out there. You know what I'm saying? You're dealing with people who run your life. You're dealing with people who make you exist by your daily work, your car, your train, your bus, your television, your radio, your mobile phone. You're dealing with people who are in at all of that. And they're spending billions trying to make messages go into space. People into space, following other planets. Don't you understand what's going on here? Meanwhile, you got us in that silly little, This is where we're at.
Yeah! Woo! Hey, hallelujah! Hey, hallelujah!
you, Jesus.
Thank you, Jesus.
Oh, glory to God. Jesus said, blessed are those that hadn't seen and believed. Hey! 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 Blessed is those that hadn't seen. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. And they still believe it. Hear it all. Woo! Hallelujah. Hey, glory.
Yeah, that's where we're at. Still there. That was from slavery times. Still there. That missionary shit.
But Jesus went to hell. He made a house call on the devil. He took him off of his throne, done a backflip on the devil, and stripped him of all of his power, and come out of hell with the keys to the kingdom. And church, we got the keys to the kingdom. Church, we got the keys to the kingdom.
Yeah. He said, the geezer says, he's got the power, the keys. I've got the keys of Jesus. Hallelujah. Please. You know what I mean? Is that what? They got, it says, I mean, it's called, we've gone past that, man. Go up, shut up. Because that don't work no more. You get me? That might, here's the Lord Jesus. Help me, Jesus. Help me, Lord. That's finished. Forget that, because I'm not convinced anymore. You get what I'm saying? That doesn't affect me no more. Back in the day, I used to think, Jesus Christ, what's going on here? It's like, he must know what's going on. He don't have a clue. You understand what I'm saying? That's a primitive mind state. Remember, I'm always talking about that. Whether it's to do with, you know, going out. We're just dealing with, like, trying to get the people them ready for the 21st century. Because if you're backward, they're going to keep treating you the way they do. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't come to level with what really is going on the planet, you're going to still be a backward people. Thinking, as long as you keep pretending you know that Jesus, as long as you keep, oh, Jesus love you, holy Jesus. Please, I'm not dissing Jesus. What I'm dissing is the mannerisms that surround that whole thing. That Holy Ghost stuff. There is a soul. God breathed the breath of life into you. This is God, right? So there's a soul. But you need to turn it into a joke. Because he says, how are you going to, he said he did a backflip on Jesus and he turned him over. And we got the keys. We got the keys to what? The church. The keys. You got the keys. I got the keys. To what? The church. How many churches more do you lot want? How many more buildings do you lot want to build? How many more tents? How many more minivans do you lot want? It's not helping you. It's not helping us. You get me? It's just some little lay. It's just little hide and go seek. Some little fake thing, because when I read things, it says you can't get with it. It's a money thing. Play my what she said later on.
To the Apostle, glory to God tonight. I just like to give God glory and honor for all he's doing. I just want to thank him for being so real tonight. You know, I've been married twice in my life, but both of my husbands have gone on. They were good Christians. But I dare to let that stop me, you know, because Jesus lives in me. Glory to God. Hallelujah. Oh, thank you, Jesus, for being so good. Hallelujah. I found this beautiful penny, this beautiful black penny on the ground the other day. And I remember the Lord said in his word, you have the power to call the things that are not to become the things that are. And I found that penny and I said, Lord, this penny is the down payment on my house and my car. Glory to God. He's real tonight, isn't he real? He's real, amen. Glory to God.
Yeah, it's real, isn't it? Gee. It's a down payment. I mean, that's what we all want, isn't it? Glory to God for giving me this 1 penny, yeah, for a down payment on my yard, my car. So what? Is that the projection of Jesus? Is that the projection of Lord? Is that the projection of God to be as materialistic and to make earth the place where you keep making stuff out of it and poisoning the earth? Yeah? That's what Jesus wants you to do. That's what God is driving you to do. Why? Because that's what's going on, isn't it? You get what I'm saying? The carbon monoxide poisoning, the ozone layer stuff, all that stuff, the plutonium poisoning, the anthrax that they're putting in the ground and murdering people, and the shell oil that they're burning off in. Jesus, come and help me, because I need some help. You get me? My people need you, man. What's going on? Where you been? Because I don't see you. Because God, Moses saw you. Noah saw you. They sparred with you. You get me? But what? You know, you're just gone. And all we can keep, we got this fight between us and this devil, the Satan, and please, we've got the fight between ourselves, between human beings and their mindsets. That's what the fight is between. There ain't no Satan. Just like there isn't that type of God. There is no devil. There is different types of human beings. There might be a devil that you want to call an enemy, because that's what it means. An accuser or a slanderer. That's what it means. Probably coming from some other deep root of existence that you are not aware of in the Bible. So if you're not aware of that knowledge in the Bible, then your particular name is incorrect, isn't it? Because you're not aware of the understanding of what creates a devil. Because I know that angels and the devil have angels. Because in Revelation 12, it says the dragon and his angels. Help me, Jesus. Help me. Can I get a witness? I'm not taking a piss. I'm just doing what they do. What? What is it? I'm just doing what they do. What? You get what I'm saying? That's not, it can't, if it's solid, then I can't do it, is it? If what they're doing is solid and then you can't hear that tone in my voice, because I can't do it. Because that soul, what do you call it? Spirit tech. You get what I'm saying? It can only take the people who believe. So I wouldn't be able to do this. I wouldn't be able to sound like him if it only took them type of people. Because remember, the devil is an angel of light too. So that means, and he had angels as well. So when these angels came down, which one said, which one? Did they walk around with, I'm a devil's angel and I'm a God's angel? Because Revelation 12 says, Michael and his angels fought with the old devil or whatever his name is, Satan or Dwere, and his angels. So what? That means you aren't able to tell who is who, because they both have angels. And that's deep. You tell me that it doesn't say that. Phone me up, with your clever self, and tell me that it doesn't say that in Revelation 12. That the devil has angels. Angels. He didn't call the devils different from the Michael, who Michael is on the side of God. Don't you understand? These are just two warring people. This ain't no devil, no evil. It's war. That's what it is. War. All out war. That is why humans cannot stop warring. Because in the beginning there was war. And in the end, what do they say if you believe that? And in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. So war all the way through. You don't know that. That's simple thing. That don't take no great brainiac for real at all. You think that in the beginning there was a garden. And that was, but there was, before the beginning there was war. Before the beginning there was water. So in the end there shall be water. Silly. Why are you only picking a certain part of the Bible and going back to there? And we'll all live in the garden and it's all be like really nice and we're going to have flowers and eat lots of fruits and we're going to love and talk to the animals, you fool. What kind of madness is that? That's not reality. That is a state of sickness. It's a fantasy state. And remember, this show, it says at the beginning of the show, it deals with reality. So let me just go down a bit further because I need to show you this in terms of, remember, we're asking who is God. We're asking because you know and I don't. The number is 0795 777 5477. Yeah,
you are now in consultation with Doctah X.
The number is 0795 777 5477. Right? So whatever. Yeah? So what am I saying now? And the seventh day God rested. Right? So this God, this everlasting, great, fantastic, believer of all, has to rest. So if he rests, how does the moon turn? If he rests, how do we keep breathing? If he rests, how does the planet stay balanced? Because remember, he's the ultimate. So if he stops working, everything stops working. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? It makes sense, doesn't it? If he stops working, he's balanced. Oh, okay, I know what you're saying, He put it all into place so he can afford to stop working, yeah? Okay, so therefore that means that he can afford for the devil to come and mess up his plan then, yeah? All right, let's just go with that then. We'll just go with that. We'll move on from there, yeah? Because that's obviously what he's done, yeah? Because he rested. He's God of all gods, master of all master, but he needs rest. Huh? I need rest. My friends need rest. My mother, my father, my children, my girlfriend, they all need rest. My auntie, my uncle, they need rest. But God needs rest too. Jesus. Oh, I just said Jesus. That must have something to do with it. Everybody needs rest. So but they're humans. So why did God need to rest? He's God. He's there. He's out there. Yeah, run everything. But I need to rest. It's a bit tiring, this world thing, this making up the world is a bit tiring. I'm a bit knackered now. Ew, I'm going to rest today because it's a bit knackering. Like us, like man, that's what he is. That's what God is, like man. That's why he has to rest. Simple, isn't it? Doesn't take no great brain beam box. When they say what's the, I mean, remember, it's a brainwash. So therefore, don't be afraid. You remember, like when you're hurt by a girl, when she don't love you no more. She loved this other geezer, and you bought her a car, and and you're hurting. You get what I'm saying? When you love that man and you found out he had an affair and you was in romance land and he's hurt and you're hurting. That's what's going to happen with you deep-rooted people in God. You're going to hurt because it's tearing you away from your loved one. That's what it's doing. If you listen to truth, if you listen to facts, if you listen to what can be proven and what you know, not what you believe, you'll be torn away from your lover. Because that's all God is at the moment. This version. Because we'll need time to get to something more clearer. But we're dealing with this. I can't give you everything in 1 2-hour show. Yeah? But you're being torn away from your lover because he isn't your husband. You're being torn away from your lover because it's a fake wife. You understand? Not because of me. Not because of me. Because I'm not saying it's me doing it. There are people on the planet. This is a planet. It's not Lewisham, it's not Brixton, it's not Catford, it's not Peckham. It's a planet. And there are people on the planet. You get what I'm saying? Doing work. Trying to wake people up out of that slumber, that brainwash, that sickness. You understand? So if you want to wake up, you got to start know what you know, not what you think. Not what you believe. What's belief? Do you believe there were dinosaurs, or do you know there were bones of dinosaurs? If I mention if I say the xenophore slackerfleck existed in the year 7 trillion and 7 grillion, what are you gonna? You say I'm chatting rubbish because there's no proof. You can't prove it. It's rubbish you're talking. Never heard of the name before. So how do they get you to believe in something that you can't prove? Is that your belief state or your Holy Ghost state? Where you just believe with ignorance, with nothing behind it, except for what you read and the pastor told you, because it's not in the Bible. So let's go on a bit. Let's jump the rest of that, because I just keep doing the same thing and I won't even move. Yeah, because every verse I can say that something's not going on right. Right, and the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, yeah? This is verse 8 of chapter 2 of Genesis, yeah? And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put man whom he had formed, yeah? And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that was pleasant to the sight and for good food. And the tree of life was also midst of the garden. And here we come to that one, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That was also there. And you couldn't eat from it because I didn't want you to, because I'm God. And the river went out of Eden, right? So there was a place, yeah, it's called Eden, and he planted it eastward, right? Remember, east, and what else is there? West, and what else is there? North, and what else is there? South. And guess where God went? East. Now, don't ask me where that is, but he went east. That much I do know, because it says so. Why did he go east? Why didn't he go west? Why didn't he go north or south? Because it's all is. Why didn't he just go Eden? You get me, blood? Why didn't he just go Eden? I'm here. I control everything. Eden, that's me. I run it. No, he's gone east. He's got a big old planet that he's just created, and he's just gone east in Eden. I don't, because I know, like, all right, let's look at the Queen, yeah? Let's look at Solomon. Look at all these great kings and queens. Did they just go a little east in the garden? Or a little, take over a little, look at Genghis Khan. Look at Hitler. Look at all these leaders, mad, good, bad, or whatever you want to look at them. They don't just give a little corner in Eden. Eastward, where there's a river running through, it was on earth. So don't make it up like it was some special place. Oh, no. And there's music and there's special fruits. It's on earth. He made it in Eden. Wherever that place is, if it still exists, it was on earth. Okay? So don't kid yourself. It wasn't no special place. It was on earth. It weren't heaven. Eden isn't in heaven. It's on earth, isn't it? It says so. So when they tell you about go to heaven, and then when they show you the pictures of heaven in the Jehovah's Witness watchtower, showing you all these flowers and lions and everybody's living in harmony, where is that? I don't know where that is, because Eden was on earth anyway. And he made a good and evil tree, the tree of good and evil, and you couldn't eat from it because I said so. And the river went out of Eden, and da-da-da-da. And the name of the risen was Pison, and that which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. Oh, there. Oh, you see where he's gone, though? You think God's stupid? God's gone where there's gold, isn't he? He's gone bomb. Look, it gone. And the river went out of Eden and to the water in Eden, and there it parted and became with 4 heads, right? The river went out from Eden, and it sounds like a prospector to me, because you've seen them movies. Prospectors, they always have rivers running through, and they shake their stuff, don't they? And like, bosh, yeah, some gold there, and like shake it through the net, yeah? Where do you think man got his interest in gold from? The gods, not God. But anyway, we'll go there later. Yeah, and so where there is gold, you get me? So what is the idea? God, tell me, why you were sparring around Eden, right in the garden, like, yeah? And there was gold amongst you. So you went to a place where there was things. You didn't. It's like the South Africans in South Africa. You don't go. You don't wanna spar in Cornwall, in Northumberland, or somewhere ever it is, or Devon. You want to be where the gold is. That's a good. I think God, that was a good move. Whoever this God was, that was a good move. Because I'd want to be where there's riches. I ain't gonna want to be where there's just bloody corn walls or bloody white walls, or that. I ain't gonna want to be there. Trust me. Or where it's all barren, am I? I made this bloody thing. I ain't going where that is. But if I wouldn't need to go where the gold is either. But that's a whole nother story. I'm trying to work out like all you are trying to interpret. All I'm doing is all you're doing to me, telling me what he said and what he thought and what he did. Well, I'm not even trying to say that's what I'm just wondering why. Why did he do that? Why was there gold where he was sparring, where he was resting? Why did he go to rest where there's gold? Question. And the gold of the land, chapter 2, verse 12. And the gold of that land is good. Good. And this is a strange word, like bdellium and the onyx stone. All things that we revere in this time and state now. And the name of the second river is Gihon, and the name is that which compasseth the whole land of where? Ethiopia. Bum, 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 bum. So what? They are Africa, mate. You know what I'm saying? For all you little mix-up and blend-up people, the origination doesn't mean we're better or worse. It means that's where it was. Eden had Ethiopia nearby. You get me? So all you little wannabes, yeah? Ethiopia, the Garden of Eden had, tell me what, phone me and tell me that what I'm chatting is rubbish. Because I'm only reading what it says. You can't do it, can you? No, you can't. All you're going to do is make up what you think it meant. Oh, well, he might have meant Ethiopia in the star constellation of Xeron. Yeah. And the name of the second river is Gihon, and the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is which goeth toward the east of Assyria. Okay, so it was on earth. Eden is on earth, or was on earth, or is a part of earth, yeah? It's a place. It's not no special outer state place, it's earth. And Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. Yeah? Now, he put him in the Garden of Eden for, like what? Gardener, you idiot. He was a gardener to dress it and to keep it. What do people that dress and keep gardeners, what do you call them? Gardeners. Am I reading what it says, or am I making up what it's supposed to mean? If somebody tends a garden and dresses it, what do they mean? Or what do they do? They are gardeners, blood. So my boy's first job was what? Gardening.
Dealing with the grass, cutting the bush.
Oh, tell me that I'm mad. Tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about then. Tell me that I'm blaspheming then. Don't say that. Because reality is reality, you know. Because the start of this program, it was told to you that we are trying to eliminate the fantasy principle and encourage the reality principle, because anything on earth has to exist in reality. If Adam was here, he looked like me, talked like me, farted like me, went to toilet like me, because he had all the things I've got. There was no fantasy state. He was a human being, whether he's the first, because remember, he's just been made. Earlier on, he said we made male and female. Read your Bible and read what it says. Right, the Lord God commanded a man, right, saying, what? Where are we now? Remember I jumped some bit, so what? You get what I'm saying? So where are we? But the tree of not blah, blah, blah. We went on in Euphrates, and the Lord God took the man, put him in a garden to dress it and to keep it. That's where we left off. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest eat, freely. Yum anything you want, yum. Anytime you feel hungry, just yum things. Yeah? Go anywhere you want in the garden. You see that? Goddess. Yum that. Yeah, man, that food, eat that, man. That's safe, man. Yum that. Oh, that's safe, guys. You see all them mango, that lick off that. You see all them fruit, that lick off that. Yeah, go anywhere you want, go. But here, don't go near that tree. Don't go near that tree. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, switching on the brother. Thou mayest not eat unless thou shalt die. You get me? So, all right then. The interpretation, let me tell you what the interpretation is. The interpretation is that up until the time they ate that tree, they was going to live forever. It doesn't say that. Tell me where it says that. Because we've just read 2 chapters and we haven't come across a bit where it says Adam was meant to live forever. It does not say that. There is no part in the Bible, the first 2 chapters, that says Adam was meant to live forever. So at this point, why are the preachers telling you that if he didn't eat the apple or whatever, he would have lived forever? Where did they get that from? That's them guessing again. That's them hoping and wishing again. That's them fantasizing again. Don't let nobody keep giving you that fantasy principle. Beat that down. It's time now. Where are we? And she even good thy son eateth thereof. And the Lord God said it was not good that man should be alone. Yeah? Remember, he's already told him that if he eats of that fruit, he's going to dead. So that's that. Boom. Then he said that it's not good that man should be alone. So it's not good.
This is the Raggo Chat Show.
But I'm not particularly concerned with how bad it makes me look. My prime concern is Ghetto-ology. My prime concern is Ghetto-ology.
This is the Raggo Chat Show. This is the Raggo Chat Show.
Doctah
X.
Set the setup.
Raggo.
We're ready for war.
Doctah
X. This is the Raggo Chat Show. This is the Raggo Chat Show.
Doctah
X.
Doctah
X. Raggo Chat Show.
You done know. Yes, London town. They want know why swearing at their mind say we have it. Yeah, we got it, star. You don't know we're not leaving it. Seen Raggo Chat Show. Last week we started up Who is God? That was part 1. This week is the sequel, part 2. We had some questions off the air last week, and in the show we're going to be running through them. Doctah X, the Ghetto-ologist, is going to break it down as usual. Seeing so London town, just go and listen to the big G 91.6. Big up Metro Love, Scene, and all of the crew. You don't know it's all good. Nanny B, Senator B, Mystery, all the crew, Genesis family. All right. So Doctah X, come in and say your piece. The Ghetto-ologist. You don't know.
Yeah, welcome back to the show. Well, welcome back to the surgery, should I say. It's a show and it's a surgery, man. Yeah. So we're gonna go back. You know, it's part 2 this week, so we ain't gonna be on no long or no lele, yeah? We're gonna go back into Who is God part 2. We've got some questions that was asked off the air, and we're gonna go back over some of them and just reiterate that re-explain or explain again some of the parts that we went over, yeah? So, for now, I'll see you in a minute.
This is an adult certified program. It is designed with a mentally mature audience in mind. Profane language will be used in this program, and the presentation will be unorthodox. The aim of this program is to discourage the fantasy principle and to encourage the reality principle. Please do not continue listening if you are disturbed or offended by any of these factors. The bottom line is, it's all about blatant, upfront, Doctah X, Raggo. So if you don't want to listen, turn your radio off.
If you can see, if you can solve the mystery, the answer revolves around your history. So
see if you can solve the mystery.
Degree, scientifically,
it revolves around your history.
If you can solve the mystery,
who is God?
So revolves around your history. So carefully, I drop this degree.
Scientific Doctah X surgery. Now, who is God? So I run it to know. Raggo.
In eternal blackness, in the midst of the darkest night, proteins and minerals exist within specks of light. Solids, liquids, and gases, and sparks of light within infinite lengths and widths and depths and heights, no beginning or ending. With 7 dimensions.
It's science, blood.
For more than 1 million worlds and inventions to travel through time, with enough room to be the wound of the Most High's great mind, which He will soon make shine. With intelligent elements, insight that He will gather in the realms of relativity. Electricity struck matter, energies explode. He will load and keep releasing atoms by the millions to the numbers increasing.
No fallacy.
He kept returning himself to the source. The hotter his thought.
Facts.
Sent him more force. He gave birth to the sun, which would follow his laws, all caused by his mental intercourse.
Now who is God?
You can see if you can solve the mystery.
You solve the mystery then.
So carefully, I drop this degree.
Scientifically, Doctah X surgery. Now who is God? Raggo star.
He began to explain his craft, the master in the attic. He dealt with measurements, his language was mathematics.
It's the truth.
Wisdom of the numerical system, the complete number 9, which means born or existing. He gave birth to all planets, inorganic and organic.
Inorganic and organic.
Rotated they own
all planets
around the sun and fully submit to the existence of one.
If they don't give you the beginning of the other planet,
perfection. If each one keeps spinning in the same.
Who is God?
To the east, and he speak the motion of peace and harmony. And they show devotion to teach the universes to come. The whole world must go reporting.
Ray down at the control. Also the KB.
Maintain safe.
Mixing and blending.
The cycle remains perfectly.
Musical maestro. You done now. Raggo.
Revolves around your history. So carefully, I drop this degree.
Hear what?
Typically, a realist.
Who is God? Can you tell me? Do you know? Listen and learn.
You are now in consultation with Doctah X.
Yeah, so we're back here now, yeah? First of all, before we start, we're gonna give you a little rundown of this book here, yeah? It's called the Bible, yeah? And I got something on the internet. I think it was on the internet. Yeah, no, was it? Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna show you that, right? The people who control you are not watching it. As far as they're concerned, yeah, they're just dealing with it as fact, history, poetry, and all that. That's what they see the Bible as, yeah. And they're not really watching nothing. They're not a part of that whole, you know, la-di-da-di, who holier than thou, thingy me bob. It's a pity that we ain't got the live link again, you know, because obviously this is a station that's running, a pirate station that's running, and you know we get the trouble from the DTI and blah blah blah. So again, we don't have the live link, which is a pity, you know what I mean? It would have been nice to just hear what some of you got to say on air so that other people can hear. You know what I'm saying? But it just happens to be the way. So maybe next week we might have it. Who knows? But anyway, the Bible, yeah? Many religions have a literature that serves as a foundation for belief and practice among their followers. Yes, simple. Many religions, yeah? Not one, not Bible alone, lots, right? For Judaism and Christianity, such a literature is found in the Bible. A term derived from the Greek meaning book, right? So Bible means book. The Bible is a collection of many books by an unknown number of authors. In Judaism and Christianity, the makeup of the Bible is not the same. The Christian Bible is divided into two major sections, the Old Testament and the New Testament. For Judaism, the Bible consists of the law, the prophets and the writings, what Christians call the Old Testament. Some Christians, notably the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches, include certain books that are not accepted as authoritative by Judaism or Protestant Christianity. These books, called by the Jews and Protestants the Apocrypha, are commonly included in Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox versions of the Bible, but omitted, that means taken out or segregated from the Protestant Bibles, right? So straight away in this holy Bible, we got people taking stuff out, ain't we? I mean, it's holy and it's all la-di-da, you can't touch it, don't, you know what I mean, put your hand on it and swear and all that. But we've got people taking books out, and there's this book called Apocrypha, yeah? They've taken books out of it. You know what I'm saying? They've just said, oh, here's a Bible, we don't want this bit. Now, how can something be a whole or holy, which means whole, like as in holistic, meaning whole, yeah? And you've taken bits out of it. That don't make sense. It's holy, but they can take what they want out of it when they want. They didn't ask me. They didn't ask my parents, or they didn't ask no one. They just said, we want this, and this is what we're going to do, yeah? So this whole cool Bible is fraudulent, and it's already weak before it's even put out. It's already like got flaws. You know what I'm saying? That's even before we open the front page, yeah? Now that's why so many people lie on it when they go to court, and nothing will happen to them. All this God coming tumbling down and all the resurrection and all that, like fire and brimstone flecks, don't happen, does it? And they don't know they're lying under oath. But oath to who? Some Freemasons and that. Anyway, where was I? I'll skip a bit and it goes, the term prophet is derived from the Greek word meaning to speak on behalf of. The prophets were ancient Israelites who spoke to the nation on behalf of God. In other words, they were preachers. Their purpose was not, as is often mistakenly assumed, to foretell the future. The prophets were men who interpreted Israel's behavior in the light of God's law and frequently found reasons to condemn that behavior. The prophets also declared that Israel would be punished for breaking the laws. A series of national disasters that befell Israel seemed to prove the merit of the prophetic warnings. Israel was conquered or subjugated in turn by Assyria, Babylon, Persia, Greece, and Rome. I think we're still in that Rome flex, aren't we? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, we're in the romantic stage still, because they're saying all that. Because people, the Rastas say Babylon, but I mean, since Babylon, it's been Persia, Greece, and Rome. So I don't think it's Babylon anymore, do you? I think it's more Rome and the Pope Paul flex. You know what I mean? So, Bonnet, yeah? So the prophetic books are divided into two groups, the former prophets and the latter prophets. The former prophets include the books Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings. In the Christian Old Testament, these are considered historical narratives rather than prophetic works. The latter prophets are Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, plus a group of shorter books called the 12. In the Christian Old Testament, the 12 are called the minor prophets, specifically Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. Right, so bloody hell. Prophets, former prophets, half prophets, minor prophets, any prophet, money prophet. You get me? You're making money up you lot. You get what I'm saying? Or us lot. Because, tell you the truth, yeah, when I was young, I went to Sunday school. I did the old, like, recitation bit and the old, like, choir bit and all that. Yeah, I was all up in there, like, in my Sunday best. Yeah, pretty shoes. Because you don't know, like, you know, like, when you come from Jamaica and all that. When you go church, you have to Chris. You can't be in no shabby clothes. You get me? Bruce has to Chris. Shirt has to Chris. Your little tie and that. You know what I'm saying? So I was all up in that. So I know that, I don't know, but I was in part of that whole, you know, Jesus loves me, this I know flex and the tambourine flex. That's where I, you know what I mean? That's where I grew up in. See what I'm saying? So I know, or I do that. So this ain't lived through that. So this ain't somebody who's just come and is full of, you know, contradiction about it. I've lived through it and seen the fallacy within it, meaning I've seen the weakness in it. You know what I'm saying? The lies that I've been told. Right. What was I going to go on to read? I'm going to read some more. Right, so we're going to go back into the writings, yeah? The third section of the Bible of Judaism. Right, remember, this is the same Bible, you know, they're calling it Judaism, but what they've done is, what they're showing you is that there is Judaism and there's Christianity. So you have the Christians and then you have the Judaism, right? Now, the Judaism is a sole, what do you call it? Representation of the Jewish community, the so-called Jewish community, you know, with the ones with the, like, the hat and the long beard and the curly lock coming down their thing. You know what I'm saying? Now, some of them, not all of them look like that. A lot of Jews are not like that. And the ones who got, like, caught up in the Hitler flex and all that, yeah. Them people there, yeah. So that's Judaism. So that religion there belongs to them. Now, Christianity belongs to us, the slaves. Yeah, we have that. And all the little working massive, they're into all that. All the little working class people. But we're going to go into the Bible later. I'm going to show you why we are the slaves of this Bible. But for now, I'm just going to give you some, just, you know, facts, how people, you know, people who are more realistic about the vision of the Bible see it. The first section of the Bible of Judaism consists of a miscellaneous assortment of books that includes history, songs and hymns, poetry, stories, and wisdom literature. Unlike the books in the law and the prophet sections, the writings do not constitute a unity, but their very variety has made them useful in both Judaism and Christianity as aids in worship and for teaching purposes. Oh. No, do you get that? It's just all mad up, isn't it? The books includes history, yeah? So, all, you know what I mean? Songs, you know what I'm saying? Hymns, poetry, and stories, and wisdom literature, okay? So there's a bit of wisdom in there, a bit of singing in there, a bit of stories, a bit of history, and all that. You get what I'm saying? Like, well, you know, what happened then? Yeah, that happened. You get what I'm saying? That's in there. You get what I'm saying? So, don't get caught up in that. It's meant to be every word you read, and God said, and you go, oh, you know what I'm saying? Stuff is just in there, like how you'd write a book with hymns and poems and stuff like that. That's what it says. That's how people with rational thought and logical thought think about this book. Don't think of everything that you say out of it. You know, don't say this and don't say that, or don't touch this and don't that. That's for the more slave-like, the more primitive minds think in that manner as far as I'm concerned. Remember, this is the Doctah X and this is the surgery. So I'm doing it from my point of view, the Ghetto-ology point of view. Yeah? So don't come with me like and say, well, rare, this, that, and the other. I'm just doing it from the point of view where the Doctah X sees it, yeah? The best known and probably the most often used book among the writings is Psalms, from the Greek word for songs, yeah, or song. It is a collection of hymns and songs dating from various periods in the history of Israel. The collection was assembled so that it could be conveniently used at worship services. Right, so the Psalms is all about like, it's like a hymn book, isn't it? You go there and you could use it. It was put together for that. So don't be going there and saying that it's all like, you know what I mean? Well, they say it's all praise to God and rare. But it's put together by certain people, which we'll uncover later down. Right. It's a collection of hymns and songs dating from various periods in the history of Israel. So it's not all from Jesus' period, it's not all from Moses, it's various periods, yeah? These are facts we're talking about. We're not talking about what you believe, what you make yourself believe. We're talking about how it actually is. Our people who have the knowledge of the book, who have the knowledge of the time frame, know what it is, yeah? Various times in history of Israel. The collection was assembled so that it could be conveniently used at worship services. The book is often called Psalms of David, referring to the king of Israel in about 1000 BC. It is now generally accepted by biblical scholars that while David may have written some of them, the authorship of most of them is unknown. Right, so it's generally accepted. Now, I know some of you ain't even scholars, yeah? You're out there reading and going to church every week. You ain't scholar to nothing. You get what I'm saying? And some pastors telling you something else. But general people who study, general people who are inner, they saying, well, they generally know no one knows who wrote it. While David may the other books include in the writings are Proverbs, Job, Songs of Songs, Ruth, Lamentations, Ecclesiastes, Esther, Daniel, Ezra, Nehemiah, considered as 2 books in the Old Christian Testament, and Chronicles also considered as 2 books. So Ezra and Nehemiah is considered as 2 books, and Chronicles is considered as 2 books. The books of Job, Proverbs, and Ecclesiastics are books of wisdom. A literary form that flourished throughout the Near East. Right, so it's over that side. They were 2 main types of wisdom literature, practical and speculative. Practical wisdom, of which Proverbs is an example, consisted of wise sayings, maxims, parables, and aphorisms. Meaning that, like, you know, like, well, I don't know. They don't say this, but like, what goes up, what comes down. You know what I mean? Don't drink too much wine and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, how one should live and and stuff like that. Parables, you know, stories that, it's like, what do you call it? Yeah, that have a meaning, but we would call it more like an analogy. You know what I'm saying? But they call them parables because obviously it's from a Bible or a religious perspective. The kind of wisdom was used as a teaching device to instill in young students sensible attitudes for the conduct of life. Yeah, so you know it hasn't done that very well, has it? Because the world is more effed up now than I don't know since when. As much, you know, we've got peacetime, but the world of messed up stuff is going on, so that ain't worked. Speculative wisdom is found in Job and Ecclesiastes. Explored issues such as the problem of good and evil, justice versus injustice, the sufferings of innocent people, and why the wicked are so often successful and prosperous. Even in them times, the wicked were successful and prosperous. So you keep praying, yeah? You keep praying. The song, because they've been prosperous for long. The Song of Song, and also the song is, also called the Song of Solomon and Lamentation, are a collection of poems. The Song of Songs is a collection of love poems, often ascribed to Solomon, king of Israel after his father David. Lamentations is a collection of 5 poems mourning the fall of Jerusalem in 587 BC, the Babylonian Empire. Yeah. Ezra and Nehemiah Chronicles are historical books. Both books are interpretations of the history of Israel. Chronologically, the book, that means like, you know, period by period, the book of Chronicles precedes the material in Ezra and Nehemiah. But in the Hebrew Bible, their order is reversed. Oh, excuse me. Are you saying that it says chronologically means in time, you know, in its order in time, yeah? That's what chronologically means, right? But in one book, Chronicles is before Ezra and Nehemiah, but in the original book, which is Hebrew, it's the other way around. So you know, it doesn't even make sense then, does it? You got a Bible that is giving you books that historically ain't even the right way around. So you're reading, it's like you know, you got a book here, chapter 1 to 10, and you read chapter 7 before you read chapter 6. You get what I'm saying? That don't make sense. If a sensible person wouldn't be doing that. But that's how it's in the book. So, you know, your Bible is flawed. The Bible is flawed. From the onset, it's flawed. So people who believe in the Bible and have that as the only book that they read, obviously a bit silly, aren't they? It makes them a bit silly because it's silly to do something like that. unless you're gonna research further, because there are people who out there who are properly researching. There are people who wonder about people being told lies. There are people who love people enough, to want to know if this truth is really true. Not just so that some of you people out there, you Christian types or you God-loving types, you hate a lot of people. Your arms out, all these guys that talk about, I love God and I love God. Half of them are some wicked people, man. And some off-key people do some off-key things. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about you love God and they don't even love their picnic. You get what I'm saying? But it's good to say, but all up and if you love God and God are this and God are that and God bless and love God and God bless you and all. These are people who live, none at a time they live time. Bible is a poor people religion, man. It's for poor people. You get what I'm saying? Let the rich them live fat and on the hill while you live forgiving your enemy, loving your enemy. You know what I'm saying? Waiting for yours when you go to heaven. Turn the other cheek. That's what they want you to do, because they always need a slave population to do the hard work. You know what I'm saying? As I'll go on later in the Bible. This is madness. How can you be reading things that... Anyway, I'll carry on. Chronicles, on the other hand, basically reiterates the material already told in other books. In the Christian Old Testament, the 2 books are divided into 1st and 2nd Chronicles, Ezra and Nehemiah, and the 4 books are printed in that order. In modern Hebrew Bibles, the 5 songs of songs, which is the Songs of Solomon, Ruth, Lamentations, Ecclesiastes, and Esther are grouped together in that order for the use on an annual sequence of festivals. Originally called the festival scrolls, they have little in common except for their roles in worship services. I'm going to skip some of this because I'm not really too into the long reading thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go a bit because it's just like... Okay, let's go here. Right, other books, right? The Old Testament is not the whole literature of Israel, nor is the New Testament the whole literature of early Christianity. Right, straight away, anybody with sense knows, that the Old Testament is not the whole literature of Israel. So you got Israel, you got their journey through Israel, you got people who believe in the children of Israel and all that stuff, and straight away, the Bible is not a good representation of that. That's fact. It's not what I'm saying, it's what is fact. It's what researchers have found out, the same people who printed the Bible have found out, it's a fact. So, nor is the New Testament the whole literature of early Christianity. So the New Testament on top of that is not. So why people are talking about just read this book, read the holy book, read and it's not even. And it's remember I said last week that it's lacking detail. How can you have something it's like having an instruction book, with half the pages missing, and then saying to somebody, read that. But you're saying, hold up a minute, half the pages are missing. You've taken out some of the instructions. Well, no, but the churches have said, well, you don't need that. But I mean, why didn't you let me judge if I need it or not? Why have you taken out certain books like the Apocrypha and, only have it in the Roman Catholic Bible and it's not in the Christian? Oh, it's madness. Why can't I make my decision? Or is there somebody trying to run something? All that's in the Apocrypha. But that's 1 to 3. Then you have 4, which is another one. He was asking me if the Maccabees was in the Apocrypha, and I said, 1 to 3. 1 to 3 of the Maccabees is in the Apocrypha. So you'll find that in the Roman Catholic Bible, but you won't find it in the King James Version or the New Revised Edition version. You won't find it there. It has to be a Roman Catholic version for you to find these other books. Many other books, we'll read on as it goes. Many other books with religious themes circulated among those of ancient Judaism and in the early church. Many other books with religious themes circulated among those of ancient Judaism and in the early church. Some of these books are called pseudographia. Pseudopigraphia. Excuse my thingy book, my pronunciation. Pseudopigrapha. It's not like Apocrypha. It's a whole nother set of books. It means spurious writings. It means just writings from all over the place. Among Judaism's pseudopigrapha are the letters of Aristeas, 3 and 4 Maccabees, the Ascension of Isaiah, the Testament of Job, the life of Adam and Eve, the Songs of Solomon, and the Assumption. I bet you lot ain't even heard of some of these books, have you? They just see, you know what I'm saying? It's no point you believe in, there's a book. there's a book, right? Or there's some writing, should we say, yeah, called The Life of Adam and Eve. Nobody, and I bet half of you, if not a good 90% of you, don't even know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? The Assumption of Moses. Do you know about that? Do you know about the Assumption of Moses? You know what I'm saying? So this is a whole set of writings that nobody doesn't even bother to read. They don't even have them available for us to read. It's just scholars that know about these books, which are meant to be a part of Israel and Israel's, life. Because that's what the Old Testament is mostly about, Israel and the laws of. And that's what we all say we follow. We are children of Israel or whatever. And later on he came to Rome, didn't he? Because I can remember the Roman burning Christians. But that's another story. There is another group of books not included in the Hebrew Bible that have been accepted into the Old Testaments of the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches. So we've got some more mix up. These books circulated in ancient Judaism, and many of them were very popular and widely read. For some reason, they were never accepted by Judaism as authoritative, probably because they were not included in the Hebrew versions of the text. This collection came to be called by the Jews Apocrypha. That's the one I was telling you about earlier. A Greek term meaning hidden things. They got a book which is called Hidden Things, things that they're hiding from you. In reference to the writing, it has the connotation of books not meant for common use. Okay, so whose use is it for then? Is it only meant for special people? Special brains? Special what? Or some of you, or maybe some of us poorer classes, or some of us, brain dead people wouldn't understand the level of, because it's hidden. Is that it? And I suppose everybody's happy with that, yeah? Just don't worry about that. Just praise God, and it's all good, yeah? Don't worry about no knowledge. Don't worry about facts. Just make stuffing up in your head. Oh, God is great, and he loves everyone, and it's great, yeah. Stay there. Although it's not included in the Hebrew version of the Bible, the Apocrypha was included in a translation of the Hebrew text into Greek made at Alexandria. So that for the earliest translation, not the Revised Standard Edition or the King James Edition, the earliest, in the time when, ran way back in time, yeah, BCR, way back, so, yeah, 3rd century BC or whatever, yeah. The Apocrypha was a part of the Hebrew text, because we know that the Bible was originally written in Hebrew. You get what I'm saying? On something else, another one. I can't remember the other one is. Right? So, why have they taken it out? Because somebody decided you didn't need to read that for some strange reason. You need to find out why. Yeah, into Greek made at Alexandria. Egypt, beginning the 3rd century BC, right? So that's when they did it, right? This translation, popularly called a Septuagint, because of the legend that it had been made by 70 scholars, became the Bible of the early Christians before there were any New Testament writings. So before there was any New Testament writings, the Apocrypha was included in early Christians. So now we don't need it, yeah? The early Christians, is all it was. So it's updated then, yeah? Because it's like a car. You need to update, yeah? Because I thought it was God's work, but it seems that some power somewhere tells you that they need to update it all the time, yeah? Yeah, well, if you believe that. Christians before, where was I? Because I'm stopping, I keep missing my place. Right. Because the legend that had been written by 70 scholars, it became the Bible of the early Christians before there were any New Testament writings, right? In about AD 400, that is 400 years after Jesus had died, when St. Jerome made a Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible, he included the apocryphal books. So even after that then, 400 years BC, that's what, about how many years ago is that? 1800 years ago, the first translation from Latin included the Apocrypha, which you don't have in your King James Bible, which you don't have in your Revised Standard Edition, and you don't know why, you just don't have it. Latin translation of the Hebrew. He included the apocryphal books, somewhat against his better judgment, it says here, because they had been in the Septuagint used by earlier Christians. These books thus found acceptance in both the Latin, Roman, and Greek churches at first. In the Bibles used in these churches, these books are found distributed through the Old Testament and are not considered apocryphal as they are in Judaism, Jesus, but as authoritative. Some modern editions of the Bible include these books as a separate section. So, you know what I mean? It's just bare mix-up in that Bible, man. It's bare mix-up. You get what I'm saying? The books in this collection are 1 and 2 Esdras, Tobit, Judith. You haven't even heard of this unless you've got a Roman Catholic Bible, right? Editions of the book of Esther, Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiasticus, not Ecclesiastes, or Wisdom of Jesus, son of Sirach, and Barak, Letter of Jeremiah, Song of the Free, or the Prayer of Azariah, and the Song of the Three Young Men, Daniel and Susanna, Bel and the Dragon in one of them books. Prayer of Manasseh, and 1 and 2 Maccabees. Of these 15 books, 3 are not recognized as authoritative by a Roman Catholic Church. I mean, when I was young, you know, the Rastas, the Muses, they just talk about this book, the Maccabees, how deadly it was, and if you read it, this and that happened to you and all that. But I don't know what happened there. But there's another, that's only 1 and 2 Maccabees. I understand there's more. You get what I'm saying? The listing is based on compilation of the books of the title Apocrypha. So these books are separate, yeah? The book's chief value was to aid understanding Judaism in the 2 or 3 centuries before Christianity. The books contain wisdom, literature, poetry, history, stories, and revelations. Seen? So there you have it. It just goes on. I can go on reading, but, you know, the reading thing, you know, it gets kind of boring. I'd rather just talk. You get what I'm saying? All right, let me just read this last paragraph for you then, yeah? And that's it in terms of the reading tip, yeah? None of the original Bible manuscripts exist. That's a fact. Yeah? Unless it's in some make-believe place somewhere. They were lost centuries ago, and the texts that are now in the Bible represent copies of copies that were handed down in a variety of translation over many generations. Remember, the Bible represents copy. None of the original Bible manuscripts exist. Right? The Bible today. None of the original Bible manuscripts exist. They were lost centuries ago. And the texts that are now in the Bible represent copies of copies that were handed down in a variety of translations over many generations. The most famous version of the Old Testament is a Greek translation, the Septuagint, made in Alexandria by about 70 Jewish scholars beginning in the 3rd century BC. That's 300 years after Jesus. Yeah? So that's long. Another famous ancient translation including both testaments is the Latin Vulgate, common or vernacular, made by St. Jerome. That's the one we just talked about earlier, AD 400. That's 100 years later. Throughout the Middle Ages, the Bible was translated and copied by hand. A process, listen to this, a process prone to error. Hear that? A process throughout the Middle Ages, the Bible was translated and copied by hand, a process prone to error. That means that while they were doing that, that particular process, because it was by hand, is prone to enough errors. Enough. You know what I'm saying? It was only with the intervention of printing in the 15th century, yeah, that fixed, invariable text of the Bible could be published. So we've got some whole heap of copies of copies. And you know what happens when you get a video, yeah? And you get a copy of the video, and then somebody gets a copy of the copy of the video, and then off of that copy, somebody tries to run another copy. You know what happens, don't you? You just get blur. It's a shitty picture you get. It's just off-key, mud-up picture. And that's what, if what they're saying is factual, which it is, then we have got a mud-up picture of who God is. We've got a copy. It says so. And if you don't believe me, you go and do some research. Because I know half of you don't. You just want to still believe because it makes you continue to hate. It allows that hatefulness in you to stay up rather than learn to love. Because love means truth. And truth means you can't tell lie on. You can't say, oh, you have a nice dress on when the dress is off key. That's what truth means. You get what I'm saying? And there's too many Christians living that kind of life. There's too many Christians allowing, and too many godly people allowing them to poison the planet. There's too many godly people driving cars without catalytic converters and they're helping to destroy the ozone layer. Too many Christians. So they love God so much that if I say anything, they're calling me over the phone blasphemous and all that. If I say anything, everybody will up in arms, but they're driving their car with the whole heap of gas, the whole heap of carbon monoxide, poisoning little children. You know what I'm saying? They're not watching that. You know what I'm saying? Like Beanie Man said, not everything out there for your burn. But what I'm saying, well, that means you have to start to get with what you're dealing with, isn't it? The hypocrisy of this kind of love for God is hypocrisy. Because one minute you love God, would God want to destroy the earth? Would God want the earth to be mashed down? Why aren't these churches going out and being a part of what the scientists are trying to do in terms of genetic engineering, mixing fish genes with a tomato? Why aren't the Christians out? I don't hear no Christians doing nothing. All the churches, what are they doing? They're not doing nothing. They're a part of the plan. Because this thing is rubbish. This thing is all messed up. They should be out there. They should be out there lobbying. How can you mix fish genes with vegetables? You get what I'm saying? How can you do that? And you claim that you love God. But you worry about me because all I'm saying that, well, boy, God, this God thing is a mix-up thing. This Bible thing is not the right flex. But then you're on me, well, you can't say that. And I know God. Where you know him from? Where you know God from? Tell me when last you see God. Oh, something little happened to you in your life and you think, oh, God, it's true, God. And what's this girl say the other day, Ray? Yeah, she was driving and, you know what I mean, God helped her to steer. Listen, may I tell you this? If you never grabbed that wheel, which is what you did, and turned that car, which is what you did, now we'd be reading about you. You know what I'm saying? So don't be telling about no God. Because of the weakness of mind, of character, of sense of self, you then decide you're going to blame somebody else for your weakness of character. But in the moments of strength, you give away your power to something that you don't know of. You're not aware of. How do you see God? What is God? Because all the time, Moses sees him. All these kind of people see him. And then somebody else reads, oh, well, you're not supposed to see the face of God. But somebody saw him in the Bible. He walked with Adam and Eve. They never said they never saw him. But yet still you're gonna deal with this fake, unreal. And the Bible is rubbish. It's full of rubbish. It's full of mix-up. Somebody's controlling something somewhere and running something by us. Worst of all, the most poorest people are the most believingest people. What, do you think you're going to get yours when you go to heaven? Is that where you think you're going to get yours? As far as I remember, I'm going to read back the Bible. As far as I remember, birds fly in heaven. So, you know what I'm saying? Unless you're going to be there and the sun is in heaven. So unless you're going to leave out of space and go into some other planet, to get yours, you're doing yourself an injustice by waiting for yours on heaven. You know what I'm saying? You love God. You stand up and fight for this organism called the planet Earth. Don't be there going and sitting on your laying and running it like, as soon as a man says, well, God thing that's on writing on, because you want to have your christenings, just so you can have a party, some enough curry go and ray and run through and man drink and kick out of a man and the christening same way. What christening? What's that about? It's just an excuse to have a dance. It's just an excuse to have a knees up. You get what I'm saying? It's an excuse. What's that all about? You get what I'm saying? What are you believing in? What has Jesus done for you? Because Jesus hasn't been about for the longest of time. You know what I mean? Approximately 1999 years, was it? He ain't been about. So what's he done for you lately? I heard Janet Jackson said that about a geezer. Huh? What has he done for you lately? So what has he done for you lately? Because we're still, all over the world, everywhere you turn and see black people, they're living in poverty. Everywhere you turn and see black people, you see some missionary with his God bringing him to him and saying, yes, we loved him and we're. Why are they in that position in the first place? Why is it that England has got a butter mountain, a food mountain, and a this mountain, and an excess amount of food mountain, and still trying to make more food? And them can't eat the food that them already have. What are the Christians doing about that? I thought they loved God. Didn't you see that Michael fought the devil because of God or whatever, according to this religion? So how come nobody ain't fighting these people who are destroying the earth? And there's millions of them, isn't there? Millions of them. And none of them ain't doing nothing. They're all busily going about having their daily roast and their chicken on the rice and peas on the weekend or whatever, and loving God. Buying their big church hat and their vet and banging their tambourine and loving God. Meanwhile, they're still killing people. Racism is still high. They're still killing people. You get what I'm saying? Meanwhile, you love God. Well, you don't really want to look after your others or your so-called, your black people is this and black people is that. You don't want to look after them, do you? What you want to do is mind your own business, innit? So as long as you keep your nose to the, what they call your head in the sand syndrome and keep going to church, let them look after themselves because God love you. You will pray for them. And all that prayer ain't helped the world, ain't in a better place. You know what I saw in a Jehovah's Witness? I remember Jehovah's Witness used to knock at my door, bam, bam, bam. You know what I'm saying? Tell me about the word of the God and rare. And I said to them one time, how can you present in Jesus as a white man and he lived in a Mediterranean country, which even if he was white people, if they live in a Mediterranean country, turn color. You get what I'm saying? So why is he still so white and he never lived in England? And in the world, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, they said. 6 or 7 of them came to my door, and they always said it didn't matter. You know what they're doing today? They've got him in their Awake magazine as a Mediterranean. But I thought it didn't matter. So why have they now decided to change him and say, this? They have it, it's a fact, it's there. It cannot be erased, and it can be found, because it's a part of what they put out on the street. Yeah? They've got him, they're saying on one of their front page of one of their Awakes, this is the better representation of what Jesus would have looked like in a Mediterranean color. I thought it didn't matter. You see them people, they just turn and twist. They go, their businesses, they just turn with the wind. Anything that they see, any tide that they see is turning, they turn to follow it and give you enough so that you can match it. If people don't care, they want to go to church and want to wear more lipstick and rave, they start to allow more lipstick and they start to allow more music in the church. You get what I'm saying? Anything to keep your money coming in, because they're not about love of God. They're about love of themselves. They're about business and commerce. You get me? They ain't about you. And for all your love, God, we're so in depth from slavery, we're so inner, yeah, that we don't even know how to get out of. So even when you tell people that this don't seem right, and even when they recognize it not to be right, they still can't get out of it. It's ridiculous. That went quick, like. You get what I'm saying? So let me just finish off this bit before I'm done. Yeah, it was prone to error, yeah, that hand process. The present versification of the Old Testament is based upon the work of a 15th century rabbi. It was edited by Jacob ben Hayim ibn Adonijah. That sounds like Adonai and Jah in one. Adonijah. Yeah? Jacob ben Hayim ibn Adonijah. Yeah? And published in Venice in 1524. The New Testament division into verses was done by a Paris printer, Stephanus, in 1551. This printed version of the Latin Bible in 1555 was the first edition to contain both testaments in the present chapter and verse forms. See? So it isn't until about 1,500 years later before they decided to switch it up a bit. In the 20th century, the Bible has often been updated. See? So, that's like I'm saying, business, you update it. Because I thought it was God's word. Like the sky never changes, does it? The earth is always the earth, isn't it? Oxygen is always oxygen, isn't it? But the Bible, who's the word of God, just keeps changing. Marketing strategy, business strategy. Bring in the punters, mate. Got a new roof to build. Got a new tent. You remember that jingle we played yesterday about, like, yeah, I got the keys to the church. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're on. They want your money for the keys so that they can live big life. Meanwhile, you feed them every week with your hard-earned slave money. You get me? That's what they want you to do, because there ain't no God coming for you to save you to do nothing. But, you know what I mean? I'm just telling you from my point of view, the ghetto-ologist point of view, you get me? In the 20th century, the Bible has often been updated, I've read that already, mainly to eliminate archaic translations and reflect contemporary usage. Sounds like some archaic means old and like, archive, like old back there. So they don't want to use them translation anymore because God's word is out of date. You know what I'm saying? The archaic means old. God's word now is old. We need to update God's word. Yeah, blood. Yeah, the ruler of all. The conquering lion of the tribe of the world. You get what I'm saying? Forget Judah, because that's just minor. Yeah? The master builder, the planet designer, the beer, everything, the 900 name, the creator, needs his word to be updated. Can you imagine that? Yeah, they praise this so-called God. It's just masterful. Like, yeah, I'll touch him. But let's update his word. It's stupid. It's properly stupid. How can you make sense of that? Let's update his word. Although he's a master builder, he sees all, he knows all. Let's update his word. That's madness. That means you think I'm stupid. That means you think I'm stupid. You get what I'm saying? I must run with that. I must take that and run with it like an idiot. That's why you got us like this. But them days are over. The days are limited because the children won't be growing up like that. The old ones might be stuck in that. Because it wouldn't be so bad if the world was getting better. The world ain't getting no, and all they're saying the youth, them now the manners and rare. The mothers and fathers don't know how to treat their children properly. That's why they ain't got no manners. How can the children not have no manners and their children? It means the parents, they lost their manners. Or they allowed the system that they were brought into from the various countries to mess them up. To lose sight of who they really are. So now the children don't have no manners, and now they're blaming. How can big adults be blaming children? That don't make sense. How can adults be blaming the children? The older one blaming the younger one, and the younger one ain't even reached your level yet. That's why some of the youths them laugh after certain big people or older people, because they say you're a joke. You know what I'm saying? You're a joke as an adult. You're an idiot. You get what I'm saying? You can't chat to me, star, because you're a fool. Yeah, because they got some little madness going on in this country that don't seem to make no sense to them. Remember, every generation gets more and more intelligent. So if you're going to keep coming and bringing up the same old rubbish, of course they're going to start saying, hold up a minute, if I would, you know, like when the youths them come down and saying, you know, remember that Eddie Murphy thing with the slave, and he said, I ain't no motherfucking slave. You know what I'm saying? Dick master. You know, if the slave master come over and say, you know, roll that bit, I say, fuck you, master, you roll that shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, that's what's saying now. That couldn't have been said 30 years ago. Not even 30 years ago that could have been said. You know what I'm saying? That's how, man, they were still hanging, man, by their balls and chopping off their balls in America them time there. Right now they got them two white youths that took the black youth and ran him along the path, along the road, and tore him up. You get what I'm saying? In 1998 that happened. Messed up the youth. You get what I'm saying? Right now, the Stephen Lawrence thing, even after all this thing, they still went and they put paint over the youth's grave. They got no respect. That's what you're up against, man. And but as soon as a man's dropped a rock and a man owns a man some rock and that, he's willing to shoot him. He will find him, run him down, he'll shoot. I see man all a shoot gun and a run down the road. And everybody are rah, rah, rah. He's properly cracked. You know what I'm saying? That's what man's running down to kill man over. Pieces of rock and money and property that doesn't even belong to them. And then they go and hide from the police because they can't launder their money properly. They can't spell. They can't read and write good. You get what I'm saying? They're running up and down, running off their mount and can't spell properly. You get what I'm saying? They have to hide their money in all certain other people's yard and rare, or buy a big car or buy this and that. Don't even know how to transact properly. So then therefore they have to bow to some girl or somebody who's in a better position than them. They have to properly bow. Because they don't realize you need unity to beat this, or unity to rise up in this. Got one man on the corner business can't work. Right, so I said that the American Standard Vision of 1901 was followed by the rephrasing again. So not only have they updated God's word, they've rephrased it into American, like, yo, what's up? Like, and God said, in the word it was God, and he said, yo, what's up? What's up with the light? What's going on with that light? Let there be some of that. You know what I'm saying? So you can say what you like. You can say it's blasphemous or whatever, but it's only words. I'm only using words. I'm using the same words that they're saying, yo, what say? And therefore thou goest to the therefore art thou. And I can't understand. No, if anybody chat to me like that to them and tell them to run them, come me swear blind and mad them come from. So you can't chat to me so again. You understand? But I come and say, yo, what's up? And Ray, what happens, Ray, whatever. You get me? So even though I'm saying that, I'm not taking a piss. I'm just trying to show you that language is language. If you can rephrase something, you can rephrase it anyhow you want. Don't tell me because some powerful people rephrased it, somehow I must bow to that. But nobody wants to bow to me because I'm just a you on the road and Ray so that. Me I know nobody. Me I know somebody. Me I know somebody pick me. I can go. You get what I'm saying? My thing don't make no sense. But if some powerful people get together like the American Standard Edition and rewrite something, you have to hold that. You don't even question that. You just have to hold it and run and go on because you can't do nothing about it. You're not even in a position. You're there, and all you're praying to God not change it. Right? the sexist language of older translation was also altered. So obviously, when God was doing his thing, he was also a sexist. You're telling me, I want to tell me that I'm blasphemous. You're telling me that this book, you're not happy with God's word, but you're praying to him. Did you pray to God and say to God, take us back in time and get rid of your sexist language, or aggressively get rid of the sexist doctrine which you were preaching? So meanwhile, people are physically and psychologically changing the word. They don't want me to have nothing to say. They don't want anybody on the road to have nothing to say. Meanwhile, they're physically and psychologically always changing the word. Because if the doctrine was sexist, that means that sex is supposed to run. Isn't it simple? Because you believe in God. You get what I'm saying? But nah, everybody wants to change something to suit themselves. And God is still... So what is God doing? While everybody... Over here, they're changing things. Over there, they're not. Over there, they're rephrasing things. Over there, they're not. Over there, they're digging up something and throwing down something. Over there, they're not. So what's God doing while all this is going on? It's bare madness as far as I'm concerned. Remember the last time he made a mistake, he said it was a mistake to make man, and he sent a flood and killed everybody. He murdered off everybody. Because he's God. I said murder because what? They were defenseless, weren't they? And in terms of modern day terminology, if you kill someone who's defenseless, it's called murder. So God murders a whole set of half the planet because he wasn't happy with what he did. You get what I'm saying? So if you want to say that he's allowed to do that, well, fair enough. But that's what he did. Because I understand murder to mean that killing defenseless people. Because if he made a mistake, then he should live with it, as far as I'm concerned. But God is the best knower, isn't he? Oh, you get that? God is the best knower. Yeah, better that. What was I saying? It was altered in the Revised English Bible. So if you get the Revised English Bible, you won't get no sexist languages in it, yeah? That means language that's, specifically aimed at the man, just saying the man runs things, yeah? They don't like that. Men obviously don't even like it either, because God got it wrong, yeah? They know, man knows better than what God did when he did his Bible. While the specific gender reference to God were unchanged, the word he was no longer capitalized, and sometimes man was changed to a person. Oh, please. Rubbish. You get me, blood? It's like, child, it's like they're taking a piss. Hold on. You know what I mean? It's like, what do you want me to do? You know what I mean? I've got sense. I think I've got sense anyway. I mean, I can read, I can spell, I can add, I can take away. That sounds like this is rubbish. You know what I mean? It don't make sense, blood. It might have made sense when I had... You see, when they say when you're a child, you think like a child. And remember we said in a few shows back about some people who, even though they're mentally 40 or 50 or 60 or whatever, 30, they're still, you'd be 20 but got a mind of a 8, 9-year-old. You know what I'm saying? You'd be 30, got a mind of a 15-year-old. You'd be 40, got a mind still of a 15-year-old. 50 with a mind of about a 20-year-old. It's retardation in the ghetto, man. Not for them. Only for them big man, look, all young gal, all them, were still in their school. But to them it's just a flex, which is, wait, that's what they're on, whatever. But the bottom line is that your mind must be around that age. You know what I'm saying? I can understand the man who've got millions and millions of pounds and got the whole set of women running them down because they know that, boy, if I manage to stay with this man, even though he's about 90, and I'm only 20, but he's going to die soon. It's like a little sentence they're running. So they know, so boy, stay with him for 5 years, he pops off, they got loads of money. It's what's called an investment. There's some cold-hearted people out there who don't watch, don't respond. So you can understand that. But when you got some big man in a ghetto with a girl at school barely has reached her exam level, running her down to breed her, then he's a sick individual. He's a brother who needs help. He's sickly. But he's what? Some child. You get what I'm saying? We need help. And this ain't helping. We need to be able to talk the truth. The society we live in does not respond well to the truth. You know that the politicians do not respond well to the truth. So they have to encourage this air of fantasy and unrealness. All these like affairs that people are having and all this love affair thing and everybody are eyed and up front so people know what you're dealing with. You get what I'm saying? Don't be hiding like a chicken. You know what I'm saying? Say, well, boy, that's what I'm on. You know what I'm saying? But in order for this little conniving kind of little lifestyle they want to lead, so you encourage it. So if you're encouraging lies, you can't even get to the truth. You cannot know God if you encourage lies. If you go to and you, good morning, Mrs. Senator, how are you today? And you encourage all that. That's what's known as pleasantries. Yeah, but it's a falsity. It's not real. It's false. You know all that little fake little smile you get. You know, everybody knows of it, that little quick grin. You don't mean it. You think, oh, and you do that quick grin. And you know, as quick as it went, as quick as it came, as quick as it goes. Yeah? That's what they encourage you to do. That's what you encourage the more you get into this system. You encourage more people to lie about who they are, what they do. You know how much people lie to come into this country and say they love God? I thought God was all about truth. So how can you be lying to come here from Nigeria, Ghana, Jamaica, you know, buying passports, buying visa, buying birth certificate, buying driving license to stay in this country if you love, and then talk around and say you love God? I suppose because of the premise that God forgives everything you do. So you can murder millions of people and love God because he will forgive you. You're not in the realms of God, none of you. You're all in some little other state that you think, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't, and truth will set you free. Jesus said so. You know what I'm saying? And the most of you lie, you know what I mean? I know people lie to the police and all that, but I'm saying every day you lie, you look, you watch EastEnders and you watch them spin the lies, you watch Sunset Beach or whatever you watch, and what's the other one? Brookside and you watch them lie and and she lied and you love the lies. You live lies. Every day you wake up and you live the advertising lies. You get me? You lived, everything you do is a lie. How can you be close to God and everything you do is lying? You pass the lies to make you feel better, but it's a lie. You get what I'm saying? The politician lies, but you still vote him in. How can you find truth if there's no truth in you? How can you find truth if you're not searching for it? Because the Bible obviously hasn't got it. We've just read that the Bible's a mishmash of copies. It's got books taken out of it. So it's not holy. It's just the Bible. It's just a book, not the Bible or the Holy Bible. It's not holy because something's holy is whole. If you get an orange and you cut out a segment out of it, is it still a whole orange? No. That's sensible and logical. So if you've got a book that presented itself whole, and then some person in some bloody place in the Council of Nicaea decides to sit down after they've killed lots of other people and all the people that were putting a threat to their Christian rule, and decided this is how we're going to live. These are the rules we're going to live by, which is fair enough. But it doesn't make the book holy. It just makes it a book. So I treat this book like I treat any other of my books that I read, and just, hey, I'll dash it down. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a book to me. It ain't got no special purpose. And, you know, so what I then have to go by, you know, swearing on God doesn't help me. I then have to go by my word. Remember, I still believe in the creator and the ultimate creator. I just don't believe in the God of this Bible. You get what I'm saying? That's why we're asking who's God from the ghetto-ologist perspective, from the ghetto perspective, not from my perspective. That's a whole nother story. You get what I'm saying? What I know my father, my mother grew up with, my cousins, and all them people, that's the perspective I'm dealing with. You get what I'm saying? What we're all living by, and you can't get on with our life because our conscience burns us because of this and that. You know what I'm saying? And we run from truth. And Jesus said, I am the truth. I'm the way, the light. You know what I'm saying? Rare. All that stuff. You get what I'm saying? So if he's saying, and he ran them Jews and said, I know you of your father, the devil, who was a liar from the beginning, and rare. You get what I'm saying? If he's saying all that, then why do they encourage so much lies? Why do they keep watching the vicars rape little boys in there, you know, and raping little boys and, you know, and all that kind? Why do they keep allowing these things? Why is it now that one time in the Bible you mustn't, you know, homosexuals are abominations, now it's acceptable? You know what I'm saying? That's the belly of the beast, mate. You're in some different things. It's either it isn't acceptable. I'm not saying whatever. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is either it is or it isn't. You get what I'm saying? If you don't like homosexuals, do not wear homosexual-made clothes. You get what I'm saying? You little hypocrite fool. You can't keep saying, kill Batman and fire for Batman and, yeah, look after Batman. Hold up your hand if you don't love Batman. And you can't keep saying that if when you're holding up your hand, you got a Moschino, who's a Batman. Did he dead of AIDS, that one? Moschino dead of AIDS. And you got your hand up saying, hold up your hand if you don't love Batman. And you wear Moschino. And you wear Versace and them all up. It's just mix up, man. You little hypocrites. That's what you are. You're not dealing with truth. You're dealing with some fool. Anytime I mention something, man say, boy, I'm not the way the boy are talking about God. The man don't know God and real. And the man don't know certain thing on real. And all them arguments I'm hearing. I'm saying, what are you talking about? You're wearing a homosexual garment. You claim you love God. God says you mustn't be in that. You're all in your dance saying fire for them and you're wearing their name brand, which means that when you wear their clothes, you feed their community. It's simple, isn't it? If you buy Japanese car, Japanese economy goes up. You buy a French car, the French economy goes up. You buy French fruit, French bread, French wine, their economy, it feeds their economy. That's how economies work. That's how people earn money. You go to a dance and you buy a drink, you feed the promoter of that dance. Any dance you go to, any drink you buy in that dance, if you don't like the brother, you don't go to the dance. But if you go to the dance and you buy a drink or two or free drink, it depends on if he owns a bar or not, or if he's running the bar. But if you pay your money, you're feeding the brother. So either if you pay your money on the door or if he's got the bar, either which way, you're paying the money of the promoter of that. You're paying the money so that the promoter can pay the sound man and pay himself for the night, for that dance, and pay the hall that he hired. You get me? So if you buy homosexual clothes and you're against homosexuals, you're paying the homosexuals a big up. You're feeding them. You're putting money in the homosexuals' pocket, you fool. And there's a brother, he knows who I'm dealing with. I'm going like say, Mashia, you know, true is all the how much pound for the jacket and rim. I'm going like say, Mushi's this. But you're saying, but you claim say you're this and you're that and you're bad man and you wear them homosexual clothes there. But you lick out against bad man. That don't make sense. You know, see, that means that you twisted in your mind. That's not what I'm saying, you know. That's what you're saying. You're saying you don't like this and that and rare. So get with it. You know what I'm saying? Know what you're dealing with. You get what I'm saying? Because the mix-up thing to stop. You get what I'm saying? What was the question that came up last week, Blood?
First question from one of the callers that come up last week was, boy, they was confused about this heaven thing, saying, what is this heaven thing? Because it says there was the heavens and then there's the firmament that parted the other heavens and blah, blah, blah.
See.
That was in Genesis 1.
Yeah. Seen. So you wanna know. Right. No, I'm not even gonna, I was going to go to the beginning, but listen, first of all, right, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, yeah? So he created the heavens and the earth. I did this last week, but I'm going to have to quickly go over it. He did the heavens first and he did the earth. Yes or no? Yes. You're with it? Seen. Right? So he did that. That's clear. It says so, verse 1, chapter 1. If you've got your Bibles open, have a look. It's there. So that means that he created Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, and all them places first because they're in the heavens. But then later down, right, he called the light the day and the darkness he called night in verse 5, and even though it was the first day. Then he said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters and let it divide the waters. First of all, right, the earth was without form and void and darkness was a face upon the deep, right? Now, it didn't say he created the deep, even though it said he created the earth, even though it says it parties the waters. But he was on the face of, darkness was on the face of the deep. Well, for some reason, he couldn't see very well, and darkness was on the face of the deep, right? I don't know what the reasons are, because the Bible has got books taken out of it, which won't explain to me why there was darkness on the face of the deep. But it's just telling me something, and I've got to make up the rest, like all the rest of you do. Make believe that, oh yeah, it was a mist, and he was like, yeah, God was everywhere, yeah? Let there be light and blah, blah, blah. God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament and the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. Right, so I don't know, he made, I don't know, what? He put some water in, he put some land in, and he divided it. Oh, that blood. And then he goes, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven. Let there be lights. Now, do any of you know of any traffic lights in heaven? I don't think so, because half of you ain't been there. But remember, for the creation of the planet, he said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven. Right? Now, there ain't no lights in the sky. You and I, listen to me good. There is no lights in the sky. Yeah? It's a thing called ether. It looks blue, and it's not really blue, but it gives an appearance of being blue. That's what's called our sky. Yeah? But there is no lights on earth. You get me? Know that as clear and factual and scientific. There are no lights on earth. Yeah? Clear? Work it out. Lights are in space. They are in heaven. That's what it's called it. It's called, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night. Right. Which is either the moon or the stars. Yeah, or bit above. Let's not be too descriptive of what they are, right? It's one of them. Yeah, but they're not. The moon isn't on Earth, is it? It is in out of space. So from that point of view, the heaven is out of space. Now, our Father says what? Who art in heaven. As far as we can work out, the sky has no lights in it. That's clear. The sky does not have the moon in it. That's clear. Because when you fly in a plane, you never have to avoid the moon. You never have to fly and avoid the sun. Because the sun is not on Earth. It's in outer space. It's 8 light minutes away from Earth. That means really, really far. Because it's, hey, I mean, I won't even go into how fast a light second is. Because that's really fast. So it's far. You get what I'm saying? So this geezer was confused about that, right? I'm saying to you, it's clear. Heaven cannot be on Earth, can it? Because it made, and if our Father's in heaven and the lights are in heaven, then that is where heaven is. Unless the Bible's lying. Which, you know, we've already said that. It's a bit iffy, but we're only going with what, you know, what it says, right? And let them be signs for the season and the days and da-da-da-da. Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. In the firmament of the heaven. Somewhere in the heaven. There is no lights on earth. If you look out your window and you see any stars or you see the moon, it's out of space you look at. That's where that light is coming from. It's not coming from on earth. It's not in the globe of earth. You get what I'm saying? The spaceships, Apollo, whatever and whatever, have to fly to the moon, out of space. The stars, when the astrologers look through their telescopes in the night time, the sky at light, what's his name? Patrick Walter, that eccentric old geezer and all that. It's out there. You get me? So don't get confused about where heaven is. If our Father is in heaven, he is in outer space. It's clear. Because what you know today, you didn't know 2,000 years ago. That's the difference. They didn't have telescopes and rockets 2,000 years ago for the normal humans to have. They might have had them, but they weren't in the abode of normal humans. Right, so the night to rule over the and God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light to earth. Right, the lesser light to rule the day, the lesser light to rule the light. I read all that. I've read all that. You get what I'm saying? And let us make man in. Where was it say? Anyway, he said. Where does he say? 16 what? Yeah. When did he? Oh, right. And he says. And he brought, the God created the great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly. I mentioned this last time, right? God created the great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly. And every living creature which the waters brought forth abundantly. And created the great whales and every living creature that the waters brought forth abundantly. That means the waters already had life in it. Because he created every living creature that the waters brought forth abundantly. He created them from that deep that he came down to earth and saw. And remember, if you got sun, anybody that want to try the experiment, you get a bit of sun, get a pail of water, or get a bucket of water, whatever, and put it in the sun, and you see life start to grow in there. Trust me. You get what I'm saying? So God created, not from the beginning structure, he created life. It says so. I'm not telling you what, I'm not interpreting. It says, I'm reading what it says, not what the pastor says it says. It says from, let the waters bring, God created the whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly. Which the waters brought forth. He made it from something out of the water. So his main his main criteria was already there. His blueprint for this life form was already there. And God blessed them, saying, multiply and da-da-da-da-da, and cattle, and he made on every curve, and da-da-da-da-da, right? Yeah, and then we're trying to deal with this heaven bit. Yeah, so basically, and it says that, what does it say about he made them in heaven? What does it say about them birds flying in heaven? I can't find that bit right now. Yeah, Ron Nessa somewhere. Yeah, but anyway, it says that. Where's my paper? Did I bring that paper? Yeah, so anyway, yeah, so in terms of the heaven, yeah, it's clear what he's saying. That heaven is where the stars are and where the moon is and where the sun is, yeah? That's what it's clear that he's saying. Yeah? So if our Father's in heaven, don't be confused about what heaven is. Our heaven is outer space because there's no light. You know and I know. Let's just check it. Let's go over it one more time. There is no sun on earth. There is no stars on earth. Yeah? So the stars were in heaven, which our Father who art in heaven, yeah, it means that he is not, the stars are in heaven. And our Father is in heaven. Yeah? He's not on earth. So if you're praying to something that you think is here with you, I think you're missing the point. Because it says, our Father who art where? Not in the skies, but in heaven. Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth. That means your will should take place on earth as it takes place in heaven. Now, we know it's not on Mars. We know he's not there. We know there's nothing happening there. So where is he? We know that you can travel 100 light years into one direction and not get nowhere. So it's far. Man has not got the technology to go further than the moon. So therefore, our Creator is much more superior than us. If he's in heaven, he's somewhere else because he ain't where we can reach him. And all them prayers, I don't know about that, but that's another story. Right. So what else was there, blood?
The next one. What is it saying about, the next question was, why did God see it was good after each creation? But when things flopped, he was properly screwing. You get me? How did this happen if he was God?
Yeah, this bit
has to do with the serpent.
Yeah, this bit I don't get, you know. All you, like, the Christians try and tell me that, you know, whatever. I don't even get it right. I don't get a good, what's the name for that? A good answer, yeah. God is so great, yeah, so fantastic, yeah, that his business flopped. He made the devil, or this serpent, being flop his business, which is deep. Because that's deep. It's like, you know, it's like if you're running a business, yeah, just a business, forget God, just if you're running a business and you got some aider that you know is a proper aider, and you're going to make him come into your business and flop your show. That means that you're not, you know, you haven't got what it takes to run a business. Simple. So is the answer then God hasn't got what it takes to run man or humanity? Because if he makes a mistake and he's screwing about it, then there's a problem. But I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what happened. I told you, man, the original man, the reason why there's so much slavery going on, the original man was made to be a slave. You get what I'm saying? And I'm going to read to you what the Bible says about our beginning, right? It says in chapter 26, yeah? And God said, let us make man, chapter 1, verse 26. And God said, let us make man in our image and after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish and the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them and said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish. Remember we said about replenish. That means to bring back something that was already there. The earth, and subdue it. And have the dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and of everything living thing that moveth upon the earth. And behold, God said, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which the fruit of a tree yielding seed, and to you it shall be for me. And to every beast of the earth, and every fowl of the air, and every creeping thing wherein there is life, I have given you green herb for meat. And it was so. And the evening and the morning was the sixth day. Now on the sixth day he already made man. That was the sixth day. He had made, this particular man he made, had total dominion over the earth, over the flower. And in fact, this particular type of being didn't even eat meat. This being only had herbs. He said, I have given you green herb for what? Meat. So this first being in verse 26, chapter 1, on the sixth day, not on the seventh day, not after the seventh day, but on the sixth day before he rests, he made man. He didn't say he made Adam. He said he made man after him, be fruitful and multiply and have dominion over. That means total control. Read up the word, what the word dominion means. It means power over. Man has no power over animals. Unless he captures them or kills them. That's not dominion over. This was the first prototype of a God. This was the son, this was gods, or the gods who said us, make us, who procreated and made more men and women like them. This ain't Adam. Hey, read what it says. Don't listen to what I'm saying. Read what it says. Because according to the Bible, there was a creation before Adam. According to what I just read. I'm not adding it. I'm not interpreting. I'm reading what it says. Let us make man after our image and after our likeness. That sounds like me having sex with a girl and saying, boy, I want to have a man or a woman, male and female, like me. That doesn't sound like Adam to me, because Adam was made from the dust of the earth. It doesn't say anything about the dust of the earth with these male and female and let them have dominion. It doesn't say anything about dust of the earth here. It says we're making man that's like us. Which are to me, because later down, it says the sons and gods. In, what verse is it? 4, I think. And it came to pass, chapter 6, verse 1, it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face on earth, and the daughters were born unto them, and that the sons of God saw daughters of men that were fair, and they took of them wives, all of which they chose. So where did the sons of God from? The sons of God came from the 6th day, didn't they? Because they didn't just come from nowhere, because God had sons. Remember, the sons of God. You know what I'm saying? He had a whirl of them. So there was a whirl of them. There was us, and then all of a sudden, there was male and female. So God was actually making people who was the masters of the earth. Hear what happened later down. Well, after God had breeded himself and made others like him, yeah? Hear what happened later down. After the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the oaths to them, he rested on the 7th day, right? And chapter 2, verse 5, and every plant of the field before, he made every, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. Oh, seeing? So that's where man came in, isn't it? Remember, he's already given dominion to these people after his likeness and after his kind. It says so. Remember, that was back there in the chapter 1, verse 26. And in chapter 2, verse 5, it says there was not a man to till the ground. What does that mean? Does that mean like planting things and rare? There was not a man. Remember, God made after his image, but now there wasn't a man to till the ground. But if you've already made people, then who's missing? Because men are already here on the 6th day. So why is it in chapter 2, verse 5, there is no man? Or are you going to tell me that something's wrong and it's written wrong or whatever? But you're going to have to do better than that if you're going to tell me that. You get what I'm saying? So at that point in time, these gods who were on the planet, so-called great gods who were on the planet, were looking help. They needed somebody to till this ground that they just made up, because they have already populated it with themselves. You get what I'm saying? And they have total dominion over the fishes, the birds. Remember, man hasn't got that kind of dominion over animals. He has to kill them and capture them. And he hasn't got dominion over them. He might be more intelligent than them, but he's more wicked than them, and he controls them. He doesn't have dominion over them. Like the sky has dominion over earth. He doesn't have dominion over them. He kills them and he maims them and he put them in zoo and he has them as trophies. But that's not dominion. You get what I'm saying? So, as far as I'm concerned, man was needed to introduce to do some what? Some work. You get what I'm saying? And then the Lord God planted, in verse 8 it says, the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and he put the man whom he had formed, because I've skipped all that bit when he formed man on the dust of the ground and which is a verse before. You understand what I'm saying? So he stuck man, right? And where he stuck man, it was in the east of Eden, not in the whole of Eden, just in a little part in a garden, and there was some gold, right? Because it says so in verse 11 of chapter 2. And in the land of Havilah where there is gold. I don't know what significance that would have, unless they need, like the same old slaves that they got in South Africa right now, taken away from their mothers and their fathers, taken away from their families, and made to go hundreds and hundreds of feet under the ground in those mines for the gold that we have nothing to do with, for the gold what we wear but we don't own, for the gold with the Dutch and the Europeans and the Germans and the French and the English Europeans, that is, white people, that is, have shares in. That's what they wanted. That's what them gods wanted man for. You get what I'm saying? That's why man was created, to be a slave. You get what I'm saying? So when man was a slave, that's when man was in bliss, because he knew nothing. He didn't know to do no better. That's why God, remember, I'm not making this up. I'm just reading it like a story, because it makes more sense when I read it like a story than to read it in some fantasy. Remember, what the show is about is to disaffect the fantasy principle and to affect the reality principle. Yes. So what happened there then? Because later down, man was made, and God said, but the tree of good and evil, you shall not eat of it. You can eat anything else, but don't touch that. Don't touch it, mate, because if you touch that, you'll die. Yeah. Remember, that's all he told him. Yeah. And God said it was not good, and man should be alone. And God said it should not. Oh, I'm reading the wrong verse. God said, he commanded the man, saying, now every tree thou must eat freely, but the tree of knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat. So basically, at that time, Adam knew nothing, right? And Adam gave, and in verse 20 it says, of chapter 2, it says that Adam gave names to the cattle and the fowl and the blah, 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 blah. But he only gave names. He didn't say and Adam had dominion over. He brought them to Adam, and Adam named them. Meanwhile, these other beings that he created earlier on, these other man from verse who he made in his image, they have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over the cattle and over all the earth and everything that creepeth. But all he was doing was naming them. He had the meanwhile, the man they're over, he's got to just name them. He had the pleasant task of naming them. Yeah. So, boom. So that was that. So after that, we all know of the story. He brought woman from the rib, you know what I'm saying, which we understand more to mean something like DNA, because to take something from the rib, he would have had to, and put him to sleep, which we talked about last week. He would, in order to, if he was so great, if God was so great, he would have just blinked and Adam would have had a woman. Yeah? He had to put him to sleep. Remember it says, and Lord caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. That's verse 21 of chapter 2. Yeah? And then he took of his flesh. Yeah, he took one of his ribs, and they all believe that he took one of his ribs, but man ain't lacking no ribs. So that don't make sense, because man ain't got a rib missing. Nowhere in his history or in biology or whatever it says that we've got one lesser rib than a woman or whatever. So it's obviously there's a mix up in their translation, as we know that there's been many, where it can't be just a rib. It has to be something to do with DNA. You either took DNA out of him, which you know of today, and if God is more advanced than us and all seeing, all knowing, then that's a minor. Taking out DNA is a minor. To create the woman, isn't it? Because this is a special breed he's created, remember, because he did not, when he made male and female, he made he them. There was no sleep falling. Nobody fell asleep. He just made them, and they had dominion. But with Adam, people had to fall asleep so that he could make another one. Meanwhile, he made male and female on the 6th day, back in the first verse. If you got your Bible, just read it, it's there. You get what I'm saying? So, right, and then it goes into some other rubbish. And then right now, what's that bit where it says, and the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field? What does subtle mean? Right, this is chapter 3, verse 1. Right? Now, subtle means, it doesn't mean devil. It doesn't mean wicked, lying, teeth-in, treacherous. All subtle means, this is the word they use, and they spell it in there, subtle. S-U-B-T-I-L. That's how they spell it in the Bible, yeah? Subtle just means, because we looked in the Oxford English Dictionary, and it means not obvious, elusive, keenly intelligent, so raw. On top of everything, this subtle serpent was what? Keenly intelligent. Yeah, so it wasn't no wicked, this, that, and the other, the worst thing on the river. Anyway, yeah, perceptive, ingenious, clever, cunning. Those are the words describing him. You get what I'm saying? So how do you work that one out? It doesn't say the wickedest person. It doesn't use a word to describe the wickedest person on the planet or nothing. It used words to denote what? Intelligence. It uses a word that describes the serpent as being intelligent, more intelligent than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. The words are exactly as I'm saying them in chapter 3 of verse 1 of Genesis, chapter 3 of the Genesis, yeah? Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. So it was obvious God didn't make the serpent. Because this serpent was more intelligent than anything. That's what it says. The serpent was more intelligent than anything that God had made. So it's obvious that God didn't make the serpent. Read it, it says so. You can't interpret it nowhere because the full stop is after made. You know what I'm saying? You can't reinterpret it because this is a sentence. And it says the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, and there's no comma, which the Lord God had made. So he was more intelligent, more perceptive, more elusive, more not obvious, more ingenious than anything that God had made. That's why he was able to upset the plan. But hear what? Remember, God told him not to eat of the tree of evil because he was going to die. Right? And the serpent said, the woman said, oh, well, you know, everybody blames the woman. The woman is smart. She ain't stupid. Right? But everybody was blaming the woman because the woman caused man downfall, which is rubbish. You get what I'm saying? There's no downfall happening. You get what I'm saying? If anything, there's redemption. In everything, there's freedom from being a slave, a mindless slave. Because he told you not to eat of something that was going to give you what? The knowledge of good and evil. You was told not to know the knowledge. Because if you didn't know, then you would till the ground until the day you died. And hey, live happily ever after in the state of ignorance and bliss. In that kind of state. Right, and the serpent said, chapter 3, verse 4, and the serpent said unto the woman, you shall not surely die, because the woman said to him, God said, if I eat of it, I shall surely die. Remember, God didn't say to them, you shall surely die if you eat in 1,000 years' time, or I will keep you away from the tree of life, or he didn't give there's nothing else in the Bible that says what else he would have said to them. He just said, you will surely die. So that sounds like a threat. Like if you say to your daughter or your son, well, if you eat that, or if you touch that, if you put your hand on the fire, it will burn you. It's a clear command, yes? So therefore, there is nothing else that you can add to it. No preacher man can't add nothing more to it, because it's what's written. He wasn't around 2,000 years ago, so he does not know. You get what I'm saying? And God hasn't been around lately as far as I'm concerned. So pray, as far as most people are concerned. So he can't say he got it from him or he walked and talked with God. If he did, he'd be wearing a white jacket and he'd be in Moseley somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Loops. Yeah? So, and he said, all right, so God doth not eat that. So now the serpent is saying, now this clever, intelligent serpent, yeah, which you call a serpent, right? Or devil, yeah? This clever, intelligent, not wicked and bad and disgusting and terrible, this clever, intelligent. This is what it's described as in the Bible. I'm only telling you what it says in the Bible. Being is saying to them now, God doth know, I don't even like using that way, but it says, God doth know that in the day that you eat thereof, your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good from evil. Yeah? So, God was hiding something from Adam and Eve. This ain't no land of devil, ting, rare, come and mess up nothing. God was hiding, it's clear, God was hiding something from Adam and Eve. You get me? Because this serpent, this intelligent being, this keenly intelligent being, because that is what, when you look in your dictionary, look up the word subtle and see what it says. It doesn't say devil, wicked, bad, terrible, disgusting. It doesn't say none of that. You get what I'm saying? So this thing was intelligent, and God didn't make it, because it said it was more intelligent, more subtle than anything God had made. Anything, any beast that God had made, right? So obviously it was outside of God's making, but God made everything. So how can you have something that's outside of his making if he's God of all and he makes everything? Strange. And the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise. And she took the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave it to her husband. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves. So here you got two, a man and a woman walking about, and none of them don't know that they're naked. Yeah? But why do they know they're naked now? Remember I said this last week. Now they got clothes on. Now they're hiding themselves. And on top of that, is truth. This intelligent devil, cunning devil, yeah, has told them that God was lying to you. Yeah, I bet that's deep for some of you, innit? God tells lies as well, doesn't he? Yeah, God is lying to you. You shall not die the day. And she ate and she didn't die. Now the preacher has you believe that if you didn't eat it, you'd have lived forever. But remember, later down it says that let's throw them out the thing before they eat the tree of life. You know what I'm saying? So, although they never ate, the tree of life ain't even mentioned until they eat of the tree of good and evil. You get what I'm saying? So somehow it looks like the tree of life was harder to access because it ain't even mentioned until they eat of the tree of good and evil. You get what I'm saying? So he had no intention of them living forever according to what he does later on, because else he wouldn't have been able to take them away from the tree. He said unless they eat of the tree and live forever. That means he didn't get them to eat of the tree in the first place. So there was no intention for them to live forever in the first place. So who the preacher man's telling you about if they never ate or they died later down? They were going to die later down anyway. So that don't make sense anymore. Because our eyes are now open. In this day and time, our eyes are now open. There's certain people who are down here spreading truth, spreading fact. You know what I'm saying? And you get to know them in time. That's what they're dealing with, fact and truth. Not fable and make-up and fantasy and wings and there's the flowers and the trees and love is in the air. And yeah, that's why the people them in Ethiopia can't get enough food, because love is in the air. That's why the murder of them are murder of the whole of the people them, because love is in the air and God is everywhere. You get what I'm saying? I don't understand that. That means that the devil have more control than God and his God world, and everybody talk about Sunday school and to pray to God and rare. So how come the devil have so much control then if it's so up there? You know what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make is that what kind of devil was this who told them the truth? Because isn't it clear that God told them not to eat of the apple? Isn't that clear? Isn't that clear that God said that you shall die? And isn't it clear that they didn't? And isn't it clear that this devil who was so triggerfied actually told them the truth? Because you know why he told them the truth? Because later on, the same God who told them not to eat says, verse 22, chapter 3, and the Lord God said, behold, the man has become as one of us. God didn't say like me. You understand? He didn't say like me. He said like one of us. You get what I'm saying? To know good and evil. Now, lest he put forth his hand and take from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Let me throw him out. So he drove out the man from the garden. So here is God now admitting to what this so-called devil or the serpent was saying in the first place. God is admitting to it. I've been tumbled, mate. It's true. You know what I'm saying? They now know good and evil. You get what I'm saying? So let me dash them out before they eat and live forever. And then they will be exactly like me. So, you know what I'm saying? There's not that much distance. Because as soon as they knew good and evil, they became like this creator. Remember, it says so. I'm not making it up. It says, have become like one of us. The only difference between them now is the knowledge that they've learned and the amount of time they're allowed to live. So all it's showing you is that the God of earth can live longer than you. You don't see it. Is it me making it up, or did I just read it all to you? If he has a discrepancy about how long they should be on the planet, it shows you that he says they have become like one of us. I'm not saying it, it's what it says in the Bible. They have become like one of us. So the discrepancy is how long are they going to live for? Because if they live as long as we do, they will be just like us. Because that's the only thing we have knowledge over them and the time to figure out the knowledge over them. But if they lived as long as we do, then they would play catch up. So they made sure that we live very short level, because it says, my spirit shall not remain in land and he shall live 120 years. So they made sure to put something in the gene pool, yeah, to mess up the reproducing of the coding. Yeah, an age, what do you call it, an age cap, meaning that after a certain amount of revolutions of your genes breaking down and spinning back around, you ain't going to live to certain ages. You get what I'm saying? Because remember, God stopped you from living forever. You get what I'm saying? Because that was the next level to being like him. He already said you was like him anyway, except for you might live forever. So the only thing why he had to dash you out, because he didn't want you to be exactly like him. So how close are you then? You're talking about this all-seeing, all-knowing, all this, all that, all the make-believe.
You done know, you done know, you done know, you done know. Yes, yes, London town, back in the place again. You done know, you done know. Raggo Chat Show. Myself, Ray Dunn, KB in the house, and of course, the one and only Ghetto-ologist, Doctah X. Now, we've been running a 3-part series. Scene, this is the last chapter of this episode on Who is God. Scene, you don't know, we've been busting up the place, you get me, and ripping things apart. So here what, we're gonna run it this week with the 3rd and final part of this caption. Scene, who is God?
If you can see if you can solve the mystery, the answer revolves around your history.
The answer revolves around your history.
Disagree scientifically and realistically. If you can see if you can solve the mystery,
Scientifically
revolves around your history. So carefully, I drop this degree scientifically and realistically.
ask yourself the question.
In eternal blackness, in the midst of the darkest night, proteins and minerals exist within space.
Enough people claiming they know God.
Gases and sparks of light within infinite lengths and widths, and
they don't even know themselves.
Or ending with 7 dimensions, enough space for more than 1 million worlds and inventions to travel through time with enough room to be the wound of the Most High's great mind, which He will soon make shine.
The answer
elements insight that He
revolves around your history.
Electricity struck matter, energies explode, He will load and keep releasing.
So you need to know some of that, don't you?
The numbers increase until it was burning. He kept returning himself to the source. The hotter his thoughts, it gave the center more force. He gave birth to the sun, which would follow his laws, all caused by his mental.
It's scientific, mate.
If you can see, if you can solve the mystery, the answer revolves around your history. So carefully, I drop this degree, scientifically and realistically.
Now, who is God?
He began to explain his craft, the master in the attic. He dealt with measurements, his language was mathematics, his theoretical wisdom.
Now, if I've got a lighter,
the complete number 9, which means
I can't call it a watch, can I?
Birth to all planets, in all.
Make it in the image of a lighter.
So you wouldn't take it.
It's got to be a lighter, innit?
That they own distance around the sun.
So if we was made in the image
existence of one
and likeness of God,
if each one keeps spinning in the
now who is God?
To the east, and He speak the motion of peace and harmony, and He show devotion to teach.
Simple.
Verses to come, the whole world must go according. Know your galaxies are more large, your stars start falling. So stay in your orbit, maintain safe and sound like the planets. Your cycle remains perfectly round. If you can see, if you can solve the mystery, the answer revolves around your history. So carefully, I drop this degree, scientifically and realistically.
Who is God?
From unconsciousness to consciousness, by knowledge and His wisdom, His response is this, a understanding, which is the best part. He picked the 3rd planet where new forms of life will start. He pursued, show, and prove.
This is an adult certified program. It is designed with a mentally mature audience in mind. Profane language will be used in this program, and the presentation will be unorthodox. The aim of this program is to discourage the fantasy principle and to encourage the reality principle. Please do not continue listening if you are disturbed or offended by any of these factors. The bottom line is, it's all about blatant, upfront, Doctah X, Raggo. So if you don't want to listen, turn your radio off.
Hallelujah. Glory to God. Hey, thank you, Lord. Hello. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, glory to God. Jesus said, blessed are those that hadn't seen and believed. Hey! 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 Blessed is those that hadn't seen. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. And they still believe it. Yeah. Yeah, Lord. Yeah. Woo! Hallelujah. Hey, glory.
Yeah. We're in now. Welcome to the Raggo Chat Show. Doctah X, the Ghetto-ologist at the control again. Surgery time again. You don't know, we've been running the Who is God for like, this is the third week, the third and final part of it. We're going to try move it on a bit from the Genesis. Yeah, we're going to try and move it on from the Genesis situation there and try and like look a bit more in the Bible and that and say, well, who is God? What we established over the last couple of weeks is that there's some strange inconsistencies in this so-called Bible that doesn't really go with, modern day thinking and that. You get me? Like some serious, like funny stuff, like God made us in His image and after His likeness and the dominion over the earth, and then after that He made Adam, and you know what I mean? All that scamming, and like He's made Adam after, and but they're saying that on the sixth day He made Adam, but it doesn't say that in the Bible. So you get what I'm saying? What my contention is that I'm only reading what it says. I'm not reading what you're telling me it's supposed to say. I'm not I'm not trying to reiterate what people are telling you, the pastors are telling you that it says. I'm reading what it says word for word in the Bible. Then I'm leaning onto my understanding of words and English, because that's what it's written in, even if it's Old English. And within that, I'm finding some serious inconsistencies about this belief pattern that we have, that God is all loving, all seeing, all knowing, all everything. Because it shows in the Bible in Genesis chapter 2 as that He didn't even know where Adam was. He was calling out to Adam and saying, where art thou, and all that. And so if He's doing that, then there's a problem with his vision. You get what I'm saying? Because that means He can see. You get me? Later down it says, and He made fucking clothes for them and put clothes on them and that. You get what I'm saying? So that means He's got hands and He can sew, or did He use a special kind of poof to do that? And if He used a poof, to do that, then why did He need to put Adam to sleep? You get what I'm saying? Because if He used a pump to make the clothes, like, boom, clothes were made, then He wouldn't have needed to go. He could have gone, boom, go to sleep, Adam, boom, there's Eve, innit? If he could go, boom, then He wouldn't need a day to do it, would He? Or would He? Would He need a pum? Would He need a day to go, boom, and there was light? No, He wouldn't need a day. He'd just go, boom, and there was light, instant, immediate, bam, a light, rare. Yeah, so it is inconsistencies, because sometimes people thinking He went pum, another time He used literal time, another time He walked the earth, next time He didn't. One time they could see His face, next time they couldn't. You got what I'm saying? It seems all very strange to me. Now, I'm going to set the record straight, because some people are saying, well, I'm with this, I'm a religious this, and what I'm not with any religion. You get what I'm saying? I'm not part of no religion at all. What I'm a part of is a truth-seeking kind of state of mind, a freedom state of mind. You get what I'm saying? I'm dealing with that. Yeah. Uhuru. You get what I'm saying? That's Swahili for freedom. You get what I'm saying? Because a lot of people, there's a set of people who just want to, be contradictory. They don't really want no progress. What they are slaves. They're mind slaves. What they do is they go to work, or to school, or to college, or to church, or to university, right? Do as they're told. And then when someone like me comes along, or someone who has something to say from concerning like looking at the truth and sieving through the truth, or living through, not even the truth, but looking at facts and sieving through them and trying to work out what makes sense out of what in terms of how they see it. They give you bare argument. They don't want no ending to the argument. They just want to give you. They want to keep slipping out and blah blah blah. Now these people will never ever be leaders. These people will never ever be on top of anything. You get what I'm saying? They'll always be working from within another organization that actually leads or that actually dominates. You get what I'm saying? Because they haven't learned how to understand that there's an end to that, or let's stop it there, or don't step out the boundaries of the argument, because there's we're defining the argument like a football pitch. You get what I'm saying? Somebody must win and somebody must lose. So if you define your argument and give it rules and boundaries, then within that rules and boundaries, somebody must give way to somebody else. But what they do in terms of devilish, demonic and Christian type viewpoints and Muslim type viewpoints and all these other organization type viewpoints, yeah, is that when you confront them with some facts and some direct knowledge about true things, they have other answers. One, they usually say, well, go to my master, or go to my imam, or go to my pastor, or go to my other brother, because he knows more than me. You get what I'm saying? Now, if their God was so fantastically holier than thou, so, oh, yeah, great, yeah, the greatness, yeah, then that whatever spirit that lied within them or whatever took them or whatever, they wouldn't need their pastor to back them up. They wouldn't need their imam to back them up. They would need none of these people to back them up, because the word of God would be etched on their brains, on their soul, on their life, on everything they do. So they could tell you whatever. But no, that is not how it goes. They have to rely upon another man when they're lacking, but they still have the belief. Because blessed is those who haven't seen but believe. Yeah? Blessed, you fool. Blessed what? You get what I'm saying? There ain't no blessedness in that at all. If you can see something and you believe in it, that's just blind stupidness. Because if I tell you I've got £1 million and you ain't seen it, hey, that's how people get what? Conned. You con people by telling them to believe in something that you can't prove. Yeah? That's how you con people. You get me? So don't let none of, if these people, God said this, and he said that, and fucking my boy said this, and Jesus, he done this, and can you prove it, mate? No. So what are you talking about? Well, he said that, but was he there? No, but you wasn't there. All right, let's look at it another way. All right, he wasn't there. All these Christians weren't there, yeah? So what are we dealing with then? We're dealing with hand-me-down knowledge. All these Muslims that are there now, they wasn't there, yeah? All Buddhists and all that, whatever, yeah? They weren't there, yeah? So if they weren't there, how are they working out what they're saying is right? It's the word of God, but you weren't there. So remember the devil. You know, according to all these religions, yeah, there's a devil, yeah? According to all these religions, there's a devil. Sorry, there's some funny noises going on in the studio. I don't know what it is. Yeah. So, yeah, sorry. So, according to all these religions, there's a devil. So how do you know it ain't the devil that's messing with you? Because he was transformed into an agent of light, and he shall be great, and he shall be this, and he shall be that, and whoever. How do you know it ain't the devil that's messing you up? Because we were, in fact, tell him about that, Ray Don. We went to Middlesex College on Thursday, yeah. We did, you know, there was some, you know, one of them forums where, you know, Christian speaker speaks. I was there, and some other person from some other society was there. Osora Society, I think it was. Yeah, was there, and like, talking, and who was saying what in that little forum there, little class of people, yeah. And they were saying, well, boy, who's God? And people were saying, yeah, God said. Now, if I tell you that my mum said, yeah, I can tell you that because I was there. If I tell you that Ray Don said, I can tell you that because I was there. But if I read in a book that someone said, it's not what I'm saying because I wasn't there. I can say someone said, God said. Or the Bible says, God said. But these geezers are saying, God said. Now, excuse me for my bloody stupid self, right? But I figure if you're going to say someone said, or something said, or something does, you was there. Praise the Lord. Amen. That's what I'm going to figure. I'm going to figure you was there. Now, if you wasn't there, then what you're doing is saying something about something you know nothing about. Because you're dealing with some hand-me-down knowledge. Clear thinking, clear, concise, logical thinking. If you've got a seat of people, they've done it in school. It's elementary knowledge. It's primary school stuff, isn't it? You know, if you say someone's sitting on a chair at one end, yeah, you got 12 people, by the time the whisper, you call it Chinese whispers, by the time the whisper reach one end from the first person to the 12th person, it's slightly changed. It's been done so many times. Kindergarten stuff, primary school stuff, it means it's going to change by the time it reaches the other end. So if somebody's telling you that God said, and they was not there, what do you think you're getting by 2,000 years later? Tell me what you think. 12 people later, in a space of bloody 12 minutes, not even 12 minutes, probably in a space of 2 minutes, you got to change. You think that you're holding on to the truth 2,000 years later. With all the Jimmy Swaggarts, all them men that have been grinding batty, and all them men that have been caught molesting youths and rare and all that. You think after all of that, you still have some room to believe in this fake, according to me, that is, God thing. Because somebody's saying to me, that's your opinion, that's your opinion. Right. As I figure an opinion, yeah? I figure an opinion means something that you have to be able to tell somebody, yeah? That's what I figure an opinion to be. I don't figure an opinion to be something that you just say and don't have no reason for it but just the thing you say. You get what I'm saying? An opinion, well, mind you, no, sorry, no, I retract that, I take that back. An opinion is something that you say, yeah, and don't have no reason for it whatsoever. Sorry, yeah? So if you say, well, I think that, you know, Lennox Lewis is a right cunt, you know what I'm saying? Then that's your opinion. It's not based off of anything, is it? It's not. You know what I'm saying? If you say that, I think that Doc's right, so right wanker, he's like, gets on my nerves because he thinks, what's he here? He's there. Well, that's your opinion because it's not based off anything, right? That's an opinion. So everybody can have an opinion. But if somebody proves something beyond a reasonable doubt, or not even beyond a reason, just proves it, then it doesn't become an opinion anymore, does it? It becomes a fact. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to show you how people use stupid little arguments to continue arguing. Ah, that's your opinion. You go, your opinion. Because mostly in that line, right, of argumentation, yeah, or argumentation? Argument, or in an argumentative situation, yeah, you have people who don't really know much about what they're talking about. So they'll start off talking about, well, they might be like, what, studying what? Slumming? Well, I don't know, studying what? Sociology, yeah? And then they start saying, well, you know, people who came to the country were that and were this and were blah, blah, blah. And then you say, well, that's your opinion. And then they go on to talking about, like, the colour of people's shoes and why they think people are wearing flares. And, you know what I mean? They're going off into stuff they know nothing about because the argument between somebody else has now, instead of sticking to the sociological topics such as poor housing, they've gone on to talking about shoes and rare. So now, they don't know what they're talking about anymore because somebody's created an argument where it just goes on and on and on and goes off and off and off into all different subjects, yeah? So that's why you can't get, and you won't get an answer. So that person now, so that argument now turns into two people with two opinions because they didn't stay within the guidelines of the argument about sociological housing. They now talking about shoes. What kind of bloody conversation is that? What kind of argument is that when you start off talking about one thing and end up talking about something else? That's why you have boundaries. That's why you have time sets. Because you need to stick close to something to prove something out. Somebody's telling me there is no end, and she went all cosmic on me. I was having this conversation earlier today. Yeah, there's infinity, and there's this, and you can be, right, you know, in my opinion, there is no end, and you can just go on and on. I'm saying, well, yeah, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, and you can. But the fact is, if you're going to deal with a debate, if you're going to go, she's, you know, going to college, university. If you're going to go to university, there has to be a beginning and an end. They force it upon you. There has to be a beginning and a conclusion. And if in your cosmic sense and view of things there is no end, it's got nothing to do with it. It's got nothing to do with you bringing in your bloody work on time so the lecturer or the teacher or whatever can assess it or mark it or whatever. It's got nothing to do with your view of cosmic time. So then what it means is that we are all subject to facts. We are all subject to limited, sorry? Yeah, we all have limitations. We're all subject to definitions. You know what I'm saying? And boundaries. We are all subject to them as long as we remain in a physical, as long as we remain physically bound that way, as long as we stay physical, yeah? We're all subject to that. But what people do, in order to not get nowhere, in order to increase the argument, in order to just keep on arguing for as long as you possibly can, and just keep turning and twisting for as long as you possibly can, is not agree about anything. So what they set up is a state of constant conflict. So what they then need is somebody to be on their side. So when you get somebody on your side now, then you have, it's one or two or three. Then you have more strength about what you've got to say in it. Like Doctah X and like whatever, you know what I mean? Like his brethrens and rare, you know what I mean? All that. You get what I'm saying? But you get more people who say, yeah, I agree with that person and I disagree with that person. Right? So if the person's chatting shit, then you know what I'm saying, well, you have a boundary where you recognize that if somebody says that Tennent's is the greatest drink on the earth and I can drink 15 tins and I wouldn't even feel tipsy, you realize that what's that person on? Because you're basing it off what you know about fact. That alcohol does get you drunk, you get what I'm saying, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Now somebody would argue, well, it depends upon his blood alcohol content and his level of his blood and his hemoglobin and how his body, assimilates the alcohol and if he's a slow metabolism or a fast metabolism. And you go on forever. But the fact is that alcohol affects the way you think. 15 tins of tenants is going to affect the way you think. So if somebody comes along and starts to argue with all these other points, the fact is that it's like the word that I find like Minister Rebel uses a lot, like disagreeable. They don't want to agree upon nothing. You know what I'm saying? They just want to be on the opposite, like the cantankerous, aggressive. They don't agree to nothing, even though they might be cantankerous in a mild manner, like, well, no, I don't agree. No, I don't think that's right. And no, that's not right. You know, and all that. Like, and you think, and it's really cutting you to the core. But they're not really going, yeah, I don't agree, and around. They're not railing up. So therefore, it seems as if, well, they're more civilized, but they're not. They're doing the same thing. All it is that their manner isn't allowing the aggressiveness to come out. They're going, well, no, I don't agree. No, I don't totally agree. And they become sarcastic and very, you know, they use one-liners that cut to the core. You get what I'm saying? But they think they're smarter or more decent or more civilized because they're not upfront enough. They're not, you know, aggressive enough because it's probably not in their nature. So if it's in my nature, say, to be more outwardly like rare and all that rare, you know what I'm saying? Oh, wouldn't you hold it down? Why are you like that? Why can't you be more this? You get what I'm saying? So anyway, so this is what I'm saying, how when you're trying to figure out what a fact is and an opinion is, you have to have some measures. You get what I'm saying? Everybody's got a different opinion, of course. But some of those opinions are not valid. You get what I'm saying? An opinion doesn't make it that, yo, that's your opinion, and then you cancel somebody else. Is that a valid opinion? The question is that opinion valid? How can you say that 15 tenants don't do nothing to you? You know what I'm saying? In terms of scientific fact or things that have been worked out up to this point, it would make no sense to say, well, it doesn't. It doesn't do anything for you. It will, you know what I'm saying? 15 tins of tenants is about the whole bloody blood content of someone about 8 stone. So you know what I'm saying? If you're doing that, whew, you get what I'm saying? You're completely saturating your whole body with this alcohol stuff. So anyway, so the point I'm making is that it doesn't when somebody comes along and won't use a boundary to say, well, yeah, according to science, according to this works this way. So we can come to a conclusion about it, because that it wouldn't make no sense to endorse the fact that 15 tins of tenants drunk straight after each other won't do you anything. You get what I'm saying? But there will always be some little idiot or some little clever clogs, one or the other way you want to call it, who claims that it wouldn't do nothing according to your hemoglobin and rare. You get what I'm saying? So there's a whole set of people like that, whether they be Christian, Muslim, rare. They don't want no conclusion, because the person who's drinking the 15 tins or into tenants don't want you to expose him, don't want you to mash up his way of life, does he? Or she? It's silly. So he said, well, I know my father, he must smoke, you know, he's been drinking from day one and nothing wrong with him. His liver's mashed. Just because he hasn't been sick yet, it means that he's okay, does it? Or the one who's been smoking. Oh, my mother, she smoked since she was 80 and she was all right. Sure, she was all right. You get what I'm saying? All these kind of tools that they use to excuse their behavior. But the scientific fact is that it kills more people than people live to 80, isn't it? That's a direct fact. So what are you talking about? My mother lived till she was 95 and she did all right, and my father smoked from day one. So what? Because your father or mother's lucky enough not to lose their leg through cancer, or not to lose part of their bowels through cancer, yeah, they're lucky enough, you think that is enough in terms of ratios, you know what I'm saying? It's enough that your family is a man to do it. So hey, that's enough, which is fair if that's what you want to do. But then to have an argument where you're going to say that it doesn't really matter, it's a silly and stupid argument. No, I'm still on religion, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to I'm giving you some boundaries and a basis for, to kind of like look at stuff and understand the difference between rubbish talk or sensible talk, and try to work it out for yourself. This is not about religion. This is about truth. This is only using religion, or not even truth. This is about fact. This is about reality. It's about what you see. Don't let them give you an illusion. You get what I'm saying? It's not about religion. It's about the illusions that have been played upon us as an oppressed people, yeah, in order so that we can kind of see that there's a lot of illusions out there. And the Bible is biggest one of them. A man I tell you said, Jesus knows, Jesus loves. How do you know? How do you know Jesus is this? You don't know. You're guessing. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm dealing with. The fact that these Christians are just guessing. Oh, well, the Lord came into my life, and from that moment on, I've been saved, and I've been this, and I've been... And you think, hold up a minute, what are you talking about? You've been saved from what? You mean saved because you couldn't control... Oh, I don't drink no more, and I don't smoke, and I don't rave, and I praise the Lord every week. Yep, oh, so because what you're trying to tell me is that I don't do none of them things, and I'm not into that. You're telling me because you can't stop yourself from drinking, smoking, and doing all that bollocks, yeah? Somehow the Lord is great for you. Yeah? Somehow the Lord has helped you. What about all them people who say, I love Jah, love this, and they're tearing up the whole place, selling drugs, killing people, doing all kind of, and still say, yeah, God. You ask them, ask after them. If you go to prison, yeah, and go to most of them cells where the man them's murdered people, sold drugs, burgled people's house, ask them if they believe in God. And I bet you 9 out of 10 of them would say, yeah. So what kind of God is that they believe in? Because they're still spooked out and don't want to answer for their own actions. You get what I'm saying? They don't want to answer for their own self and their own reactions and their own actions. You know what I'm saying? They need to love something because some of them don't truly love other human beings. Some of them aren't truly loved human beings. So therefore, they create this spook love, this fantasy love, so that they can keep saying someone loves me, because they're despicable human beings. They're degrading, disgusting human beings. In terms of evoluted human beings. Only in terms of that, not in terms of whatever environment they might live in. In terms of trying to evolute oneself to a higher plane, or try to be more civilized, more organized, more disciplined, you turn to the church. And the church don't do none of those things. All it does is take your collection money at the week time. Again, like saying to somebody, that's how I believe, and the way I say it doesn't become so much opinionated is because it's been seen from the year 2000, the year 1 AD, right? Wherever that time is. 1 AD till the year 2000, the year 1999, right? Nothing better has happened for the planet. You see me? That's what it means. They haven't done niche. You get what I'm saying? Everything is worse, 10 times, 20 times, 100 times worse than it ever was. Where is God at? Where's all this like, save you and I've been saved? What are you saved people doing about the planet? That's a question, isn't it? If you're so holy and rare and you love God, love you, so He's not love me then. Because I'm sure if in that terms of the way you see God, we all exist under it. Or are you going to pray for me because right now I'm blaspheming, and you're going to say to prayer because, or do you still love me? Do you still love me even though I said the God in the Bible is worthless? Because remember, Jesus said in Philippians, what is he saying? Jesus said, right? He says, what does he say? He said, turn the other cheek, didn't he? Yeah. Isn't that Jesus' Keys quote that everybody uses? All the little backstabbing, hypocritical, two-faced, double-talking, double-standard, trickify, all them people there, they use that now. Oh, well, I love my enemy in rear. Right? Matthew 5:38, yeah? He says, turn the other bloody cheek. Don't ramp with it. If they strike you, turn around and get another clap. If they do something to you, turn around and if they kick you up the bum, give them your other bum, if you got to, and take another kick. You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Now, I tell you this. You see me, and anyway, and my brethren, nobody's kicking nobody and they're turning around. You know what I'm saying? That ain't happening. So either we're some kind of devils or something like that, but that's not happening. And that is what your Bible, Jesus told you to do. Repent because the kingdom, and Matthew 4, repent because the kingdom of God is near. When? Because when Jesus was alive, it was BC. You know what I'm saying? That was before Christ. Now, if 2,000 years ago, Jesus has said the kingdom was near, how comes 1,999 years later, we're not see the kingdom yet? Oh. And from I was born, we've been in the last days. You know what I'm saying? When my father was born, we was in the last days. When his grandfather was born, we was in the last days. When his great-great-grandfather was born, that was the last days. What? When is the last days? I don't know. It's like they're trying to have me like an idiot, but some long-ass days, blood. You get me? What are you talking about? Every day they're preaching, you see all the world, I turn today. All they want is your money. They want to see all the world, and the Jehovah's Witness are knock on the door, and you get, Mr. people are hide from Jehovah's Witness because they're afraid of them because they might deal with God. You know what I'm saying? Go away. You know what I'm saying? What are you dealing with? Move from the door. And nobody knock my door again. Because you not defend nothing. You get what I'm saying? You and your God go one side. Gossip. For real. You get what I'm saying? Because what I'm saying is that I don't care what. You know what I'm saying? If that God doesn't make people love each other more, treat each other more respectful, get rid of all the politricking and all that little messed up arms to Africa, drugs to Africa, poison to Africa, poison to any other country for that matter. If their religion ain't doing nothing about that, then it's a joke. And your God and the God that they're talking about ain't even real. somebody said to me, boy, you gotta go punish you, because you kind of blasphemous still. Remember that geezer, like, you kind of blasphemous. You gotta go punish you, God, you must know, sir. There is a time when you must know what to say, and God will. Shut up. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to hear what your boy is disrespectful, and you see, you're not of manners, and I don't play that. I don't play God. You get me? I don't play the God flex. Keep that. You get what I'm saying? Because that God ain't stopping Stephen Lawrence from deading. That God ain't saving nobody out there. And in fact, I'll tell you what happened earlier on, because I said deading. I just want you to know this, yeah? Some girl said to me the other day, well, why? I said, well, black. I think I said, in something else. Right? She goes, oh, I can see that's poor use of, you have a poor use of vocabulary. You know what I'm saying? Because I swore. Silly. I mean, these kind of, the only way I believe you're gonna understand people is when you stop listening to all them little restrictions about how people communicate and what is best and what is the best way to communicate. Because that best way to communicate is pure English. No profanity. The show says there will be profanity. So read that. Because the same person who's telling me not to swear is going to watch this movie that has motherfucker in it. What's the other words? What's the other words? He's nigger and bitch ass, hoe ass nigger. You know what I'm saying? They watch all them movies. Nigger. You know what I'm saying? But if I say a swear word on anyone, it's like, whoa, you shouldn't say that, because you ain't got no vocabulary. Yet these people, these bitch ass, hoe ass geezers on the, they're millionaires, multi-millionaires. You get what I'm saying? And I'm sure that all you people in university and college and rare are looking to buy a house or looking to make some money and looking to have a decent life. You get what I'm saying? So you're no better than any other Christian or any other Muslim or anybody else. We all want a better life. You know what I'm saying? But the Bible teaches you to love poverty. Jesus, because I'm coming out of Genesis now. I'm going to go to some of you, because the geezer in the middle said he was all about Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And Jesus said, where does he say it, blood? When he says, many shall come in my name, but they're not the what's name? They're not the real deal. No, it ain't, blood. It ain't in there. I think it's in Matthew, yeah. It goes, Matthew 24, yeah? Yeah, many shall come in my name, yeah? Matthew 24, I think 4 to 8, yeah? He says, many shall come in my name, and what's he say again? 24:8, he says, many shall come. And Jesus answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you. Right? This is in your same Bible that all these Christians say, yeah, it's me, and I'm on that. Right? For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Ooh. Remember, listen, let's syntax it. Let's read it properly. Because we went to school, yeah, and we learned English from the teacher, the English teacher. Yeah? And the Bible is written in what? English. Whether it be, because the one I'm reading is King James Rare, it's King James Bible, blah, 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 right? So it was written in English, and I'm reading it as it was written. Listen. For many shall come in my name, saying, comma, I am Christ. Is it colon or, let's see, hold on, what's that, semicolon? Semicolon. Means to, wait, I've got more to say. Yeah? So listen again. Many shall come in my, take heed that no man deceive you. That's what he says in verse 4. In verse 5 he says, many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. So, what does that say? Many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ. Many shall come in my name, Doctah S, and saying, I am Doctah X. Ooh, that sounds deep. Is Jesus saying, many shall come in my name, Jesus, and saying that I, Jesus, am Christ? I'm wondering. Because it's a comedy, isn't it? So, remember, I'm not adding to nothing. I'm only reading as far as I understand the English language. And in the English language, this particular word could either mean that many can come and say, I am Jesus, and say, my name, Jesus, and Jesus was the Christ, and shall deceive many. Ooh, hurts. You get me? Ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, and see that but be not troubled. For these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. So nation shall rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines, and pestilence, and earthquakes, and divers places, and all these are the beginning of sorrows. Then shall they deliver up. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. Oh, and then shall many be offended and betray one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise and deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. So, sin. So all he's saying there, that all these things, he doesn't say nothing about it happening in the end times. He's saying that when these happen, don't worry about it because there ain't no end yet. Isn't he? Isn't he saying that? Because I just read what it said. Didn't I just read what it said, Blanche? You get what I'm saying? So if you're telling me some other thing, Mr. Preacher Man, and all that, yeah, you're chatting, listen, you're chatting rubbish. You get me? You're not saying, no, you're saying, you're interpreting the way you want to interpret it. But he says that in that time, the end will not be. So if these people are coming and saying, look at all these things are happening over the world, and it's this, and it's that, and it's time to find God, and find Jesus, and love. But he says, because of iniquity abound, the love of many shall wax cold. He didn't say the love of Christians will be warm, and the rest of society will be like wax cold. Is that what he says in there? He doesn't say that. So why isn't the Christians' love waxing cold? Is it only the ones outside of Christianity that's like what? That love is waxing cold? Because the Christians are doing sod all about the problems of the world. The Christians are building more and more churches in the communities of Lewisham, Brixton, Peckham and all that. And the drugs are still on the road. They don't care about you. They care about themselves. All these saved. It means few. I wiped the sweat from my back. That was close. I thought I was wicked and bad and terrible and disgusting. Now I'm okay. Because Jesus told me so. In the Bible somewhere. I don't know where, because I haven't found it yet. But somebody's fooling somebody. These people who claim they come in the name of Jesus, because he says, many shall come in my name, saying that I am Christ, but they shall deceive many. We know that the picture of this white guy with the long hair, blonde beard, and all that thingy bob bollocks, yeah, it's bollocks. We know that. But there's people who know it and won't do nothing about it because they have been trapped by the psychological slavery and the psychological control of their mentality. They're not able to break free none of the chains. You know, remember I said to you in my first Who's the God, when I said to you, the reason why a lot of these people run and go to God, right, or run and go to these churches, yeah, is because they have not enough willpower to change their life. You get what I'm saying? They need God to change their life. They need the power of this. Oh, there's bigger than me, greater than me is he. He done it, yeah. You know what I'm saying? They need all that. You get what I'm saying? They can't just like say, Char, fuck that. I'm never going to bother with that again. I'm going to dash down that joint, or I'm going to dash down that, stop teeth, and I'm going to stop, like, right, shotting drugs and I'm not going to do none of that. They can't do it. So then somebody else comes along, this in the name of Christ person comes along. What's it say about them again? Many shall come in my name saying I'm Jesus, and they shall be what? That person comes along and he goes, yeah, well, you need God and you need love. And because understanding the weakness of man's mentality, understanding the weakness of will, understanding the pressure that you go under what they call this word, S-T-R-E-S-S, stress. You get what I'm saying? That word there, when you go under that, you are susceptible to a lot more pressures of life, a lot more, ways out. That's why when people under stress, teeth. That's why when people under stress, do other things. So if you've come to somebody under stress and offer him a way out through God, of course he's going to go, right? If he's stupid enough, if he's weak enough, he's going to go, yeah, because you have no proof of this God. Except the churches that you throw money to, you show me where God is. Because I remember in Moses and all them, he walked with them. With Adam, he talked to Adam, didn't he? Didn't God talk to Adam? Didn't he say, where are you, Adam? You've done wrong, so I shall put hatred between you and the devil. God says, I shall put hatred, enmity between you and the devil. So this God has introduced hatred on the planet. Before any other, before Cain busts Abel's head. Is it Cain and Abel? Which one? Who busts who head? Yeah? Or kills him then? Because he must have done something. He either juked him, stabbed him, or bust his head, or strangled him. Because there's no details about how he died, did it? He just got slewed. Is it slew? A man slew a man. Blood, yeah, he's got slewed blood. You know what I'm saying? So no one knows if he stabbed him with a sharp rock, bust his head, strangled him or what. But he was dead. No details, right? So what I'm saying is that God introduced hatred, and you're talking about like God is all good and he's just well, and it's the flowers and it's the birds in the garden, it's heat and it's lovely and it's all birds and all that, and it's all flowery and it sounds like somebody on drugs. It sounds like one of them hallucinations. Oh, when God comes, the whole world is tripping. You get what I'm saying? That's why so many people want all them little fucking hallucinogen drugs and all that, like all that bollocks, like, yeah, go on that tripping, and like LSD and all that, yeah. Or like, lick out some brown and stick it up in their veins and like, yeah, blood, I'm there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm in the zone, blood. You get me? Yeah. So that's what that's all about, because somebody introduced into their subconscious this ideology of paradise. You want paradise? Paradise is fucking Jamaica, mate. Paradise is Miami, mate. You want paradise? That's the best you're going to get. It ain't no better than that, because Eden was on earth. So there ain't no other place to get paradise except on earth. That's silly. It's a silly concept. There's heaven, it's my father's. And if you're going to leave the planet, wherever else you're going to go, we have no concept of that at the moment. So we don't know if they're going to take us to another place. If some spaceship comes along and takes everybody up, how do you know who they are? How do you know if it's God or the devil? How do you know if remember the devil had angels who fought against Michael and his angels? So how do you know if that ship that comes along isn't the devil ship? Unless you know something. You've got to know things. And knowing what the Bible said is like rubbish, because the Bible ain't saying much. People got it by their bedside and say, yeah man, put it upon Psalms 38, whatever. Which is the Lord is my shepherd. Which one's that? You know, so like your baby's like going, rah, rah, and making up all the noise in the cot, and you open the Bible and you're like, bam, Psalms, whatever. You get what I'm saying? You write down, you're saying the ghost is supposed to come with. What, can the ghost read? I don't understand it. You open your Bible on Psalms and put it next to your baby. Can the ghost read? Or is the fear of the Lord or God in the Bible? Or is this ghost always a devil ghost? Is this ghost always a flippin' a negative ghost? I don't know, because I know people. There's a film called Beloved about another ghost where she weren't negative. Or she was. She had some little vibes about her. But she wasn't evil and wicked and disgusting. So how do you know the ghost can read when you open it on Psalms 23 or whatever, the Lord is my shepherd, and that's supposed to chase away ghosts? That is primitive. That is a primitive mindset that has nothing to do with anything except your belief pattern. And a belief pattern is not based in any fact at all. If I say put your head there and let me take this hammer and bounce it off your head, are you going to believe your God's going to stop that hammer from crushing your skull? I don't think so. But you want to believe in some way out, unverified, out there religion that has no basis in reality. It has none. It's just a fantasy escape principle. And we're dealing with a reality now and here and now principle. If you can prove it, then so be it. If you can't, then you're chatting rubbish. Or you're chatting an opinion, which means an opinion is not based in fact necessarily. Which means it's not necessarily valid. You get what I'm saying? So all you people keep saying this, because you've learned that argument. The fucking demons teach you how to argue like that. That's your opinion. Because you don't want to come. Because if you start to get to the truth, the people who serve the demonic forces or the negative forces, they start to get exposed. And right now, with all the Christians them involved, the other forces are ruling the planet. Because Christians are good, nice, decent, home-loving people. And yet Ethiopia's in a state. Bosnia's in a state. Everywhere's in a state. What's that all about then? I'm lost. You're here spreading love and God, and they've got even churches on the main road where they're stopping people as they pass by and say, don't you want to come to God? Have you got a problem? Yes, I can't pay my bills. Come to God and he will help you solve your problem. You better get down to the DSS, mate, because if you don't, you're going to get your shit shut off. Don't talk about God, because God ain't doing. God helps those who help themselves. That's a nice little saying, isn't it? But that's a better one than God's going to help you to pay your bills. It's a much better saying. God helps those who help. You know what that means? Because God is inside of you. So in order to help yourself, isn't it? You got to do it. Silly. If prayer is a form of meditation, you don't need no pastor to pay him money to pray in his square block. You don't need to pay a pastor to pay money to pray in his little block that he's paying rent for and needs a roof for and needs new chairs for. You can do that in your yard. You can do that amongst yourself, amongst your family. What you have to learn to do is love better, not pray better. Communicate better. Stick closer to the truth. Don't hide under this two-faced European state way of double talk. You ask a politician you ask a preacher a straight question. He's like a politician. If you ask him a straight question, you will not get a straight answer. If you ask a politician a straight question, you will, because they are born to trick. Poly for the word nuff and tick for the word trick. They're born to have many different ways of dealing with situations. The phone ain't working properly. So unless somebody's calling, you have to try again. So you get me? If you're gonna come off with some kind of truth, and you're gonna say to me, well, you know, God said this, and it's terrible that we have slaves. God introduced slavery in Exodus, didn't he? Didn't he? He introduced slavery through the geezer Noah. He said to Canaan, a servant you shall be unto your brethren, because you saw your old man's bum. You saw him naked, mate. But your brethren had more, you know what I mean, they had more fucking discretion than that, and they went in backwards and covered him with some stuff, with a sheet or something. You get me? So from that moment on, you become a slave to your brethren. So God has now introduced slavery to the planet. Whatever, because we don't know what was going on when they said he hated man and he didn't like the way man was going and he was going to kill all men. We don't know what happened there. You get what I'm saying? Because he doesn't say how he said he killed them with a flood, right? But we don't know which men and how many of them was. But what was left when he started again? After he made that mistake, he made another mistake because one of the brothers seemed as if he was a bit of a batty man. You get what I'm saying? He saw, they said, and when his father saw what he had done unto him, then you make up your own mind. All he did was saw his own man naked. But the next verse it says, and when he found out that what he had done unto him, it seems like he done so. It seems as if for the explain itself. So what, you know, was he a bit of a like nonce, or was he a bit like of a what? Because he after that a bit of a fag. Because after that he got cursed to be a certain. That race of people now. Remember, because right. Check how genealogy works. If me and a girl comes together and has a child or have a you or whatever, right? Then between me and her, her daughter or son has another daughter with somebody else, and it goes on. So the reason why the planet is becoming so overpopulated or populated, for whichever way you want to look at it, is because each one of us goes with somebody else and has another lineage. But when you keep tracing back and back and back and back and back and back, we come lesser and lesser and lesser. Of course we do, because you have wars and all that, you know, take the numbers down and blah blah blah. Yeah? So that means you're connected to something. So Canaan now was to have a whole set of children for eons, or for generations, isn't it? And this, the commandment of the God of the time, or through Noah, should we say, which God obviously must have said, yeah, of course you can make him your slave. Yeah? Was that they should be fucking slaves. What about that other bird? What's that other? That's Sarah and Hagar. You know Hagar? Yeah? The geezer Abraham couldn't breed his girl, right? So, because he couldn't breed his girl, he was given a slave girl to breed. If I sound disgusting enough, I'm not even talking enough. I'm talking what it says in the bloody book. You get what I'm saying? He was given his slave girl to breed. So he had a slave. And God gave the slave girl place. She went to the wilderness because the other woman who was godlike, yeah, well, we don't know if she was, but whatever, Abraham said to her, listen, she said, listen, I don't even like, after she gave him the slave girl, right? In Genesis 16, 1-10, right? The geezer Abraham, right, gave what's her name? His wife. Hagar was his wife, isn't it? Yeah, gave Hagar, the girl, she said, all right, hold up, listen. The wife says, just read it, because I'm not going to go through all of that this week, yeah? It says between Genesis 1 and 10, it says, the wife says, I don't like the way that girl's going on. It's just petty, it's just normal stuff. I don't like that way that girls are not going on. So, so she said it to Abraham, and Abraham said, watch out, deal with her then. That's what it says. What does it say? Read it. I'm not going to go through all of that this week. He said, you deal with that. What? If she's your slave and my slave, you deal with her if you don't like the way she's flexing. That's what it says. Read it. Genesis, remember, listen to me good. Genesis 16, 1-10, if you don't believe me. Right? So there is slavery again. And he's telling his wife, right, to deal with this slave girl any way she feels like. So slavery was introduced from Genesis. What are you talking about? So if it's in the beginning, so shall it be in the end, then which is the beginning then? Is the beginning the time when Abel clapped Cain, or is the beginning when we was in the garden? And how many of us do you think is going to fit in the eastward of Eden? Not a lot. There's not a lot of room in the eastward of Eden, mate. There's how much billion of us on the planet, we won't all fit. There's 2 million people on Jamaica's island right now. Do you think if we all left from every country in the world as black people and went there, what do you think would happen? I think it would sink. It'd be so much calamity, it would be ridiculous. So, what is he saying? We got someone here boxing with someone in the thing.
You are now in consultation with Doctah X.
Yeah, so even this slave girl, right, sees God's face in Genesis 16:13-14, right? And then he says to her that you're going to have this type of child and rare. The only way he's going to know what type of child you have in today, right, is if you know the genetic makeup, and if you can you understand what the DNA part of the makeup is, and you know how to affect. Remember, right now they're trying to find out what DNA affects Munchausen syndrome, Down syndrome, and all that. They know, they're trying to pick out the specific, listen me good, they're trying to pick out the specific gene, yeah, that functions on levels of Parkinson's disease and even homosexuality and all that. You don't know. I tell a boy the other day, say, well, yeah, that you for know. That is science. That bigger than your God and bigger than the devil. You understand me? Because when they master that, you better be in the right place at the right time, mate. You get what I'm saying? Because the people who are mastering it are not your friends. Well, God, you're going to have to be really weeping, and there will be a weeping and wailing of gnashing of teeth. I'm telling you. Because if them people get all of that level of technology, being that the police don't even like us, we are in trouble. Because they'll make all some clones to kill all us and say, oh, it wasn't our fault, they ran amok. Right. Yeah, so I'm saying about the genetic manipulation, yeah? That's what these angels would have had to have done, or gods would have had to have done, to ensure that this particular person came out with a vicious tendency, or whatever. And what happens now? Remember, what was she? She was past the age of childbearing, wasn't she? The other girl, Agar, wasn't she? And what happened? They made her have children. She said, you're having a laugh, ain't ya? And they said, no, don't go. She even laughed. In fact, in the Bible, she actually laughs when they tell her that. In fact, in the Bible, it's written twice. It's like 2 different stories about the same thing. But, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go into that one. Right? So what? What's that all about then? But you know today that they've got women now that people are putting, what is it, is it IVF or some kind of a mechanism, what they've got now, scientific mechanism that they're using to implant eggs upon women of the age of what? What's the oldest woman? 50-something. So I'm trying to show them people they're out there, them little sad, God-loving, faith-loving people out there, that it's only science. It is only science. It's not obia. It's science. You get what I'm saying? It's not voodoo. It's science at the highest level. You understand me? So that's what they were doing back then. Take it or leave it, mate. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. You get what I'm saying? And one day, well, I know my children won't wake up with that same mindset. They'll have to pretend that they like that because they know better than that now. Because nobody ain't going to be able to tell them that rubbish. You get what I'm saying? Right? Because by the time they're old enough, they're going to see so many other so-called wonders, yeah, that they're going to know what I'm saying, or they're going to know or be able to work out the correlation between what was happening then and what is happening now. You understand what I'm saying? There was no special poomph and everything happened. There was operations and procedures. Otherwise, Adam would not have had to go to sleep to create Eve. Why would you need to go to sleep? I know you can just go poomph and it happened. Right? There's when the angels came down in Genesis 19, 1-5, right? And they came down amongst Abraham. There were 2 lords, angels, so-called, right? They came amongst him and they wanted to eat and sleep. So what kind of angels were these? Was these good angels or bad angels? Because Michael had angels and the devil had angels. I don't want to, listen. Right? Then Genesis 19, incest is in the Bible. Right? Lot breeds his daughter. Yeah? Or daughter breeds Lot, whichever way you went. Because they went unto him and read. Incest again. Genesis 20. Write these down, you know, if your tape ain't running. You get me? Because you can look it up yourself. You little, some of you little disbelieving, don't care what I'm saying, still believe what you're saying. The incest is Abraham married his sister in Genesis 20. 11 to 13. Abraham, the so-called beginning of the child. That's why them Jews, why do you think them Jews sleep with each other and got this specific disease? What's that called? They got a specific, Jews have got a specific disease that's only to them because they do a lot of that. Inbreeding, it's called. Incest. Yeah? Then in Genesis 21 again, the same Hagar and story is repeated again, and it's slightly different. So you work that one out. In Genesis 21, 8 to 11. Right? Then in Genesis 25, 19 to 34, right? 25, 19, verse 19 to 34, you read out Esau knew that in the one womb, right, that was two, the Lord knew that there was going to be two different births in the one womb, right? Listen to me good. Because you don't seem to be using your imagination. You want to use your other level of, what is that? Your fantasy principle. Use your realistic imagination. How on earth did God know or the Lord know there were two different breeds in the woman in what's her name's belly? Huh? How did he know? Is it Rebecca? Yeah, I think so. Yeah? How did he know? Because he must have genetically manipulated it. Silly. What do you think God went, boom, and he knew? He didn't even know how to find Adam. So if he didn't know how to find Adam, how's he going to know what's in the belly of somebody else? Without having some knowledge of what goes on in the belly. Without how to create two different breeds in one womb. Because it says that, what happened? It says, read it, 19 to 34. He knew there was going to be two different, and one is going to be grabbing on one's heel as it come out and rear. Remember that? Right? Then, in Genesis 27, right, Rebecca gets Jacob to rob Esau of the blessing. Yeah, that's Esau and Jacob came out of the womb, right? The two different breeds, right? One was hairy, right? Red hair he had all over him, his neck. Yeah? What is red and hairy? Read what it says in the Bible. It's in Genesis 27. You'll read that Esau was red with hair all over him. What kind of thing? And the other brother was probably black or maybe white or whatever with no hair. That is two separate breeds in one womb. That is not two brothers. That is two breeds. I mean, brothers in the sense of maybe coming from the same womb, but they're bred differently. You don't have two. Nowhere on the planet is there that kind of, you if you see something like that, you call it a freak. So God wanted to create this particular type of freak. If I'm not being, but it must have been. Because if that was happened today, that human being with red hair all over its body, all up to its neck, all around its neck, would be more like a orangutan. Wouldn't it? Because we know it was all up his neck, because in the same Genesis 27, right, for Rebecca to get Jacob to rob Esau of his blessing, right, she had to put goat hair, right, remember this, not human hair, not fake hair, but goat animal hair on her brother's arms and round about his neck, because that's where the father was stroking. Check it. And it says, you smell like, you talk like Jacob, but you smell like and you touch like Esau. You're telling me a man who grew up his sons to a certain age, because we don't know what age there was, don't know the difference between one of his sons who's got goat hair. Has anybody had a goat skin rug? If you've ever had a goat skin rug, right, which I have, yeah, you'll know what it feels like when you stroke goat's hair. It feels like a goat. It doesn't feel like no human being I know. So this brother was able to put this on and trick his father. What kind of human breed of being was this being where he had hair all up to his neck? Goat hair type hair, red. Whew. He was either a monkey or a bloody Sasquatch. Because he wasn't a human being as we know it. Because if I see that brother walking down the road with all this hair and he ain't going, ooh, 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 I'm doing it something, blood. Yeah? Our brother ain't looking like that, ain't chatting to me. You get me? So something else is going on. It's clear. Read what I'm saying. Don't take what I'm saying for joke and think I'm taking a pee or whatever. Read what I'm saying. Any of you who are really interested. The rest of you are there going, I don't know what he's talking about. Chai's chatting shit. Yeah, the man that blah, blah. Yeah, all of you, half of you can't even read. With all due respect. Because if you did care about God, you'd say, I'm going to prove this man to be an off-key man and real. I remember listening to this week I managed to listen to, what's his name? Rebel's show. And he said to somebody, like, there was this thing on, what is it? HTM, yeah? And he's saying to them, well, boy, all right then, these geezers are saying some stuff, yeah? And right, bruh, so if you think that what they're saying is crap, yeah? Phone me in and tell me what the true thing is that they should be saying, and I'll give up the whole show. Right, that's a bit of a challenge if you ask me. No one phoned. No one phoned. You get what I'm saying? Because you're scared. See, I'm not from it. I'm not like Reb. I'm not from the HTM or nothing. But what I'm saying to you is there's so many facts on the planet. You get what I'm saying? He's somebody. He's a colleague. He's somebody seeking truth. So he'll be my brethren. You know, I might not go to dinner with him and all that and like hang out with him and all that, but he'll be my brethren because he's worried about what you know and what you can find out. And so am I. We're still from two different camps in that sense, but we interlink and we cross-section because when you're searching for real truth, you're going to buck up on all types of people dealing with truth. You get what I'm saying? No matter whether you like it or not. And if it can be proven or disproven, then you can start to talk. What are you on about? You know what I'm saying? So who was this hairy geezer called Esau? And where did he come from with all this goat hair on his skin in red? Ask your preacher and your pastor that. Ask him what, when you go home, ask your little daughter or your little son to draw you a man with hair all over his body and ask him to color it in red. That's hair from top to bottom, right? In the goat type hair, and see what that kind of man looks like. Use your bloody senses. And stop listening about fantasy. I know some of you don't even care, because at the end of the day, when I'm finished, it's like, yeah, I still believe in God, because he doesn't know what made man and all that. You get me? Because that was one of the questions some other geezers said, well, can you tell me who made man? I said, well, I don't know. What do you think I am? You know what I'm saying? If I could tell you who had made man, you wouldn't be asking me that question. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, hey, you get what I'm saying? But the bottom line is, though, what? It's not all true, is it? It doesn't make sense if you look at it in realistic terms, does it? At the moment you put it into reality, it doesn't make sense anymore. What are you talking about, man? You know what I mean? Ciao. Yeah, in Genesis 32, 22 to 32, the Lord, who was this Lord, man, angel, who was fighting with Jacob? Saw God's face and lived. And he was wrestling with him. In Genesis, I mean, it's there. It's there. I'm not going to read through it all because it'll be out before the time the 2 hours is up. I'm not having a fourth week. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Then I think Moses stayed with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights on the mountain. So the Lord could actually be. You could actually hang out with the Lord. You get me? You could hang out and flex with the Lord back in those days. I don't see nobody, Pope, John, Paul, none of them, imams, none of them flexing with nothing but themselves and their wallets and the amount of money they can earn. You know what I'm saying? And the amount of wives they can get or whatever the case may be. Whatever's the real reason why they entered into these so-called religions. You know what I'm saying? And the Lord descending upon the mountain, making a holy heap of noise and a holy heap of smoke. Exodus 19, 16 to 20. Listen me good and write them down if you figure what I'm saying. Or if you're taping it, replay and listen again. Yeah? Yeah? In Exodus 25, 8 to 9, he asked them to make a place for him to rest. I thought God was everything and always everything and sees and knows. How is he going to rest in a place? It's in exactly where I told you. Exodus. Yeah? 25, 8 to 9. Right? In Exodus 33, blood, the Lord then repents the evil that he was going to do to the people then. Also in Jonah 3, verse 10. God was going to do some evil to the people then. Read that, blood. Find that and read that for me, because they might think I'm bullshit. Yeah, so we're going to have a look at that, right? Exodus 32. I'm saying, I don't even know what verses, or Jonah 3:10. Yeah. Also in Exodus 20, we've got God to be very jealous. You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We've got, in Exodus 3, we've got the burning bush and all that. How do your bush burn, catch a light and don't burn? It's got to be light, isn't it? A man with a primitive understanding of what light is doesn't understand that if you put a light behind a bush, when there is no light in the particular, remember, electricity wasn't evolved, wasn't created back in Moses' time. So obviously, to him, that kind of light would seem like something was burning, innit? And the light, and then after the bush talked to him. No bush on no planet, nowhere talks to nobody at no time. And if God is going to want somewhere place to rest, if God is going to walk and talk with, if the angels are going to come down, eat and sleep and rest, yeah, no bush ain't going to be talking to nobody. Make sense of that? Because it shows the angels needed to eat, sleep and rest. They're all in the Bible, right? So it doesn't make sense that the bush would be talking unless you're primitive and silly in your mindset. Bush don't talk, no bush don't talk. There was no miracle. What happened was technology and science. Hey, one day you're going to wake up to it because, hey, it has to grow. It can't shrink. Yeah, it's either a light and either some bloody speaker somewhere which they wasn't aware of, and he managed to talk to him and told him, yeah, take off your feet because you're on holy ground, because he was tricking them, because the Lord brought slavery. Any Lord that brings a planet and brings slavery into existence ain't that great, as far as I'm concerned. According to what I'm supposed to know of him, maybe he's the fantastic. But because of the way in which they have outlined this particular all-seeing, all-knowing, loving God to me, it's all kind of effed up. You get what I'm saying? We're trying to find that. Yeah, Jonah 10 blood. It's all there, blood. And he goes, what are we talking about? The Lord, I ain't even got the verse. I haven't even got the verse. I just got the Exodus there. Yeah, do Jonah, blood. Yeah, so we're going to find it in Jonah because I can't find it there. Right? So we're going to go down to something else. Right, all right, then look at Exodus 8, right? Where Exodus 8, 33, 8 to 13, right? Yeah, 33, 8 to 13, right? In Exodus, in Daniel verse 2, 47, sorry about that Exodus 2 1, because I forgot to write the verse down, so whatever. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Read that.
Exodus 33, verse 8 to 13. And it came to pass when Moses went out unto the tabernacle, that all the people rose up and stood every man at his tent door, and looked after Moses until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass, as Moses entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle, and the Lord talked with Moses. And all the people saw that cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door, and all the people rose up and worshipped every man in his tent door. Was it up to what? 10, yeah?
Yeah, you hear that? Yeah? God was talking to Moses personally. Up front, in your face, personally. One to one. So this Lord it's got form and void. So he has to, if they didn't say, it doesn't say he went into this massive, gigantic building that was so big it was like half the earth, and he said he went into this little place, I'm in a pillar of a cloud. Yeah? And talked to Moses. He didn't read what he thought it said. He's not telling you what he thinks it means. He's only reading to you what it says. So it is clear that in the time of Moses, yeah, he actually talked to God. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and then in Exodus 3, 33, 20 to 23, he then said, he changes his mind and says, you can't see my face no more.
Exodus 3, 20 to 23.
33, sorry.
Oh, 33. Exodus 33.
So God has a change of mind. First of all, in 8 to 13, yeah, he spars with Moses, chats to him bona fide, up front, face to face. Then later down in the same bloody thingy bob, he doesn't want him to see his face anymore because he can't do it.
Exodus 33, verse 20 to 23. And he said, thou canst not see my face, for there shall be no man see me and live. And the Lord said, behold, there is a place. What? There is a place by me, and thou shalt stand upon a rock. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passeth by, that I will put thee in a cliff of the rock, and will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. That's a liberty. And I will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, and by my face shall not be seen.
That's a switch, blood. That's a switch from first he's sparring with him and talking to him, and then like Jesus, oh not Jesus, the Lord says, fine, I changed my mind. I don't want you to see me. No man can see me now. Is this, remember we were talking about gods in the first, it's more than one in it, because either it's the same one or it's a different one. Or he's psycho, or he's schizo. He's loose, because what? He's sparring bona fidely, like, it's like bridges, isn't it? First, yeah, what's up, Mose? Life's all good, yeah, like, what's the people them on? Yeah, boy, you want to see, they want to worship all kinds of things. Yeah, what, here, what, I'm going to give you some commandments and that, yeah? Run that by them and see what they're on. Yeah, for real. But here, what? And then later, then he goes, listen, man, I want to see my face again, you know. Standing in one corner when we pass. Oh, please. That doesn't make sense. Don't you see, it doesn't make sense. And there's no one who can tell you why why the Lord changed his mind like that. They're going to have to guess and make stuff up. You get what I'm saying? So that you like, yeah, and believe it. Because you want to believe in something because you have not learned, the system does not teach you self-control, self-discipline, and upliftment of self. It teaches you to ignore positive role models. It teaches you to not do what is healthy for you to do, but what is good for you to do. And what is necessarily good for you to do is not necessarily healthy for you to do. You get what I'm saying? That's what the system teaches, and that's what you all like. That's why you don't want to listen to stuff like this. Right? Then later on, Leviticus, bruv, right? So we've got like Leviticus now. God's now like saying, well, here what? I'm going to set up some laws. Look about, say, like 21. Right? I'm going to sort out some laws for you, Mose. Like, yeah, I'm going to sort you out with some laws, like, yeah, so you can sort them people out, because they're like, they just don't have it, blood. So I'm going to, like, sort you out with some laws, right, so you can, like, give it to them, show them how to live, so they can be my people, and I'll run them. I'll be their God. Because remember, I'm a jealous God, he says so, yeah? Thou shalt not kill, and don't have no other gods before me, because I'm bloody jealous. Ooh, that's deep, right? So I'm going to sort you out with some laws, and here how some of them laws went.
Leviticus 21:17 and onwards. Speak unto Aaron, saying, whosoever he be of thy seed in their generations that have any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his God. For whatsoever man this English thing's off key, mate. So for whatsoever man he be that have a blemish, he shall not approach a blind man, or a lame, or he that have flat nose, or anything, super flush, or whatever the fuck.
What's that all about? You geezer, listen, he's telling geezers, right, that if your nose is flat, step where? You don't want no flat nose people monks him. Now I know a lot of African brothers would really be grieved if I read that shit to them, because their nose be all up in there, all reaching back into their face, and just leaving a bridge. In fact, to tell you the truth, I think my old man would be quite disgusted about that, because he's one of them ones. He's got the flattest nose. So is this God alienating Africans or something? I don't know. It's not listen, it's not a joke thing. It's only funny because we're not a response, and we're not watching this. This don't mean nothing like, oh, that's Bible. You know what I'm saying? It's just words. You get me? It's prejudicing people's looks. For whatsoever man, verse 18 I'm reading of Leviticus 21, so whatsoever man he be that have blemish, that means as some kind of off-key thing about him, right, he shall not approach a blind man, a lame, or he that have flat nose. So God never wanted no blind people amongst him, no lame people amongst him, and no one with flat nose, or anything superfluous, anything like that. I don't want nothing like that amongst me. Or a man with broken foot, or a man broken-handed. A man with a crook back, or a dwarf. Him no one a dwarf amongst him either. So all your dwarf people, they're not trouble. And now when that geezer, what's that geezer for England? He said, oh yeah, you like cripples, all you people in a wheelchair, like, you had a problem. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, God's punishing you. Because it is justified to say that, isn't it? Because it's clear that it says, no man that have blemish of the seed of Aaron the priest shall come nigh unto the offerings of the Lord, made by fire. He have a blemish, and he shall not come nigh unto God. He shall eat the bread of his God, the most. Oh, blah blah. I won't bother with the rest of that. Right? So what? Is that me interpreting something, or is that what I'm reading out the Bible from, you know, from where I'm reading it from? Come on, man, get with the program. You know what I'm saying? It's about time you wake up out of that foolishness. You get what I'm saying? We've got, what we go on to now? Right, in Leviticus 26, verse 13 to 33. Right? Listen to your God, how your God flexes. It's like people won't, you know, it's like, I'm reading this, because if I told you off the top of my head, yeah, you'd say, well, that's bollocks. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm chatting rubbish and that. You get me? But I'm only going to read to you in the ways and the words of the Bible. You get what I'm saying? Because that's where it's happening. That's where it's at. Right, so we got in Leviticus 26, 13 to 30. We've got, what's he saying? Right. Right, listen. And I will set, listen, and I will do this unto you. I will appoint over you. This is God, you know. This is all loving, flowers and the bells and the wings and trumpets and blowing, right? Listen to what he says. Chapter 26, 15. Leviticus, yeah? Chapter 26, 15. And if you shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, that means if you don't like what I'm saying, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but ye will break my covenant, this is what I'm going to do to you. Listen good. This is verse 16. He's telling you what he's going to do to you, right? God. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning ague. Is that plague? Or I can see ague. That shall consume the eyes and the sorrow of the heart. I shall appoint over you terror. That's some shit out of a horror movie, blood. I'm going to appoint over you, your Lord God, thy God, he's going to appoint over you, if you don't listen to him, terror. I'm afraid I know, any dead, if a dead, you're just dead. Terror, all the terror, if the world stop, some people afraid for dead, some people not afraid for dead. If the world stops spinning and we're all dead, we're just dead. But the terror that he's going to throw on you is making you scared. You get me? Right? Verse 16 still, I shall consume you, and you shall sow your seed in vain. That means, while I'm appointing the terror over you, whatever it may be, they're going to make you impotent. Because he says, you shall sow your seed in vain. So, I don't mean you shall plant seed, because I also understand seed to mean, you know, seedling in terms of child. Because he said that I will make an enmity between your seed and his seed in Genesis 2 or 3, I think it is, right? So, is either say he's going to make you impotent on top of the fact if you don't listen to him, or he's going to make sure that you can't grow nothing. And I will set my face against you, and you shall be slain. You shall be slain. His word is in there. Is it in there? Similar? Yeah? Submitted. And in another Bible it says submitted before your enemies. Oh, please. You know what I mean? That means they can do what they want with you. Like when the English was submitted before the Japanese. Like when the Jews were submitted before the Germans. Come on, man. It says in this Bible, slain. You get me? Before your enemies. And they shall hate you. Oh, please. What are you talking about? This God is serious. And he doesn't ramp. He just sounds he sounds like Hitler. You know what I'm saying? They shall slay you, and they shall also hate you and rule over you. And you shall flee when none. You shall run when nobody chases after you. That's how terrible it's going to be when you don't listen to him. I mean, I won't even go on no more. But you see what I'm saying? The God is so powerful that he has to scare you into submission. Tell me that I'm not reading what it says. Somebody phone me up and say to me, I am misinterpreting the words, because I am not interpreting anything. I am reading exactly what it says, word for word. And I understand English language, and I know what it says. And you can hear what I'm saying, and that's what it says. They've been kidding you for far too long. We've been kidding. Well, I ain't been kidding anymore, but, there's a whole set of people out there who still, they don't want to hear the truth. They are from their father. He says, many shall call in my name, saying that I am Christ, and shall deceive many. The only people, as Radon said, come in the name of Christ are Christians. They are the only people that come in the name of Christ and shall deceive many. Know that. Because there ain't nobody else that comes in the name of Christ. There is nobody else. There is no other. The African Socialist Party don't come in the name of Christ. The Democratic Party don't come in the name. Christians do. And shall deceive many. It's not what I am saying, it's what it says. And they are the only people coming in the name of Christ. They come into here, Jesus loves you, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, and you can't be saved. Who are the ones coming in the name of Jesus Christ? Christians. Know that. So he says that. In Numbers 30, because I'm not going to keep finding them all and reading them all. In Numbers 25, verse 1 to 5, God says, kill people who worship other gods. Kill them. But I'm lost again. He hates, he's going to slay his own people. Then he's telling his people now to kill other people who worship other gods. You get what I'm saying? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? What is this Lord God all about? Excuse me, sorry. Right? He's saying, listen, God.
Numbers chapter 25, 1 to 5. And Israel abode in Smithim, and the people began to commit whoredom and the daughters of Moab. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods. And the people did eat and bowed down to their gods. And Israel joined himself unto Baal Power. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the Lord said unto Moses, Take all the herds of the people, and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, Slay ye every one his men that were joined unto Baal Power.
Right? That Baal Power was another god. So Moses had to slay people. He had to kill people in the name of what? God. So when I was talking, I was having this lecture the other day, and I was talking to some people, and I was telling them that war is the foundation of the planet. They're telling me that, I don't want to do war, and this and that, I'm not into that. And I said, yeah, you stay there, not be into it. Because that is how the planet was founded. God is telling man to slay people. Deuteronomy 20. Right? And in Deuteronomy 20, verse 15 to 18, he says, God says, right? You got that, Ray? Yeah, run that. 15. Shall I read this one first? Right. What verse is that? 15 or 18, yeah? And in the Revised Standard it goes, Thus ye shall do to all the cities which are very far from you, which are not cities of the nations here, but in the city of these people of the Lord, God gives you an inheritance, and ye shall save alive nothing but the breaths. But that. Listen, right? I'm reading the Revised Standard of it, so it's slightly different, right? And it says, listen, from, what am I again, blood? 15 to 18, right? Right, no, you do that one, right? And it goes, but in the cities of the people that the Lord their God gives you for inheritance, you shall save alive nothing that breathes. So God gives to you, remember he said that he's going to give to you the cities of the Edom for your inheritance or something like that, right? Earlier on, right? And he says, anything that I give to you for that, do not leave anything alive that breathes. So when you reach there, kill everybody. Do you know what that means? It's worse than Vietnam. It means everything that moves. That means if animals move and they breathe, it says kill everything that breathes. Save nothing. Don't try and style out the wording. Don't style out the wording, Mr. Christian, Mr. Translator. Don't style out the wording to make it seem a little, your little politician. You know what I'm saying? You little politician. Don't style it out. It says, save nothing alive, nothing that breathes, but you shall utterly destroy them. The Hittites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites. And we know the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites were people. They weren't animals. They weren't birds. They weren't diseases. They were human beings of the son of Canaan and all that bollocks. You know what I'm saying? All that. Because I can't remember who and what. Right? So that's what your God is telling you to do. You do your one again, right? And that was in the Revised Standard. This one here.
Deuteronomy chapter 12 verses 1 to 4. These are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land, which the Lord God of thy fathers giveth thee to possess it. All the days ye live upon the earth, ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their gods, upon the high mountains, and upon the hills, and under every green tree. And ye shall overthrow their altars, and break their pillars, and burn their groves with fire, and ye shall hew down the graven images of their gods, and destroy the names of them out of that place. Ye shall not do so unto the Lord your God.
Right, so you see what he's telling you. See, now you understand what I was saying to you about when the Christians went to Alexandria and burned down the place and all that, yeah? Because their God teaches them to burn down, tear down, block down, or disrespect and mash up any other God's place of worship, right? This is in Moses' time and all them people's geezers' time, yeah? So that Bishop Theophilus, who mastered Cacatoris with the mad Christians them, right? To mash down that bloody, that place at Alexandria, yeah? When they, when they ransacked and took all the millions of books out of the educational books in the name of who? Their God. You get what I'm saying? This is, I don't understand your God. He's a wicked, vile, disrespectful entity, if that's a good word, or being, right? It also says, right, this loving God also says in Deuteronomy 16, verse 21, or 21 to 22, ye shall not plant any tree as an Asherah beside the altar of the Lord thy God. Asherah was a bloody, another article of worship, right? That's what it is. I bet your preacher ain't told you that, right? Beside the altar of Lord thy God, which you shall make. Yeah? So that means that's something that you've made in the name of this particular God, right? And you shall not set a pillar which the Lord your God hates. Right? That's in Deuteronomy, in the Revised Standard Edition, right? So God even hates. So this God, he commits evil, he's jealous, and he hates. He sounds a bit like a human being to me. He doesn't sound too godly. Oh, the flowers, and the trees, and the pretty music. Doesn't sound like that to me. He sounds disgusting. You know what I'm saying? He sounds vicious. You know, he sounds hateful. He has evil intentions and wicked intentions to other people on the planet. Whether they believe in whatever they believe in. You know, we've got some men on the planet who have got more better tolerance than our Creator has. Or does our Creator know best? And is that okay? So if he does, is that why we hate each other so much? Remember I talked to you last week about hate? Is that why the Christians hate so much? Is that why we hate so much? Because even our God hates. It says so. I read you the passage. I read you the passage. You know what I'm saying? Deuteronomy 16, verses 21 to 22. It will show you that. Don't listen to what I'm saying. Yeah? Read it. And then it goes, the oracle of the word. I'm still reading the Revised Standard. The oracle of the word of the Lord to Israel by Malachi. Right? This is the book of Malachi, verse 1. Verse 2. I have loved you, says the Lord, but you say, how hast thou loved us? Is not Esau Jacob's brother, says the Lord? Yet I have loved Jacob, but I have hated Esau. I have laid waste his hill country and left his heritage to jackals of the desert. Now imagine, this loving God, that's what he's doing to people. He hates Esau. It says so in Malachi. Don't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing because it's there. You got nothing more to tell me, Mr. Preacher Man. You got nothing more to cloud my eyes with in the Sunday schools that I used to go to. The Church of God, the Pentecostal, bang the tambourine, Mr. Holy Lord, Holy Ghost. You got nothing more to tell me because you can't rub that out of the Bible. And you, Mr. Interpretator and Translator, trying to hide words behind your politricks and your wordplay. That is the so-called Babylon system, or the system that we're in now. That's what they've done to us. Truth is not in them. You are from your father, the devil, who's from the beginning. And all the people who want to be like the European superior so-called superior counterpart, they are of them too. Those who are not fighting for this to save the truth, within them, because that is what we're dealing with. True things, factual things, reality, realistic things. Not fantasy things, not made up things, not faith things, real things. A faith healer has to use a science to heal someone. He's not using, oh, and then it happens. He has to touch, he has to stroke, he has to feel, he has to develop enough heat in his hand in order to a certain temperature, which is a temperature high enough to penetrate or touch a particular wound or part in the body enough. It's a science. There is no magic. It says in Psalms 82 verse 6. Have I said ye are gods, and that all of the children and all of you are the children of the Most High? Right. So if they're saying in the Bible, have I not said, this is Psalms, right, 82, right? Then it says, have I not said you are all gods? What's up with that? Why don't you want to believe that? Why do you want to believe that you're not God and everything else revolves around the Christian God and the Pope Paul, and everybody who's got money can tell you that they're religious? You know what I'm saying? Also, Samuel 21, 20, 26. There's a geezer in there with 6 fingers and 6 toes. The hell kind of human being was that? It said, I'm not reading you what I think it says, I'm reading you what it says. Yeah, it says in Samuel, where is that, Black? It's not even there, is it? I missed it. Samuel something, it's Samuel 2, I think. Must have done it wrong. But there's a geezer in Samuel with 6 fingers and 6 toes. I want to know, where did that geezer come from? Yeah? Tell me where. Somebody phone me up and tell me where this geezer with 6 fingers and 6 toes are. And tell me what breed of human being he was. Because anybody who has 6 fingers and 6 toes on the planet now becomes a freak immediately. Becomes an anomaly, meaning an abnormal person. Yeah? Can't find it because I must have written it down wrong when I was like researching and that, because that's what I do, you know. I do look at things and that, but and because I'm human, I do make mistakes, but it's in there, trust me, and it's in Samuel. It's probably I've just misprinted one of the lines, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a ghetto-ologist. I'm not a preacher man, and I'm not none of those, you know. I'm not trying to preach and convert anybody. I'm trying to wake up certain people. I'm trying to, you know, the surgery is it's not even delicate. Sometimes it's coarse, sometimes it's delicate. The surgery of the ghetto-ologist is all about trying to sort out your brain, trying to do some brain implants and some brain regeneration up in this. You get me? So also in Job, right, we're going to soon done, so when I'm done, we'll have to go into something else. You know what I'm saying? It says, who made the bear and Orion, the Pleiades and the chambers of the south? Right. Do you know where the bear and the Orion is and the Pleiades of the south? Do you know what that is? That's in outer space, mate. What was that? What was that in? Job 9 verse 9, yeah? You little silly little Bible bashing, don't know what you're dealing with, just, you know, hanging out, don't know what is. No one wants to care. No one cares about where Pleiades is. Pleiades is a constellation out of space. Orion is a constellation out of space. You know what I'm saying? The bear is a shape formation that they have, which astronomers as a constellation of stars. Right? What is the Bible doing with that level, telling you about that? Why ain't nobody worried about what that means and what the conception of that is all about? Pleiades and Orion. If anybody's in astrology, they would have heard about it. It's outer space. It's a place where no one can reach, no human being can reach. Don't you understand that God came from heaven and heaven is outer space? Don't you understand that there's more than one of them? Because he said, in our image and after our likeness, not in my image and after my likeness. Don't you understand that? Isn't that simple enough for you to absorb? What do you need? Do you need to go back to your womb and start all over again for you to just make a simple, regular, normal, ideological transaction in your head? Or did that sound about too much words? Is it to make a decision then, based upon what you're hearing? Yeah? Isn't that easy thing for you to do? Or do you want to still hold on to something? You know, if I said to you that something was red and it was actually blue, and I called it red, you wouldn't be able to say, well, no, that's red.